welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Over 99% of viewers aren't subscribed. It costs you nothing, but it's an enormous support for us to keep creating these relaxing stories. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. In the hushed embrace of the ancient pines, a gentle breeze weaved its way through the crisp morning air as I navigated the meandering mountain path. Each step I took softly crunched against the carpet of fallen needles, creating a soothing rhythm that resonated with the beating of my own heart. The mist hung low and thick, enveloping the towering trees in a soft, velvety shroud that absorbed even the faintest of nature's whispers. Solitude in nature had always been my sanctuary, a place where peace could be found in the tranquil quiet. But on this particular morning, a mysterious aura lingered in the air, casting a deeper, more profound silence that seemed to seep into my very being. The usual symphony of bird songs was conspicuously absent, leaving the mountain in an eerie stillness, as if it held its breath in anticipation. Nestled in my backpack was an old leather journal, a relic from an estate sale, its pages filled with enigmatic musings about this very mountain range. The previous owner, a seasoned naturalist who had roamed these lands for decades, chronicled peculiar phenomena that occurred amidst these lofty peaks. He spoke of places where sound gathered like water in hidden valleys, where distant whispers resonated with crystal clarity, while nearby shouts vanished into the air. As I ascended higher, the mist thickened, cloaking me in a cloak of impenetrable silence. The familiar cadence of my footsteps, once a comforting companion, now felt distant and muffled, as if belonging to a stranger. The air grew dense, pressing gently against my ears with a subtle yet insistent weight. A sip of water from my canteen produced a strangely echoing sound, reverberating within my mind in a disorienting manner, as if the sound waves were playing tricks on my perception. The journal alluded to a specific clearing, marked by a circle of weathered stones, where the silence purportedly reached its zenith. According to the naturalist's accounts, those who stumbled upon it often encountered something he cryptically termed the quiet that speaks, although his descriptions grew increasingly enigmatic in his final writings. As the path wound around a colossal boulder, the clearing came into view. 7 ancient stones, waist-high and weather-beaten, formed a rough circle amidst the trees. Wisps of mist twirled and waltzed between them, moving with a deliberate grace that seemed to defy the stillness. Entering the circle, a shift in the atmosphere was palpable. The pressure in my ears intensified, yet not uncomfortably so. It was akin to being gently submerged in a warm pool. The silence here bore a different essence, almost sentient, as if it were attuned to listening. My own breath became inaudible, though the rise and fall of my chest persisted. The soft crunch of pine needles beneath my boots had vanished entirely. Seating myself at the circle's center, leaning against one of the smaller stones, I opened the journal. The naturalist's final entry beckoned to me. The silence whispers tales of memory. It reveals what you seek to hear, if only you listen with more than just your ears. Those words triggered a shift in my consciousness. The silence took on layers of depth and nuance, like diaphanous veils gently shifting against one another. In that profound quietness, I discerned sounds that defied logic. Children's laughter echoing from a distant schoolyard, the rhythmic creak of my grandmother's rocking chair, the soft patter of summer rain on a tin roof from ages past. These were not mere recollections or echoes, but vivid, immediate sensations, simultaneously near yet impossibly remote, as if the silence itself acted as a conduit for distant moments in time. With closed eyes, I surrendered to these phantom sounds, each carrying not only auditory echoes, but the full sensory richness. the fragrance of my grandmother's lavender perfume, the caress of warm summer breezes, the taste of raindrops. Time seemed to warp and stretch as I remained ensconced in this cocoon of vibrant silence. When I finally opened my eyes, the sun was beginning its descent, its light feeble against the perpetual mist enveloping the clearing. Standing up to depart, a peculiar sight arrested my steps. My shadow on the ground was not solitary. Faint yet distinct silhouettes moved at the periphery of my vision. When I turned to confront them directly, they evaporated, though their presence lingered like a whisper. A final scribble in the journal's fading ink caught my attention. They are the guardians of the silent realms, the custodians of forgotten whispers. They bear no malice, merely a desire to share their trove with those attuned to listen. Descending the mountain, the ordinary sounds of the world gradually reasserted themselves. The crunch of my footsteps, the rustle of wind through the trees, the distant cry of a lone bird. Yet, a subtle transformation had occurred. The profound silence had left an indelible imprint, a gentle resonance humming within my very bones. Occasionally, in the quiet moments before sleep, I catch faint echoes of those impossible sounds carried on silent currents. And sometimes, in the darkest depths of night, when the world holds its breath, I glimpse those shadows at the edge of my vision, patiently waiting to share their amassed melodies with those willing to truly hear. The naturalist's wisdom proved true. The mountain conceals secrets within its silence, narratives woven in the absence of sound. Despite numerous return visits, that elusive clearing has never revealed itself to me again. Perhaps it emerges solely for those who crave the revelations whispered by the silence. Or maybe, like the shadows in their treasury of sounds, it exists in a liminal realm where silence grows profound enough to speak its truths. Story 2. The ancient house took on a new aura as the night descended. Nestled in my grandfather's weathered leather armchair, I observed the fading amber hues of daylight vanish from the sky. Shadows elongated and swayed across the time-worn wooden floors, as the rhythmic patter of rain against the windows created a tranquil symphony, blending with the soft crackling of the fireplace. Inheriting this house 3 moons ago, I found solace in its aged charm by day, yet the nights held a peculiar essence that eluded explanation. The air grew denser, as if darkness itself bore weight. The fragrance of old books and cedar enveloped every nook, mingling with the earthy scent of rain-drenched soil seeping through the slightly askew window frames. My gaze wandered to the grandfather clock in the corner, its steady ticking marking time with unwavering precision. The brass pendulum swung hypnotically, casting fluid reflections on the dark wallpaper. As weariness crept upon me, a peculiar sight caught my eye at the window across the room. Something unnoticed in previous nights. Raindrops cascading against the pane formed an unusual pattern, flowing sideways rather than downward. I blinked ponderously, questioning if fatigue played tricks on my mind. The warm firelight rendered the window's glass almost liquid-like, rippling in a manner defying the nature of glass. Rising from the chair, I approached the window with deliberate steps, my sock-clad feet making no sound on the floorboards. The closer I drew, the more anomalies I discerned. The frame, assumed to be of the same dark wood as the others, possessed an iridescent quality akin to mother-of-pearl under moonbeams. The glass felt peculiar to the touch, neither warm nor cold, but a fusion of both sensations. Beyond the glass, the view distorted reality. Instead of the garden's familiar sight with overgrown roses and a stone path, a gentle pulsating fog greeted my eyes, hinting at an inner luminance. Shapes stirred within the mist, fluid yet distinct, evoking a sense of half-remembered dreams. The grandfather clock tolled 9, its resonant chimes filling the room. Each note seemed to ripple through the ethereal fog beyond the window, momentarily halting the enigmatic dance of the shapes within. The rain's sound heightened, now carrying whispers, not ominous, but soothing murmurs reminiscent of leaves rustling in a summer zephyr. I found myself settling onto the window seat, my reflection dimming in the glass as I fixated on the mysteries unfolding beyond. The fog began to thin in patches, unveiling glimpses of what resembled another room, a room inconceivable outside this second-story window. Elegantly crafted furniture, books suspended midair, and a window mirroring this one, facing me. The whispers grew more distinct, exuding the warmth of familiar voices, akin to old friends conversing just beyond reach. The rain's fragrance evolved into a complex blend, notes of vanilla, aged parchment, and a sweet floral essence eluding identification. The air around the window vibrated with a gentle energy, akin to the aftermath of a resonant bell. Seated there, time adopted a different cadence. The clock's ticking decelerated, each second elongating like honey drizzling from a spoon. The mist shapes formed narratives through intricate patterns, tales of bygone nights, erstwhile observers, and other windows. I glimpsed individuals who might have occupied my spot, their countenances serene and inquisitive, their hands extending to touch the glass akin to mine. The dwindling fire cast new shadows that danced upon the window's surface, within which inscriptions materialized and vanished, elegant scripts in unfamiliar languages, yet understood at a deeper level. They spoke of thresholds, doorways, and interstitial spaces, of chambers existing within the fabric of reality. Despite my heavy eyelids, I resisted succumbing to sleep, fearful of missing the revelations within that enigmatic view. The fog continued its unhurried ballet, occasionally parting to disclose tantalizing glimpses of the inconceivable room beyond. At times, subtle movements caught my eye, fluttering curtains, shifting shadows, even the semblance of someone seated in a chair akin to my grandfather's. The whispers now formed a melodious lullaby, interweaving with the rain's cadence in a harmonious serenade. They spoke of enigmas, concealed realms, and worlds lying just beyond the fragile glass barrier. Drifting between wakefulness and slumber, between this chamber and that ethereal place, I eventually succumbed to weariness. Just before my lids closed, a faint sound reached my ears, a soft click, akin to an unlocked door, followed by the faintest creak of hinges. The last sensation I recalled was a cool breeze carrying the fragrance of ancient tomes and boundless possibilities. With the dawn's arrival, I found myself once again in my grandfather's chair, draped in a blanket of unknown origin. The window appeared ordinary, revealing only the rain-soaked garden outside. Yet, on the window seat lay a single parchment, its edges curling slightly, adorned with shifting, elegant writing that defied direct comprehension. Despite my efforts, I could never fully decipher the script, though on certain late nights when rain and shadows aligned perfectly, I sensed a faint understanding. Every evening thereafter, I lingered by that window, an eager observer. Sometimes the fog materialized, at times it did not. Occasionally the other room materialized, while shadows alone graced my sight. Always present were the whispers, the gentle rain, and the allure of undisclosed mysteries. And at times, as the grandfather clock struck 9 and the fire dwindled, I pondered if an observer in that distant room gazed back, pen in hand, scripting tales of a window peering into our realm. Story 3. The gentle patter of autumn rain against the weathered stonework enveloped the evening in a soothing melody, a natural lullaby that whispered through the aged walls of my grandmother's Victorian abode. Inheriting the property a mere fortnight ago, I found myself inexplicably drawn to its serene nooks and concealed crevices, unearthing fresh enigmas within its ancient design each night. Tonight, nestled in the library beneath the soft glow of a vintage brass lamp casting warmth upon the leather-bound tomes, my attention wandered to a peculiar sound emanating from beneath the floorboards. It wasn't the usual settling of time-worn wood or the gentle sigh of wind through crevices. This sound bore a distinct quality, akin to water coursing through ancient conduits, yet with a melodic cadence that stirred the soul. The house holds secrets, my grandmother used to say, but none as captivating as the ancient cistern rumored to lie dormant beneath its very foundation. Constructed in an era when rainwater was a household necessity, the subterranean chamber had long been sealed off, or so the tales claimed. Yet as I immersed myself in the enchanting melody rising from below, a lingering curiosity gnawed at me, hinting that perhaps a fragment of its essence still lingered in the shadows beneath. With each passing moment, the sound grew sharper, not in volume, but in clarity. It evoked the ethereal resonance of wind chimes beneath the waves, a paradoxical fusion of muted yet crystalline tones that defied logic yet resonated profoundly. Outside, the rain intensified, harmonizing with the mysterious cadence that seemed to ebb and flow in response to nature's tempo. Guided by the enigmatic melody, I tread the ground floor's corridors, trailing the sound like a silken thread through a labyrinth. My bare feet traversed the ancient hardwood floors in silent communion, while the familiar creaks of the house hushed into stillness, as though the very structure itself listened alongside me. The brass lamp cast shifting shadows upon the walls, animating the floral wallpaper in a dance of light and shadow at the edge of perception. In the kitchen, concealed beneath a time-worn rug once belonging to my great-grandmother, I stumbled upon a trapdoor previously unnoticed. The aged wood bore the marks of time, a brass ring pull nestled flush against its weathered surface. The melody resonated more profoundly here, a whispered dialogue rising from the depths just beyond comprehension. With trembling hands, not of fear but of anticipation, I raised the ring, unveiling stone steps that descended into darkness. The cool mineral-infused air wafted upwards, redolent of ancient caverns and forgotten springs. Descending each step deliberately, my lamp cast an amber radiance absorbed by the very atmosphere around me. The walls, hewn of meticulously placed stone blocks, whispered of craftsmanship lost to time. Water murmured somewhere in the shadows, weaving a tapestry of sound that seemed purposeful, deliberate. At the chamber's nadir, a circular expanse unfurled before me. The cistern loomed vast and inscrutable, its depths shrouded beyond the reach of my lamp's glow. The water's surface mirrored light in a dance that obscured its true depth, while phantom ripples materialized without apparent cause, capturing the light like molten gold. Yet it was the melody that ensnared my senses. Within this sanctum, I deciphered the true essence of the elusive harmony. The chamber's acoustics transmuted each droplet into a musical note, the rain above orchestrating a symphony of delicate impacts through layers of soil and stone. The water itself resonated with the chamber, weaving harmonies that defied conventional fluid dynamics. Enraptured by the ethereal sonata, I discerned another layer amidst the water's melody, whispers that echoed like distant voices, elusive memories, or mere figments of the mind seeking patterns in chaos. They spoke in tongues nearly familiar, narrating tales of significance veiled just beyond comprehension. Time seemed suspended within that subterranean sanctum, measured not in hours, but in the cadence of droplets and ripples. The lamp's radiance waned imperceptibly as darkness itself assumed a tangible quality, alive with shifting patterns and subtle undulations. Ascending the stone steps, I emerged to find the night deepened considerably. The rain had ceased, the mysterious melody fading to a barely perceptible murmur. Resecuring the rug over the trap door, I knew I would return. The cistern's melody had woven itself into the house's very essence, an enigmatic symphony perpetually serenading beneath our feet. Each night as I lay in bed, I strained to catch that ephemeral music. Sometimes clear as a bell, other times a mere whisper on the edge of perception. I've come to realize that certain enigmas are not meant to be unraveled. They are meant to be experienced, to be felt in the stillness between thoughts, in the pauses between raindrops. The cistern persists in its eternal recital, performing for an audience of stone and shadow. And in dreams that straddle reality, I discern messages within that aqueous melody, echoes of ancient wisdom and forgotten lore carried upon rippling notes. Yet the essence of their communication, the profound truths or obscured narratives they harbor, elude my grasp, akin to capturing the essence of rainfall in memory. Story 4. The gentle flicker of candlelight waltzed gracefully along the aged walls of my grandmother's study, casting ethereal shadows that swayed like spectral dancers in a forgotten ballroom. This room had always been my sanctuary, a haven adorned with mahogany shelves cradling ancient tomes where the sweet fragrance of beeswax candles mingled with the comforting scent of old paper. Outside, the rain played a soft melody on the window panes, a soothing serenade that whispered tales of days long past. Nestled in the embrace of a worn velvet armchair by the crackling fireplace, my fingers traced the intricate carvings on the wooden armrests. Since my grandmother's passing 3 months ago, the responsibility of caring for the house had fallen upon me, leading me to spend countless evenings in this very seat, immersed in the world of her antiquarian books and peculiar relics. But tonight held a peculiar aura, a weighty anticipation that hung in the air like a storm on the horizon. As I reached for another volume from the stack beside me, my hand brushed against a smooth, cold object. A small brass key, aged with time, lay in my palm, its intricate design of intertwining vines catching the glow of the candlelight. This key had eluded my notice in all my years spent in this room. The crackle of the fireplace seemed to hush, as if the room itself held its breath in anticipation. Standing up, I examined the walls with newfound scrutiny. The wallpaper, a faded tapestry of burgundy and gold, seemed to subtly shift in the flickering light. Running my fingers along its surface, I detected a slight irregularity, a small recess that diverged from the surrounding texture. Pressing against it, I felt a subtle resistance give way with a quiet click, revealing a hidden passage no larger than a cabinet door. The passage beckoned me with a soft blue luminescence, emitting a scent of ancient stone intertwined with the essence of seasons past. With the candle in hand, I ventured through the opening, the stone walls absorbing and emitting a gentle glow, muffling my footsteps in a cushion of silence. The passage curved, defying the known dimensions of the house, leading me deeper into an impossible expanse. Emerging into a circular room, shrouded in mist with walls disappearing into darkness above, I beheld a simple wooden desk holding a midnight blue leather-bound book. The room exuded an air of familiarity, juxtaposed with its otherworldly nature, invoking a sense of wonder as I approached the desk. The floor beneath me was adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and flow, reminiscent of the design on the key. Opening the unmarked book, I was met with my grandmother's handwriting, words that danced and morphed on the page like liquid. The passage I deciphered spoke of the room's purpose, a sanctuary that found those in need, a space not to leave but to be found. A gentle hum resonated through the room, its source elusive, merging with the pulsing blue light that filled the chamber. Time warped within those walls, pages turning to unveil enigmatic mysteries penned by my grandmother. The room breathed, its boundaries blurring, and as I closed the book, a profound sense of peace enveloped me. Returning to the study, the brass key now warm in my hand, I found no trace of the hidden passage, only the familiar rain and dancing candlelight. The room's secrets had chosen to reveal themselves, imparting a wisdom that transcended understanding. The elusive blue luminescence lingers in quiet moments, a reminder of the room's existence in its enigmatic realm. The key, untouched, awaits its next discovery, a symbol of mysteries waiting to be unraveled in their own time. Some doors, I learned, are best left to find us, guiding us along paths without defined destinations. And in that mystery lies a profound solace, a truth that not all questions crave answers, and not all journeys seek ends. Story 5. The soft rustle of raindrops on leaves created a serene symphony as I strolled along the forest trail, my steps cushioned by the thick bed of pine needles below. The fading light of late afternoon filtered through the canopy, painting everything with a hazy, otherworldly aura. The air was heavy with the earthy scent of wet soil and moss, intertwined with the sweet perfume of wild mushrooms scattered across the forest floor. These solitary walks had always been my sanctuary, but today held a sense of intrigue. The familiar path seemed to twist in unfamiliar ways, and the ancient trees, silent guardians of centuries past, leaned in closer, their branches swaying in a breeze that eluded my senses, carrying whispered conversations high above. Deeper into the woods I wandered, and a delicate mist began to rise from the ground, curling around the tree trunks like ghostly tendrils. The temperature dipped, sending a shiver down my spine and raising goosebumps on my arms. The rain took on a new melody, beckoning me forward with a subtle, persistent allure. Through the veils of mist, I spied something unexpected. Weathered stone walls cloaked in emerald moss, peeking out amidst the trees. Standing no taller than my chest, these walls bore intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance with each passing glance. They formed an entrance to a labyrinth, a sight unseen in all my years of exploring these woods. The stones exuded a peculiar warmth, and as my hand brushed against them, a gentle hum reverberated through me like an ancient lullaby. The moss beneath my fingertips was velvety soft, emitting a faint glow that grew more pronounced as daylight waned. Without conscious thought, I found myself tracing the walls as they twisted and turned. Each curve unveiled new designs in the stone, new species of moss and lichen painting the surfaces in shades of green, silver, and midnight blue. Unfamiliar flowers bloomed in the crevices, their iridescent petals translucent like shimmering moonbeams embodied. As I delved deeper into the labyrinth, the outside world faded away. The rain's rhythm shifted once more, matching the tempo of my heartbeat. The mist danced around my feet in patterns mirroring the intricate designs on the walls, and in the distance, wind chimes seemed to echo, though no breeze stirred the air around me. Time lost its grip. Had I been walking for minutes or hours? The soft, diffused glow remained constant, emanating from all directions and none. The walls wove endless tales, depicting ancient trees in a forgotten forest, enigmatic beings that blurred the lines between human and animal. Turning a corner, I discovered a circular clearing within the labyrinth. At its center, a pool of water lay so still it resembled black glass, disturbed only by ripples that defied the falling rain. Stone benches encircled the pool, each etched with the same shifting patterns found on the walls. Seating myself, I felt the strange warmth of the stones seep into my being. Raindrops created intricate patterns on the pool's surface, each ripple carrying tiny specks of light that danced and twirled before vanishing. In the depths of the water, fleeting shadows hinted at memories, dreams, or something beyond comprehension. The chiming grew nearer, blending with the rain's melody and the tree's whispers into a harmony that resonated deep within my soul. The mist continued its ethereal ballet around the clearing, occasionally taking shape before dissolving into formless vapor. Images began to materialize in the pool. A library filled with self-turning pages, a garden where flowers bloomed and withered in an instant, a staircase spiraling into infinite darkness. Were these visions reality, reflections, or figments of a vivid imagination nurtured by the mystical atmosphere of this hidden realm? Sitting there, I felt myself merging with the labyrinth's enigmatic melody. The boundaries between self and surroundings blurred until I couldn't distinguish where I ended and the mist began. Raindrops became notes in an ancient melody, and the stone patterns flowed through my thoughts like a gentle stream. Eventually, without knowing how much time had elapsed, I noticed the path that led me to the clearing had transformed. One entrance had morphed into 3 identical passages, each beckoning into the misty unknown. The walls pulsed with the same inner light as the moss, casting shifting shadows that danced and changed like living entities. Though dusk approached, I felt no urgency to return. Which path to choose? Did it truly matter? A sense whispered that each route would guide me to where I needed to be, even if it diverged from my initial starting point. The labyrinth operated on its own logic, governed by emotions and intuition rather than physical laws. Rising from the bench, I selected a passage at random. The chimes swelled momentarily, then receded, replaced by distant, wordless singing emanating from the very stones themselves. The mist parted, unveiling the path step by step. As I traversed, a profound calm enveloped me, dispelling any fear amidst the surreal setting. I felt as though I had stumbled upon something ancient and profound, awaiting discovery with patient grace. The rain persisted in its gentle descent. The mist continued its wistful dance, and above, unseen stars began to twinkle through an invisible ceiling. Whether real or an illusion of the labyrinth, I couldn't discern. That day, I never retraced my steps to the familiar forest path. Instead, I emerged from the labyrinth into my own garden, the stone walls morphing into rows of blooming shrubs, the mystical patterns fading into ordinary shadows. The rain had ceased, yet droplets lingered on leaves and petals, refracting the last remnants of daylight like myriad tiny prisms. Sometimes, I glimpse those shifting patterns in my peripheral vision, or catch echoes of distant chimes on the cusp of slumber. The labyrinth song lingers in my dreams, beckoning me back to its mysterious pathways. On rainy days, when mist rises and light takes on that ethereal quality, I find myself scanning the trees for stone walls, wondering if the labyrinth awaits, ready to bestow its unique magic upon another seeker. Perhaps it never truly existed, save in that ephemeral realm between wakefulness and dreams, where reality blurs and bends. Or perhaps it exists universally, concealed in plain sight, revealing itself solely to those prepared to perceive it. Regardless, its memory remains a gentle nudge, a reminder that the world harbors inexplicable wonders meant to be felt rather than understood. Rain still falls, mist still swirls, and in a forest that may dwell in reality or imagination, an ancient labyrinth of stones dances eternally with time and memory, patiently awaiting the next wanderer to chance upon its enigmatic trails. Story 6. The ancient monastery stood silent and still, embraced by the gentle autumn breeze that whispered secrets through its crumbling stone archways. There was an inexplicable allure to this abandoned place, a pull that drew me in deeper with each step. The weathered stones, warmed by the touch of countless seasons, contrasted the cool evening air that enveloped the ruins. As the setting sun painted the sky in soft purples and deep oranges, shadows danced across the overgrown courtyard, telling tales of forgotten times. Nature had reclaimed the monastery, with wild roses and ivy weaving through cracks in the walls like a tapestry of the earth itself. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of late-blooming flowers mingling with the earthy scent of aged stone and damp moss, creating a symphony of scents that heightened the senses. With my camera in hand, I wandered through the ruins, witnessing ordinary scenes transform into something otherworldly as the light shifted and played its tricks. A broken column stood as a silent sentinel, while a collapsed wall framed the twilight sky like a masterpiece painted by nature. The crunch of fallen leaves beneath my feet provided a rhythmic backdrop to the ethereal song of the wind. And then, amidst the whispers of the breeze, I heard it, a melodic humming that seemed to blend seamlessly with the natural sounds around me. The cadence was musical, reminiscent of ancient chants, but softer, more elusive. Intrigued, I followed the sound deeper into the ruins, drawn to a narrow doorway leading to what once was the monastery's chapel. Inside, the stone floor bore patches of soft moss, a testament to nature's reclaiming touch. Shafts of dusky light pierced through the partially collapsed ceiling, illuminating dancing motes of dust in the tranquil air. The humming grew more defined, yet remained just out of reach, a gentle ebb and flow that mirrored the ocean's waves. The temperature shifted subtly as I moved through the chapel, some corners warm with the day's remnants, others cool and goosebump-inducing. As twilight transitioned into evening, I set up my camera near ancient wooden choir stalls that stood as relics of the past. The dark wood, polished by time, held stories untold within its grains. While adjusting my camera, I caught a glimpse of shadows shifting subtly, a dance that seemed out of sync with the natural play of light. The humming evolved, becoming more intricate as if multiple voices had joined in harmony, a lullaby sung in an unknown tongue. Enthralled, I swayed to the rhythm of the music, my fingers dancing across the camera's controls in synchrony. Through the lens, I witnessed faint shapes moving among the shadows, elusive and ephemeral like heat waves on hot pavement. These shapes flowed with the music, forming and dissolving like smoke in the wind. Capturing the mysterious play of light through long exposure photographs, I unveiled hints of robed figures and dancing light trails, an enigma captured in each frame. As night descended, a thin mist rose from the ground, enveloping the ruins in a ghostly embrace. The humming, accompanied by distant chimes unheard but felt, wove a mesmerizing symphony that resonated with the very foundation of the monastery. Lost in the moment, I roamed through the ruins, capturing the interplay of mist, moonlight, and shadow. The mysterious shapes in my photographs grew more defined, yet remained elusive, like fragments of a half-remembered dream. Seated in an ancient choir stall, I felt the wood cradle me as if shaped by centuries of use. The humming surrounded me, the mist swirling on the floor in intricate patterns reminiscent of flowing water. Lost in the surreal ambiance, I may have drifted into slumber, only to awaken to the moon's silver light filtering through the broken ceiling, casting a mystical glow on the ancient stones. The humming softened, carrying words just beyond comprehension, a conversation in a language teetering on the edge of recognition. The shadows continued their silent dance as I realized the futility of capturing them on camera. Some experiences transcend the need for documentation, existing solely in the realm of feeling. The monastery had gifted me a glimpse into a world beyond images and words, a realm where mysteries linger just out of reach. With the first light of dawn, the humming faded into the natural sounds of the waking day, the mist dissipating like a fleeting dream. Reviewing my photographs in the clarity of daylight revealed mostly ordinary scenes, yet hints of something more lingered in those taken during the darkest hours of the night. Unexplainable light trails and shadowy figures teased the edges of reality, leaving me with questions unanswered. Returning to the monastery in different seasons and weathers, I sought the echoes of that mysterious night. Sometimes the humming would return, a faint echo of the past. Shadows would dance at the corner of my vision, fleeting and intangible. But mostly I sat in the choir stalls, listening to the wind's whispered melodies, waiting for the moment when time would blur and the voices of the past would once again fill the ancient halls. The monastery held its secrets close, revealing them in whispers and fragments, in the dance of light and shadow upon its weathered stones. Some mysteries are destined to remain just beyond our grasp, like the final notes of a forgotten song carried away on the wind. Story 7. The soft hum of my car's engine whispered a lullaby, harmonizing with the rain's gentle tap dance on the windshield. The night enveloped my vehicle in a velvety embrace, pierced only by the warm halo of my headlights cutting through the darkness. It felt like I had been driving for an eternity, yet my watch insisted only 45 minutes had slipped by since I departed the cozy diner where I had savored a cup of coffee. The road unfurled endlessly before me, a black ribbon disappearing into the misty unknown. Towering pine trees flanked both sides, their boughs swaying in the autumn breeze, casting fleeting shadows that pirouetted across my path. The air carried the earthy perfume of rain-soaked soil and pine needles, a scent that usually brought solace, but tonight it held an intensity, an otherworldly allure. A peculiar realization dawned upon me. The mile markers seemed to be caught in a loop. Initially, I brushed it off as a trick of my fatigued mind, but the repetition grew undeniable. Mile 47 passed, followed by 48, 49, 50, only to circle back to 47 again, defying logic. My rational mind attempted to reason. Multiple road sections with identical markers, or perhaps my wariness playing tricks. The soft jazz on the radio faded into static, faint whispers lurking within the white noise, too indistinct to decipher but enough to prick my senses. I muted the radio, preferring the soothing symphony of rain and swish of wipers. As the night deepened, I noticed a recurring presence in my rearview mirror. An antique car from the 1950s, its chrome gleaming in my taillights. It would materialize at precise intervals, trailing me for 3 minutes before vanishing at a bend, only to reappear consistently, maintaining that exact distance. Glancing at the dashboard clock, it stubbornly displayed 11:47 p.m., a time frozen in eternity since the strange repetition began. The desolate rest area I sought refuge in offered no solace, save for a solitary streetlight casting a golden pool on the glistening pavement. Venturing towards a weathered information board, I encountered a cryptic map, its roads twisting in impossible geometries, defying conventional logic. A handwritten note in the corner whispered, "Time is a circle here. The journey never ends, it just changes you." Returning to my car, the vintage vehicle I had glimpsed in my mirror sat nearby, pristine despite the rain, exuding a lingering aroma of aged leather and pipe tobacco, as though its driver had just stepped away. Back on the road, the scenery morphed subtly, trees elongated, branches forming natural canopies over the road, shrouding my path in shadow. Mist billowed across the asphalt in spectral waves, teasing glimpses of ephemeral faces and forms. Each subsequent rest area mirrored the last, with a vintage car parked nearby, vacant yet pulsing with a spectral presence. Days seemed to melt into the endless night, yet my watch stubbornly clung to 11:47 p.m., the gas gauge unmoved and the coffee perpetual warmth. Encountering fellow travelers along this eternal road, their serene countenances hinting at a shared destiny within this cyclical realm. A strange comfort settled within me, embracing the timelessness where the journey itself transcended both purpose and destination. The static whispers morphed into a melodic cadence, the fog's phantasmal ballet feeling like a reunion with familiar spirits. With each pass of mile marker 47, new revelations unfurled. Unseen tree patterns, shifts in light quality, whispered melodies in the static chorus. The road remained constant, yet my perception unfurled like a musical opus, revealing hidden depths with each verse. Amidst the unending night, a realization blossomed. This eternal road was not a snare, but a gift for those willing to embrace its enigmatic allure. The rain's gentle tattoo on the windshield serenaded my senses as mile marker 47 beckoned ahead, promising a fresh revelation awaiting my evolved gaze. In a realm where the road never ceased, secrets awaited uncovering, mysteries entwined in endless layers, and selves awaiting evolution. Some gardens are meant to be glimpsed, their mysteries cherished like pressed flowers in memory's pages. The hedge guarded its secrets, as it had for generations, yet the awareness of their presence lingered, concealed behind the thorns, dancing in golden light to the rhythm of raindrops. Story 62. The soft murmur of rain tapping against the windows of my cozy cottage set a tranquil cadence, a melody crafted by nature herself. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cocooned in the gentle embrace of a knitted blanket, I gazed out as raindrops meandered down the glass in lazy, hypnotic trails. Evening had descended swiftly, as if eager to embrace the autumn dusk, casting a peculiar hush that transcended the usual serenity of my woodland abode. My cup of tea sat forgotten, its warmth long faded on the neglected table, as my attention was captivated by the ethereal vista of the forest beyond the rain-streaked window. The ancient sentinels, towering trees that had witnessed epochs before my arrival, swayed imperceptibly in an unseen breeze, moving in a synchronized ballet that hinted at a hidden unity. The soft glow of the reading lamp bathed the room in a comforting amber hue, painting dancing shadows on the wooden walls like playful spirits. Outside, the forest cloaked itself in deepening shadows with each passing moment, yet tonight there was an enigmatic quality to the darkness. It was not merely the absence of light, it possessed a palpable essence, a pulsing depth that resonated with a gentle rhythm of its own. Setting aside my book, a mysterious compulsion drew me to the window, urging me to peer closer at the enigmatic symphony unfolding before me. As my fingertips met the cool glass, a subtle vibration seemed to hum beneath my touch, like a distant heartbeat reverberating through the very soul of the earth. The rain continued its melodic descent, but now I discerned a pattern in its descent, a choreographed dance akin to music inscribed in water. The droplets ebbed and flowed, crescendoing and receding in a mesmerizing rhythm that mirrored the ebb and flow of breath, a tranquil, harmonious respiration. Venturing to the front door, I crossed the threshold onto the sheltered porch, allowing the symphony of rainfall to envelop me in its embrace. The air bore the heady fragrance of damp earth and pine needles, intermingled with a sweeter, ancient scent reminiscent of old tomes and morning mist. Each inhalation felt charged with significance, as though the act of breathing forged a profound connection to a vast, unseen tapestry that had always enveloped me, yet remained unseen until this moment. In the deepening twilight, the silhouettes of the nearest trees emerged, their branches swaying with a graceful elegance that painted intricate patterns against the overcast sky, resembling ripples on a tranquil pond. Observing closely, I noticed a fluidity to their movements, a seamless transfer of motion from one sentinel to the next, as if a wave of energy coursed through the forest, binding them in a silent, mesmerizing dance. The wind chimes dangling from the porch roof hung eerily still, unaffected by the arboreal choreography unfolding around them. This anomaly registered as a curious enigma in the recesses of my mind, prompting contemplation rather than alarm. Enveloped by the cool night air, a faint, elusive sound brushed against my ears, akin to the whisper of ancient parchments turning or the delicate rustle of silk. It seemed to emanate from all directions and none simultaneously, rising and falling in tandem with the rhythmic pulse I had perceived in the rain. Beneath my bare feet, the wooden planks of the porch thrummed faintly, resonating with that same gentle heartbeat that reverberated through the very essence of the forest. The sensation coursed through me, prompting an unconscious sway as I instinctively synchronized my movements with the arboreal breath that enveloped me in its tranquil embrace. Time unraveled its conventional constraints as I stood entranced. Rather than a veil of impenetrable darkness, the night seemed to acquire depth and texture, harboring elusive shapes that flitted between branches, shadows that might have been more than mere absence of light. Yet an ineffable calm pervaded my being as I watched these spectral forms, partaking in the forest's unhurried waltz. Intermittently, soft luminosities glimmered amidst the trees, not the harsh glare of artificial illumination, but a more organic radiance, akin to starlight filtered through foliage, or the gentle phosphorescence of ancient timber. These celestial beacons flickered in synchrony with the forest's breathing, tender reminders that I was not solitary in my nocturnal reverie. Gradually, I became attuned to how my own inhalations mirrored the rhythm of the forest, aligning effortlessly with its ancient cadence. Each breath ushered in a cascade of sensations: the mineral tang of rain-kissed stone, the earthy redolence of clandestine fungi sprouting in hidden alcoves, the bittersweet decay of autumnal foliage surrendering to the nurturing earth. The rain relented, though its tranquil percussion persisted, a delicate lullaby serenading the night. Amidst the comparative hush, a symphony of subtler sounds emerged. The gentle creak of timber sighing in the night, the whisper of leaves engaging in a tender dialogue, and beneath it all, that imperceptible, ever-present rhythm that might have been my own heartbeat, might have been the forest's pulse, might have transcended distinctions to become both simultaneously. A faint zephyr finally stirred the dormant wind chimes, eliciting a melodic resonance that harmonized seamlessly with the forest's nocturnal sonata. The metallic tubes emitted a surprise warmth, their ethereal melody hinting at narratives that eluded my grasp. Tales of roots delving deep into the earth's bosom, of seasons revolving in an eternal waltz, of myriad creatures leading their silent lives amidst the twilight interstices of the arboreal realm. As the night deepened, I found myself content to linger within this ephemeral moment, where the boundaries between observer and observed blurred, and I became an integral part of the forest's respiration. The trees maintained their stately minuet, and a burgeoning realization dawned upon me, the interconnectedness of their motion with the broader symphony of existence, the rain's cadence, the earth's pulse, the sap's flow beneath bark, the steady thrum of my own heart. Upon returning to my armchair, I left the curtains ajar, granting passage to the nocturnal phantasmagoria outside. My once cold tea had transmuted into fresh rainwater in the cup, a transformation beyond my recollection. Savoring the elixir, I detected mineral notes from the depths of the earth, sweetness from withered leaves, and an indefinable essence reminiscent of moonlight caressing dampened bark. The forest's rhythm lingered as I succumbed to the tendrils of slumber, my breath merging with its timeless pulsations. In that liminal realm between wakefulness and dreams, I grasped the realization that the forest had always respired, had forever swayed in its deliberate, majestic minuet. The soul metamorphosis had occurred within me, an awakening to its eloquent breath. Even now, as lamplight suffuses these words, I sense the forest's respiration. In the rare hush of night, I find myself swaying in communion with its rhythm, and in those fleeting instants betwixt breaths, I swear I discern the forest's murmurs, whispering tales meant solely for my ears, narratives inscribed in raindrops and rustling foliage, in creaking boughs and settling loam, in the subtle thrum that courses through every fiber of this realm, binding all in a tapestry of comprehension gradually unfolding. The forest exhales, and I breathe in unison, a symbiosis that feels as natural as the cosmos itself. Story 63. In the fading light of dusk, the evening sky was painted with delicate strokes of lavender and deep blue, casting elongated shadows over my grandmother's rustic cabin. Seeking solace from the clamor of modern life, I found myself entangled in a mystery that would forever alter my perception of the natural world. Nestled at the foot of an ancient mountain, the cabin stood with its pointed roof, a steadfast sentinel in every window's view. In those initial tranquil days, the unchanging presence of the mountain brought me solace, as if it cradled the cabin in a protective embrace, its slopes cloaked in a lush tapestry of emerald pines murmuring secrets on the wind. Each morning, the symphony of birdsong greeted the dawn, filtering through the thin walls like a gentle alarm. The aged floorboards whispered tales of generations past with each soft creak underfoot. The fragrance of pine and dew seeped through the slightly warped window frames, heralding the promise of another serene day. On the fourth morning, a peculiar observation caught my attention. While sipping tea on the porch, watching mist cascade down the mountainside, I realized the birds had fallen eerily silent. Not a gradual hush, but an abrupt cessation, as though a universal mute button had been pressed. Amidst the profound quiet, only the rustle of leaves in the breeze persisted. That day I felt compelled to scrutinize the mountain's countenance more closely. Its rugged features seemed subtly altered, though the reason eluded me. Shadows among the trees appeared deeper, more deliberate, arranged in a cryptic pattern just beyond my comprehension. Hours slipped away as I sketched the vista from my perch, attempting to capture elusive details slipping through my grasp. That night, I dreamt of eyes peering from the mountainside, myriad dark windows gazing down into the valley, awakening to find my sketchbook open on the kitchen table, though I distinctly recalled leaving it on the porch, filled with intricate drawings I didn't recall creating, patterns of circles and lines rippling across the paper like water. Subsequent days unfurled with subtler oddities. Objects within the cabin shifted imperceptibly when unobserved. A cup nudged slightly to the left, a book tilted askew, my grandmother's rocking chair facing a new direction, always toward the mountain. The mountain itself underwent imperceptible alterations, unverifiable yet undeniable. Rocks that seemed rearranged from the day prior, trees tilting at impossible angles, branches extending towards the cabin like inquisitive appendages, and always the unsettling sensation of being watched. Patterns emerged in the way shadows danced across the valley, defying the sun's expected course. Sometimes they paused, coalescing like dark pools, shifting against the natural light. A palpable tension lingered in the air during these moments, as if the entire valley held its breath. Dreams grew more vivid, filled with murmured dialogues in ancient tongues unknown yet familiar, awakening to pine needles on my pillow, despite all windows remaining shut. Earthy scents clung to my attire, even garments untouched in the dresser. One tranquil evening, as the sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, I witnessed movement on the mountainside, inexplicable by wind or fauna. Sections of the mountain seemed to shift, adjusting position like one settling into a comfortable chair. Instead of fear, a profound tranquility enveloped me. I gravitated to the porch, where I often read aloud from my grandmother's tomes, the wind altering course to carry my voice uphill. Sometimes I sat in companionable silence, feeling the weight of ancient observation like a warm embrace. Locals in the nearby village evaded direct mention of the mountain, yet their unspoken reverence spoke volumes. Their gazes would drift to its peaks during conversation, nodding in tacit acknowledgement. Children frolicked freely in the valley, but refrained from venturing too high on the slopes, not out of fear, but respect. Weeks passed, unveiling the mountain's consciousness, neither malevolent nor benevolent, simply existing like gravity or time. Its awareness spanned a scale where human lives flickered like fireflies. Yet it watched, observed, and in its enigmatic way, knew. Unearthed from the attic's dusty trunk, my grandmother's journals illuminated her comprehension of the mountain's essence. Her graceful script alluded to the watcher on high and the keeper of valley secrets. Entries mirrored my own encounters, displaced objects, meaningful silences, dreams that felt akin to memories. As twilight descends, I pen this narrative bathed in the gentle glow, sensing the mountain's gaze like a tangible weight. Shadows in the room converge into cryptic configurations, almost forming words, the air thickening with unspoken revelations. The wooden walls softly creak, adjusting to face the ancient observer beyond. Accepting that some enigmas are meant to be embraced rather than deciphered, I find solace in the mountain that presides over the valley, harboring secrets older than human recollection. Its presence now comforts me, a reminder of the enduring marvels eluding our modern explanations. The birds' melodies resound once more, carrying messages laden with purpose between the valley and its age-old custodian. As night looms, I conclude this account and venture onto the porch one final time. The mountain's silhouette stands unwavering, softened by starlight, yet unwaveringly vigilant. Should you ever find yourself in a tranquil vale beneath an ancient peak's shadow, heed the quality of silence. Observe how shadows shift, trees lean, and the very air thickens with awareness. You may unearth, as I have, that certain mountains transcend mere existence. They watch, remember, and in their primordial way, comprehend. Story 64. The rain cascaded down in gentle waves against the weathered wooden house, creating a soothing rhythm that seemed to echo through the very bones of the structure. Nestled in my favorite armchair, I gazed as shadows pirouetted across the walls, choreographed by the autumn breeze rustling the trees outside my window. The soft glow of my reading lamp enveloped me in a warm embrace, casting a circle of light, while the rest of the room remained cloaked in serene darkness. It was in one of these tranquil evening interludes that I first sensed it, a whisper so delicate that it could have been mistaken for the house settling into itself. The sound appeared to emanate from somewhere beneath the floorboards, a gentle murmur that might have been the rustle of leaves or the breath of wind seeping through crevices. Setting down my book, I allowed my eyelids to drift shut, focusing on the ethereal sound. It held a melodic quality, akin to a distant lullaby softly hummed. The longer I listened, the more defined it became, yet its essence, if it indeed had words, remained just beyond my comprehension. The ancient house had always possessed its unique symphony of creaks and groans, a language of timber and nail that had become familiar over time. But this was different. This whisper exuded a warmth, an almost sentient quality that sent a shiver down my spine, not of fear, but of curiosity. In the passing days, I found myself spending more hours in that chair, enraptured by the sound. Sometimes the voice would remain silent for stretches, leaving me with only the pattering of rain and the rustle of pages turning. Other times, it would weave into the night's usual cacophony like a wisp of smoke, blending with the ambient sounds until it intertwined with the house's voice, indistinguishable from one another. I began to notice subtle shifts within my dwelling. Books would subtly rearrange themselves on the shelves overnight, not as if disturbed, but as if choosing new companions. The antique grandfather clock in the hallway would sporadically pause for a fleeting moment before resuming its steady cadence, as if pausing to listen to a hidden melody. One particularly hushed evening, as the fading sunlight painted the walls in hues of amber and gold, I spied a hairline crack in one of the weathered floorboards, a crack I was certain had not been there before. It ran slender as a hair, tracing the wood's grain like a dark ink line. Kneeling to inspect it, the whisper resurfaced, clearer than ever before. The voice seemed to convey emotions rather than words, sensations of warmth, of hospitality, of kinship. It evoked memories of my grandmother's gentle hum while knitting, crafting not just a tune, but an ambiance of solace and security. The crack seemed to appear and vanish with the shifting light, at times seeming to alter its position when I averted my gaze. I began leaving small trinkets near the crack, a glass marble, a silver button, a polished river stone. Occasionally, I would discover them arranged in configurations I had not arranged, forming delicate spirals or precise lines. Once I placed a diminutive bell, and in the dead of night, I could have sworn I heard it chime so faintly it might have been a figment of a dream. The voice evolved into a constant companion, its presence as natural as the stairs creaking or the branches tap against the windows. It seemed attuned to my emotions. When troubled, it would soothe. When joyous, it would adopt an almost mischievous quality, like sunlight dancing on water. More transformations ensued. The room's temperature would subtly fluctuate, creating warm pockets that seemed to trail after me as I moved about the house. The lamplight would at times flicker in synchrony with the whispered melody. Even the dust motes in the air appeared to pirouette with intent, swirling in deliberate patterns when caught in sunbeams. No fear ever gripped me, even as the enigmatic presence grew more palpable. Rather, I felt as though I was gradually being initiated into a secret, becoming part of something ancient and serene. The voice beneath the floorboards did not seek to unsettle or terrify. It yearned to share to teach me to listen in a manner I had never practiced before. On sleepless nights, I would recline on the floor near the crack, pressing my ear against the smooth, weathered wood. The voice would rise to meet me, its whispers now carrying fragments of tales I could nearly decipher. Perhaps narratives of other listeners, of other nights spent in tranquil communion with whatever resided beneath the aged floorboards. As weeks melted into months, I noticed that visitors to the house also seemed to sense it, though they never overtly acknowledged it. They would pause at certain spots, incline their heads as if attuned to a sound just beyond hearing, their countenances softening with an unspoken serenity. The crack in the floorboard remained static, never expanding to jeopardize the house's structure. Instead, it seemed to serve as a portal between two realms, the tangible world of wood and stone, and another domain of murmurs and half-remembered melodies. Occasionally, I would glimpse movement in my peripheral vision, like the flutter of unseen drapes in a room devoid of drafts, yet it never felt intrusive or unsettling. Winter arrived, ushering in extended nights and novel sounds. The snap of frost, the gentle descent of snow, the whisper of chilly wind through bare branches. The voice adapted, its whispers now infused with the crystalline clarity of ice and the muffled peace of snow-laden earth. The house felt more animated than ever, as though the cold had awakened a deeper essence within its timbers. I refrained from attempting to capture the voice with recording devices or document the moving objects with cameras. Such endeavors seemed as though they would shatter the fragile bond that had formed among the house, its unseen inhabitant, and myself. Instead, I maintained a journal of my sentiments and observations, recording how the voice seemed to ebb and flow with the seasons, with the weather, with the moon's phases. Presently, as I pen these words, the voice persists in its gentle serenade beneath my feet. The crack in the floorboard catches the lamplight in improbable ways, casting shadows that undulate like living entities across my pages. I have learned that certain enigmas are meant to be experienced rather than deciphered. The voice beneath the floorboards has woven itself into my home's pulse, a testament that within the interstices of what we discern and what we sense, magic lingers in the tranquil instants of our existence. Occasionally, in the darkest hours of night, when wakefulness blurs into dreaming, I fancy I can almost discern words in the whispered melody. They speak of patience, of the unhurried wisdom of ancient abodes, of the narratives harbored within worn wood and weathered stone. Yet perhaps it is better that I never wholly grasped their meaning. Some melodies are destined to remain just beyond our reach, their mystery integral to their allure. And so I persevere in listening, in observing the patterns materialize and dissolve, in feeling the presence that abides beneath the floorboards. The crack endures, a reminder that in our world, reality sometimes softens at the margins, where whispers can reshape our perception of what home truly signifies. Ultimately, perhaps that is all one truly needs to understand, that occasionally in the hushed intervals between heartbeats, if we listen attentively enough, we may discern something murmuring back to us from the realms we thought we knew so intimately. Story 65. In the hushed embrace of twilight, the gentle murmur of wind weaving through the autumn leaves whispered a lullaby as I tread upon the forest path. The air carried a bittersweet symphony of scents, the earthy perfume of decaying leaves mingling with the musky aroma of mushrooms peeking from hidden nooks, and the final whispers of summer flowers yielding to the embrace of fall. As the setting sun cast long, stretching shadows among the trees, their slender branches extended like graceful fingers, beckoning me forward. These evening strolls had always been a sanctuary, a respite from the clamor of the day confined within walls. Here in the heart of the forest, a different kind of tranquility dwelled, alive with the rustle of unseen creatures, a gentle chorus of whispers and distant echoes of nature's symphony. Yet on this particular night, an unfamiliar aura lingered in the air. The usual chirping of crickets seemed subdued, as if they, too, awaited a mysterious presence in the deepening dusk. With the fading light casting a golden glow, the first owl's soft call pierced the stillness, a familiar melody that often graced my nocturnal sojourns. However, it was not the solitary call that captured my attention, but the haunting reply that followed. Another owl's voice joined the nocturnal choir, its song carrying an otherworldly tune, foreign to my ears. The duet of hoots intertwined in the twilight air, weaving a spectral melody that compelled me to halt in my tracks. As I stood enraptured, more voices joined the ethereal chorus. 3, then 4, then an uncountable multitude, each adding its unique timbre to the eerie harmony. The forest reverberated with their collective song, emanating from all directions and none, enveloping the spaces between the trees in a mystical embrace. A chill descended, accompanied by a delicate mist that rose like spectral tendrils from the forest floor. Through the veiling fog, I discerned a peculiar dance of shadows among the trees, their movements fluid and independent of the waning light, as if the darkness itself pulsed with a hidden purpose. Time lost its grip upon me, my watch suspended in a timeless moment. The owl's cadence became my only measure, a steady beat guiding me through the shifting twilight. The mist thickened, revealing elusive shapes, not quite solid, yet more than mere shadows, gliding with a celestial grace akin to ethereal dancers in a cosmic ballet. These forms seemed to respond to the owl's song, swaying and twirling in perfect synchrony with each haunting note. As my eyes adjusted to the deepening gloom, faint features emerged within the mist, hints of wings, of ancient gazes, of beings that flickered between avian and enigmatic forms. Unconsciously, I swayed with the spectral rhythm, my breath synchronizing with the forest's pulse. The cool mist enveloped me like a shroud of tranquility, dispelling any sense of fear that might have lingered. Instead, a profound serenity settled over me, as if I had stumbled upon an age-old ritual, sacred and timeless, performed in the heart of these ancient woods since the dawn of time. Slowly, I realized the owl's song was evolving, growing more intricate, layers of sound intertwining in a tapestry of meaning just beyond my grasp. The misty shapes drew nearer, their choreography becoming more elaborate, revealing glimpses of unseen realms within the spaces of their dance. Moonlit clearings unknown to me, sacred trees not bound by earthly roots, and stars aglow with hues beyond comprehension. Time flowed in a strange, meandering current, propelling me forward along the path that felt at once familiar and alien. The owl's melody guided my steps, while the spectral dancers hovered like silent sentinels, accompanying me through the enigmatic twilight realm. I traversed what could have been minutes or hours, allowing the haunting music to carry me through the veiled world between night and day. Gradually, familiar landmarks came into view, the gnarled oak that marked the threshold of my usual route, the moss-clad boulder resembling a slumbering giant. Yet they appeared transfigured, infused with the mystique of the night's enchantment. As I neared the forest's edge, the mist began to dissipate, and with it the ethereal chorus began to fade. One by one, the owl voices receded, until only a single echo lingered, the same gentle, rolling hoot that had initiated the nocturnal symphony. Then, even that solitary sound dissolved into the night, leaving behind a silence pregnant with enigma. Emerging from the woods, my watch abruptly resumed its ticking, indicating a mere hour had elapsed since my entry into the forest, though my experience whispered otherwise. The misty dancers had vanished, leaving in their wake only the ordinary shadows of twilight. In the days that followed, I resumed my evening excursions, though the mysterious chorus and its spectral audience eluded me. Occasionally, on nights of profound stillness, I caught a fleeting echo of that unearthly harmony in the distance, or glimpsed a fleeting movement at the edge of sight. Yet the full symphony remained a tantalizing dream, more vivid than reality itself. The forest guarded its secrets jealously, unveiling them only in those perfect moments of twilight, when the boundary between the tangible and the fantastical blurred. Still, I tread the forest paths as evening descends, pausing to listen when an owl's call pierces the gathering gloom. And sometimes, in rare instances, I sense the faint stirrings of a reply, bearing the promise of another dance betwixt shadow and light, conducted by the song of the solitary owls. Story 66. The soft patter of rain tapping against the window panes serenaded the ancient mansion, weaving a tranquil melody that lulled the restless soul. Standing in the grand entrance hall, I watched as raindrops meandered down the glass, painting delicate patterns that danced in the twilight's embrace. Aged wood exhaled a sweet, musty fragrance, mingling with hints of lavender that whispered tales of bygone eras. This majestic abode was an inheritance from my grandmother, a sanctuary where echoes of childhood frolicked in every nook and cranny. The time-worn hardwood floors murmured beneath my steps as I wandered through the familiar chambers, my movements echoing softly in the hush of the night. Shadows caressed the walls, adorning everything in hues of serene blue and gentle gray. The allure of the second-floor corridor beckoned me, stretching out like a pathway to the ethereal. Its polished wooden panels gleamed with a warmth earned through decades of meticulous care. Family portraits adorned the walls, their solemn gazes following my journey with unwavering dignity. The burgundy carpet runner cradled my steps, its intricate design still vibrant despite the passage of time. Tonight, an enigmatic aura enveloped the air. Perhaps it was the way shadows cascaded, or the silence that hung heavy with anticipation. Progressing down the hallway, the familiar portraits seemed to shift in my peripheral vision. Whenever I gazed directly at them, they remained motionless, frozen in eternal poses. Yet, in the corner of my eye, I could swear they stirred, their gazes subtly tracking my traverse. The scent of lavender intensified, entwining with notes of vanilla and aged paper, a nostalgic blend reminiscent of my grandmother's study. But her study resided on the first floor, not within this corridor's confines. The aroma wrapped around me like a gentle embrace, evoking half-forgotten memories of sunlit afternoons spent in her company. Halting before a mirror that had hung steadfast in its place for as long as memory served, I beheld my reflection. Yet, a subtle distortion lingered. The corridor reflected in the mirror appeared elongated, adorned with doors unknown to my reality. When I turned to verify, the hallway remained unaltered. Reverting my gaze to the mirror, the distorted version persisted, stretching into unfathomable distances. A faint whisper brushed against my senses, akin to pages rustling in a breeze. It seemed to emanate from all directions and none simultaneously. The unintelligible words carried a familiar cadence, akin to my grandmother's voice, or perhaps my own. The corridor's temperature shifted, a pleasant coolness enveloping me, reminiscent of early autumn evenings by the crackling fireplace downstairs. The wooden panels seemed to inhale and exhale, expanding and contracting in harmony with the house's heartbeat. Each breath exhaled more memories into the atmosphere. Melodies of piano drifting from the parlor, echoes of children's laughter, the gentle click-clack of my grandmother's knitting needles. Continuing down the corridor, the portraits underwent subtle transformations. A shift in color here, a vanishing trinket there. These changes, rather than alarming, felt like natural extensions of the stories this place safeguarded. With each step, the corridor unfurled, not in a disquieting manner, but as though the house extended an invitation to delve deeper into remembrance, into understanding. The rain's rhythm metamorphosed, evolving into a melodic symphony synchronized with my strides. Each raindrop encapsulated a memory, vivid initially, then dissolving like sugar in tea. Reaching out to the wall, the wood beneath my touch exuded warmth, akin to living flesh. Grain patterns swirled and transfigured, morphing into fleeting images, a child's toy, a Christmas tree, an antique rocking chair. Each contact released more memories into the atmosphere, manifesting as golden motes that pirouetted in the twilight shadows. At the corridor's end stood a door previously unnoticed, seamlessly blending with its counterparts. Its brass handle gleamed, beckoning in the dim glow. Drawing closer, the whispers grew clearer, though their meaning eluded me. They resonated with my grandmother's hum as she tended her garden, a melody embodying the wisdom of the ages. The door, though unlocked, did not yield to my touch in the conventional sense. Instead of swinging open, it dissolved like morning mist, unveiling another corridor beyond, or perhaps the same corridor glimpsed through a different epoch. In this alternate reality, sunlight bathed non-existent windows, casting a luminous spell upon dancing dust motes. Stationed betwixt these two realms, I harbored no trepidation, only a profound tranquility. The whispers persisted, accompanied by lilting laughter and distant piano harmonies. Lavender's scent intertwined with the essence of freshly baked bread and morning coffee, a tapestry woven from the comforting sense of my childhood within this abode. Glancing backward, the corridor I traversed remained tangible and real, yet shrouded in enigma, akin to the path ahead. The portraits observed with benevolent countenances, their visages familiar yet refracted through the prism of time. Neither did I venture forth nor retreat. Instead, I lingered in that liminal space, allowing memories to cascade over me like gentle cascades. On tranquil evenings when the rain caresses the earth in a symphony of droplets, I often return to that corridor. The door stands sentinel, ever present, but I've learned its purpose transcends mere entry. It serves as a reminder that memory is not a linear progression, but a corridor of boundless prospects, where past and present waltz in the soft glow of comprehension. The whispers persist in their eternal dialogue, the portraits maintain their silent watch. The corridor endures, neither wholly tangible nor wholly imagined, a realm where fragmented memories convalesce and metamorphose into new forms. Amid this twilight realm betwixt what was and what could have been, I've discovered a unique peace, one born of accepting that certain mysteries are meant to be experienced rather than unraveled. Thus, the corridor persists as a haven where time flows languidly like honey on a sunlit day, where memories fragment and coalesce like waves upon a distant shore. The rain cascades, the wood murmurs, and somewhere within the heartbeat's interstice, my grandmother's lavender blooms eternal and ever-changing in the garden of fractured memories. Story 67. The soft patter of rain on weathered window panes whispered through the night as I navigated the meandering forest road. My headlights sliced through the darkness, casting a gentle glow on raindrops that shimmered like celestial beings in the night sky. The fuel gauge ticked precariously close to empty, a silent reminder that had been haunting me for miles. Through the veil of rain, a golden light glowed invitingly around the upcoming bend. Drawing nearer, the sign of an ancient inn materialized from the shadows, its name faintly visible in the dim light, the Midnight Inn. And so, I journeyed onward, accompanied by the murmuring engine, the rain's soft cadence, and the hushed secrets of a road without end, only infinite beginnings. Story 8. The hushed symphony of raindrops tapping against my window enveloped me on this autumn evening, guiding my mind into a serene state of reflection. The warm glow of my reading lamp danced across the pages of my worn leather journal, where the enigmatic occurrences of recent weeks were carefully chronicled. The gentle scratch of my fountain pen against the paper provided a soothing accompaniment to the natural melody outside. It all began on a misty night, much like this one, when the unmistakable sound of carriage wheels rolling over cobblestones first reached my ears. In our historic neighborhood, such sounds were not entirely uncommon. The ancient roads retained their original stone paths, and horse-drawn carriages occasionally graced the streets, carrying curious visitors seeking a glimpse of the past. Yet, there was something peculiar about this particular sound that captured my attention. The rhythmic clip-clop of hooves and the steady rotation of wheels maintained a flawless tempo, never wavering, never altering its pace. Setting down my teacup, I was drawn to the window by the hypnotic consistency of the sound. Through the sheer curtains, I discerned the silhouette of an elegant carriage, its dark form barely visible in the ethereal mist that draped the street. The vehicle moved with an almost mechanical precision, its wheels spinning at an exact rate, the horse's hooves striking the cobblestones with unwavering regularity. No coachman adorned the carriage, yet it navigated its path with resolute determination. The windows remained opaque, offering no glimpse of any occupants within, and the entire conveyance appeared cloaked in a peculiar, light-absorbing material. That initial night, I observed it pass by my residence thrice, each round occurring precisely 47 minutes apart. I found myself timing the intervals, captivated by the mathematical precision of its appearances. As the weeks unfolded, the carriage became a familiar sight in our neighborhood. Every night, as the sun dipped beyond the horizon and the first stars emerged in the dusky sky, the familiar sound would echo through the winding streets. The local felines would halt their nocturnal prowls, frozen in stillness as the carriage glided by. Even the birds fell silent, creating a pocket of quiet anticipation in its wake. Other residents too began to take notice. Mrs. Henderson, residing 3 houses down, swore she had glimpsed it passing her bedroom window precisely at 3:17 a.m., the echo of its wheels seeming to resonate from the depths of her dreams. The children in the area devised a game of counting the seconds between the carriage's appearances, though their parents gently discouraged them from venturing out after dark to await its arrival. I found myself increasingly absorbed in the enigma. My journal overflowed with meticulous observations. The precise hue of the carriage's exterior, a blend of midnight blue and the shade of a crow's wing, the curious manner in which streetlights dimmed slightly as it passed beneath them, the faint aroma of lilacs and wood smoke that lingered in its trail. One fog-laden evening, I made the decision to trail it. Bundling up in a cozy coat, I ventured onto the slick cobblestones just as the familiar sound drew near. 3 stories tall, the inn stood like a sentinel in the storm, its Victorian architecture blending into the obsidian sky. Windows radiated a comforting warmth, offering solace from the intensifying rain. The crunch of gravel under my tires signaled my arrival as I parked. The engine's hum faded, leaving only the soothing drumbeat of raindrops on the car roof. A covered porch encircled the inn, its time-worn planks creaking softly in harmony with wind chimes singing in the breeze. Stepping out, I inhaled the earthy aroma of rain-soaked soil and ancient wood, intertwined with a hint of floral sweetness, perhaps honeysuckle or jasmine from the lush garden edging the property. Each footfall on the porch steps murmured as I approached the sturdy oak door, its brass knocker polished by a history of hands preceding mine. Inside, the foyer glowed with the amber light of vintage wall sconces. Faded wallpaper adorned with intricate vines and blossoms swayed in the flickering glow, creating an illusion of movement. A grand clock stood vigil in the corner, its pendulum swinging with a mesmerizing cadence, its hands forever fixed at midnight. The innkeeper materialized noiselessly, an elderly woman with silver hair coiled elegantly, clad in a dress reminiscent of a bygone era. Her smile was serene, her gestures graceful as she presented the leather-bound guest ledger. "Welcome to the Midnight Inn," her voice, akin to wind through autumn foliage, murmured. "We've been awaiting your arrival." I hadn't made a reservation, chance had led me here, but wariness brushed aside the peculiarity of her statement. The pen she offered felt weighty in my grasp, its ink shimmering faintly as I inscribed my name. Peering at the previous entry, dated precisely a year ago, I followed her up a spiral staircase. Each step, cushioned by plush crimson carpet, muffled our ascent. The air grew cooler, carrying whispers of lavender and aged books. Portraits and landscapes adorned the walls, their gazes seeming to acknowledge our passage with knowing smiles. At the end of the third-floor corridor, moonlight spilled through a vast window, despite the storm clouds that loomed earlier. The room, expansive and ethereal, housed a four-poster bed draped in navy curtains that swayed mysteriously, untouched by any breeze. A silver tea set awaited on a table, wisps of steam curling upward without a sound. "Rest well," the innkeeper bid, leaving me a warm brass key. Time dances uniquely at midnight. Nestled in the plush armchair by the window, I noticed subtle anomalies my fatigued mind had initially overlooked. The mantel clock, like its counterpart below, stood frozen at midnight. The mirror's reflection, flawless save for my chair, revealed a night sky devoid of rain, stars twinkling in enigmatic patterns. Sipping the chamomile-infused tea, I detected a hint of something ancient and sweet that lulled my senses. Shadows enveloped me, not menacingly, but like a comforting embrace, accompanied by a distant murmur of melodic whispers or the rustle of wind-kissed leaves. Drifting between consciousness and dreams, I watched as moonbeams painted tales on the walls that tantalized my understanding. Occasionally, shadows of unseen guests flitted past my door, clad in attire from distant epochs, conversing in unfamiliar tongues. Time unfurled in its enigmatic rhythm, each moment stretching like honey from a spoon. Whether hours or mere minutes had passed eluded me. The grandfather clock chimed midnight repeatedly, each toll carrying a cryptic melody hinting at unfathomable truths. When daylight, if it truly was day, finally broke, the inn appeared deserted. My signature vanished from the registry, and the teacup's absence left no trace on the polished surface. Departing, the fuel gauge displayed full, though I vividly recalled its near-empty state the prior night. The Midnight Inn receded in the rearview mirror, dissolving into morning mist. Yet on rainy nights, journeying along unfamiliar paths, I find myself seeking that golden light among the trees. A fragment of me yearns to rediscover it, while another hesitates to tread that mysterious realm where time remains tethered to midnight, questioning if I departed at all from that place where clocks refuse to progress beyond 12. Story 68. The gentle murmur of the wind weaving through the ancient trees carried with it the sweet fragrance of pine and damp earth, guiding me along the meandering forest path. Twilight descended, painting the sky with soft strokes of lavender and deep blue hues. In my hand, the wooden lantern cast a warm, flickering glow that danced playfully across the mossy ground, creating shadows that seemed to stir with every step I took. Hours slipped by as I wandered, seeking solace within the whispers of nature's embrace. The forest had always been my sanctuary, a place of solace and peace. Yet, on this particular night, an inexplicable sense of difference lingered in the air. A peculiar stillness enveloped the woods, as if the very trees held their breath in anticipation. Even the usual evening symphony of crickets seemed hushed, their chirps mere whispers in the growing darkness. Venturing deeper into the heart of the forest, my eyes were drawn to a peculiar cluster of trees ahead. Their branches intertwined over centuries, forming a complex canopy that resembled a natural shelter. The sight halted my steps, for in all my wanderings through these woods, I had never stumbled upon this hidden grove before. Drawing nearer, I observed how the branches twisted and melded in ways defying conventional growth patterns. They wove together, crafting archways and passages reminiscent of forgotten palatial halls sculpted by nature's hand. The bark, in places, was worn smooth where it should have been rough, as if caressed by countless unseen hands over countless ages. My lantern's light unveiled intricate patterns etched into the wood, spirals and curves that bore the mark of wind and time, or perhaps something beyond comprehension. Stepping beneath the interwoven canopy, a shift in the atmosphere greeted me. The air within the shelter held a warmth distinct from the surrounding forest, carrying a faint, sweet scent that eluded recognition. It whispered of honey and dusty tomes, with an underlying hint of exotic allure. As I tread further, the sound of my footsteps transformed, echoing hollow and resonant as if traversing wooden floorboards rather than soil. My gaze caught upon peculiar trinkets scattered amidst the branches, fragments of colored glass nestled like captured stars, and bits of what resembled ancient parchments delicately interwoven into the twigs, their edges softened by the passage of time and weather, blending seamlessly with nature. Deeper within the shelter, subtle transformations unfolded around me. The temperature ascended gradually, and the quality of light shifted, casting a greenish hue upon my lantern's glow, as if filtered through a living tapestry of leaves above. A soft, melodic hum caressed my ears, barely audible yet persistently present, seeming to resonate from the very heart of the wood, rising and falling like a gentle breath. Upon reaching a corner of the shelter, I stumbled upon a small alcove formed by 3 trees converging in perfect triangular harmony, their branches interlaced to create a natural seat, complete with a miniature platform that doubled as a table. Adorning this platform were curious artifacts, smooth stones arranged in enigmatic patterns, exotic flowers dried to perfection, and ancient coins adorned with unfamiliar symbols. As night enveloped the world outside, the shelter stirred with subtle movements. Shadows danced in ways that defied my lantern's sway, and fleeting lights flickered amidst the branches, akin to fireflies yet moving with a purposeful elegance. The longer I lingered in this enigmatic grove, the more I discerned details challenging the boundaries of natural and contrived. Some smaller branches bore intricate knots and designs resembling cryptic inscriptions, appearing as if the trees themselves had chosen this peculiar growth pattern rather than being sculpted by human hands. A gentle breeze wandered through the shelter, carrying with it the distant chiming of ethereal bells, though no physical instruments were in sight. The harmonious melody enveloped the space, weaving a tranquil symphony that coaxed my eyelids to grow heavy. The natural chair I had chanced upon earlier beckoned me, and I settled into its surprisingly welcoming embrace. As I reclined, the wood's hum intensified, its gentle cadence lulling me into a state of serene tranquility. The dancing lights above began to choreograph slow, hypnotic sequences, reminiscent of celestial constellations in motion. My lantern's glow dimmed imperceptibly, time itself slipping into a realm where minutes and hours held no sway. Within this surreal sanctuary, the forest beyond the shelter dissolved, replaced by a cocoon of isolation both foreign and intimately known. I teetered between wakefulness and dreams, each state awash with the gentle murmurs and shifting lights of the grove. In these twilight moments, I discerned further alterations within the shelter. Branches seemed to quiver and shift at the edges of my vision, freezing in stillness when directly observed. Colored glass shards embedded in the wood emanated a soft luminescence, casting an ethereal aurora that pirouetted across the woven canopy. The fragrance in the air grew more potent, sweet yet tinged with echoes of antiquity and sagacity, akin to the aroma of ancient libraries mingled with spring's rebirth. In the distance, faint voices carried upon the breeze, whispering in tongues unknown yet oddly familiar. The presence within the shelter, though unseen, felt ancient and vigilant, as if the very essence of the grove itself harbored a sentient awareness, concealed within the labyrinthine branches. The wood's murmurs adopted a conversational rhythm, undulating in patterns that hinted at profound significance just beyond my grasp. As I roused from my reverie, morning light filtered through the canopy, dappling the ground with shifting patterns that almost coalesced into recognizable forms. My lantern had extinguished, its departure unnoticed amidst the enchantment of the grove. In daylight, the shelter bore a different visage, mysterious yet distantly familiar, receding into the ordinary fabric of the forest. As I rose to depart, a solitary leaf lay upon the natural table beside me, twisted into an intricate shape reminiscent of the enigmatic inscriptions adorning the branches. As I picked it up, the leaf unfolded in my palms with a fluid grace that defied logic, a testament to the realm of wonder I had stumbled upon. Retracing my steps through the forest, I endeavored to etch the path to the shelter into my memory, marking landmarks and distinctive trees along the way. Yet the forest itself seemed to shift and blur with each stride, the path subtly altering until the origin of my journey became shrouded in uncertainty. To this day, I am drawn back to the forest, a seeker of that extraordinary grove. Sometimes, glimpses of entwined branches in the distance or echoes of a familiar hum on the breeze tease my senses. Yet the shelter remains elusive, a realm accessible only in dreams and recollections more vivid than reality itself. A lingering sensitivity to the whispers of trees and an unwavering belief that beneath the webbed branches of the forest, the shelter continues its ancient vigil. Await the next weary traveler in need of its enigmatic magic. Perhaps it reveals itself solely to those who crave its sanctuary most, offering a blend of solace and mystery to wanderers yearning for both. Story 69. Amidst the tranquil night, raindrops gently danced against my bedroom window, a melodic lullaby that coaxed me from the depths of sleep. The rhythmic patter, steady and calming, painted the darkness of early morning with a soothing touch. Such sounds had always been a source of solace for me, a familiar embrace in the quiet hours. Yet on this particular night, they carried a whisper of the unknown, a subtle beckoning that stirred a curiosity within me. It was as though the raindrops themselves harbored secrets, murmuring in a language just beyond my grasp, like murmurs carried on a gentle breeze. Yielding to this inexplicable call, I rose from my bed, drawn by an unseen force to the window, yearning to peer beyond the veil of night. Outside, the world was cloaked in a shroud of mist so dense that it seemed to radiate its own ethereal glow, casting the familiar shapes of trees and houses into enigmatic silhouettes. Through this mystical haze, a faint azure light flickered in the distance, a mere glimmer amidst the fog's embrace. The light beckoned to me with a silent insistence, a pull I could not resist. Draping myself in a heavy wool sweater, I ventured outside into the cool, damp air, the mist swirling around me like gentle whispers, carrying with it the scent of salt water, a curious phenomenon in a land far removed from any ocean. And yet, there it lingered, undeniable, the tang of sea salt on the breeze, carried by winds unknown. As I trailed the pulsing light, the ground beneath my feet shifted subtly. The solid earth transformed, giving way to soft sand that caressed my bare toes, though I couldn't recall shedding my shoes. The metamorphosis of my surroundings unfolded gradually, the suburban streets fading into oblivion, replaced by endless dunes stretching into the mist-shrouded night. The azure light intensified, its pulse synchronizing with the phantom cadence of unseen waves, supplanting the earlier rainfall. Each beat of light illuminated the fog from within, crafting patterns akin to fluid currents. In those fleeting moments of radiance, I glimpsed a colossal form emerging in the distance, the outline of what seemed to be an ancient sailing vessel, its masts reaching skyward like skeletal fingers in the darkness. Time wavered in this enigmatic realm, a languid stream that defied linear constraints. Every step I took felt simultaneously fleeting and eternal. The ship loomed larger in my vision, yet remained as distant as ever, as if etched into the very fabric of the mist. Its weathered sails, a ghostly gray, billowed in an imperceptible wind, while the aged hull groaned under the weight of untold ages. The sound of footsteps in wet sand drew my focus, not my own, but those of others approaching from behind. When I turned to gaze, I beheld only swirling phantasms in the mist, human forms that dissolved upon scrutiny. Their murmurs, however, lingered, recounting tales of a vessel that traversed realms, materializing solely on nights when the boundary between reality and dreams grew thin. Enthralled by the spectral ship, I discerned details that shifted when not under direct scrutiny. The figurehead morphed from mermaid to sea serpent to weeping maiden and back again. The mast count varied with each azure pulse. Even the ship's size appeared mutable, at times diminutive as a fishing craft, at others rivaling the grandest galleons of lore. Water began to pool at my feet, though no waves dared venture so far ashore. It rose deliberately, inching upward until I stood ankle-deep in a glassy pool mirroring the fog above. In that aqueous-looking glass I witnessed the vessel in its former glory. Billowing canvas caught in an unseen breeze, brass fittings gleaming under an imaginary sun, and a crew of shadowy figures moving with silent purpose across the deck. The azure light pulsed once more, with greater intensity, unveiling the passengers and crew frozen in their timeless tasks. Their countenances bore a tranquil air, untroubled by the vessel's dual existence. Some gazed toward me, their eyes reflecting the same azure glow that had drawn me hither, conveying a silent understanding. They dwelled where they chose to be. As the water receded from my feet, the clarity of the vision waned. The ship's form blurred into the mist, its edges melding seamlessly with the fog's embrace, obscuring the boundary between corporeal and ethereal. The whispers faded to mere echoes, blending into the distant murmur of unseen waves. Turning to depart, I found the path homeward altered. The beach extended endlessly in either direction, the dunes assuming unfamiliar contours in the nocturnal gloom. Yet, as if guided by an unseen hand, my feet navigated the shifting terrain, leading me back through the transmuting landscape. The tang of sea salt gradually dissipated, replaced once more by the crisp fragrance of rain. Returning to my chamber, I stood by the window, observing as the fog dissipated with the burgeoning dawn. The azure light had vanished, leaving no trace of its ephemeral presence. Only the faint aroma of sea salt lingering on my sweater hinted at the extraordinary events of the night. As the first rays of sunlight pierced the lingering mist, I discovered a small, polished object nestled in my pocket, a weathered piece of sea glass, its hue mirroring the pulsing light that had guided me through the nocturnal odyssey. Even now, on hushed, rainy evenings, I catch a glimpse of that otherworldly azure glow in the distance. The spectral vessel never materializes in quite the same manner twice, and never again have I drawn as near as that initial encounter. Yet, I keep the sea glass upon my windowsill, and sometimes when the fog enshrouds the night in its embrace, I hear those distant whispers beckoning, weaving tales of a ship that sails the borderland between reality and reverie, forever adrift amid the tides of possibility. Story 70. The autumn breeze whispered through the forest, carrying with it the gentle rustle of fallen leaves and the earthy scent of transition. In the veil of dusk, I found solace in my nightly strolls among the ancient trees, silent witnesses to untold tales. Each step, a soft cadence on the woodland floor, lulled me into a tranquil state. As the daylight waned, casting elongated shadows amidst the branches, a peculiar sight caught my eye nestled near a colossal oak's roots. Half buried in a bed of moss and leaves rested a weathered, leather-bound journal, its cover bearing the marks of time and nature's touch. The leather, worn and supple, exuded a warmth that defied the evening chill, as though it held the sun's essence within. No name adorned its exterior, only faint impressions of intricate designs etched into the leather, barely visible in the fading light. The thick, cream-hued pages, slightly warped by moisture, remained resilient. With gentle hands, I lifted the journal from its earthen embrace. The cover yielded a comforting warmth, a sensation of connection to some unseen past. Opening the journal revealed a script that flowed like dark rivers of ink across the pages, elegant yet tinged with urgency. The initial entry, dated precisely a year prior, spoke of whispers that danced on the wind, evolving from mere sounds into distinct voices from the woods behind the writer's dwelling. The author documented their attempts to capture these mysterious utterances, fleeting as they were, in the journal's pages. Flipping through, the entries delved deeper into the surreal, recounting sightings of ethereal lights flickering between trees at midnight and shadows that moved with the breeze. The writer described a melody that resonated from the forest depths, ancient and soothing, akin to a forgotten lullaby sung in a language lost to time. Despite the eerie occurrences, the tone remained serene, embracing the unfolding magic with grace. The journal chronicled prolonged sojourns in the woods, blurring the line between observer and the observed. "The forest breathes in harmony with me now," one passage read. "With closed eyes, I sense the life pulsating through the trees, the roots unfurling in the soil. The whispers have become my constant companions, their meanings elusive, but their presence comforting." Further into the journal, a subtle shift in the entries emerged. The handwriting retained its beauty, but morphed into an organic quality, resembling vines creeping across the parchment. Dreams of wandering endless woods beneath singing stars and conversing with ancient entities speaking the language of nature filled the pages. "Time flows differently in this realm," noted an entry from early spring. "The sun lingers in certain clearings while darkness descends abruptly in other parts of the forest. A flower bloomed and withered in what felt like moments, blurring the boundaries of time." The final entry shimmered on the page, the ink exuding an inner radiance. "I comprehend the forest's message now. We are not separate entities, but intertwined with this realm. The barriers we construct between ourselves and nature are but illusions, fragile as morning mist. The whispers did not beckon me into the woods, they called me home. Tomorrow I venture deeper into the forest than ever before, leaving this journal as a testament to the liminal space between knowledge and transformation." The entry concluded there. Holding the journal, a breeze enveloped me, swirling leaves in a graceful dance. A sweet, unfamiliar fragrance wafted in the air, accompanied by a distant murmur, reminiscent of music or whispers, drifting through the darkening woods. In that twilight moment, the temperature plummeted, yet I felt no chill. The journal still radiated a peculiar warmth, and as I scrutinized its pages in the dimming light, intricate patterns resembling roots and branches seemed to materialize between the lines. Carefully, I returned the journal among the roots, sensing that its placement required a deliberate choice by the next discoverer. Turning to depart, the wind murmured through the leaves once more, hinting at elusive voices in its gentle sussurrations. That night, as I lay in bed, the journal's warmth lingered in my fingertips. In the pre-dawn silence, I pondered the author's quest and whether they found solace in the forest's depths. Contemplating further, the notion arose that perhaps the journal found me, not the reverse. Each evening's walk through the woods now unveiled new wonders. Trees leaning in whispered conversation, light forming cryptic symbols through the leaves, and the air thickening with ancient secrets near ancient stumps and hollow logs. Though the journal eluded me since that day, I often sought its presence. On serene evenings, when twilight bathed the land in liquid gold, phantom figures roamed the distant woods, evoking a sense of familiarity akin to a half-remembered dream. At times, the wind carried whispers, alluding to enigmas only unveiled by those attuned beyond the senses. The forest bore a different aura since encountering the journal. Perhaps it was I who transformed, awakened to the hidden truths awaiting discovery. Each step through the woods now held greater significance, each breath drawn with reverence for the enigmas enfolding us. Occasionally, as the evening light painted the forest in molten hues, I grasped the author's metaphor of boundaries as ephemeral as morning mist. In those ephemeral moments, the forest's ancient heartbeat synchronized with mine, prompting contemplation on the countless souls who trod these paths, inscribing their stories in the language of rustling leaves and whispering winds. The stones glistened with moisture, my steps creating soft splashes as I hastened after the carriage. It maintained its steady tempo, showing no indication of hastening or slowing, as if oblivious to my pursuit. Through winding pathways and past slumbering abodes, I tracked its unchanging course, my breath forming wispy clouds in the crisp night air. The fog thickened around us, until the only discernible figures were the dark shape ahead and the path immediately underfoot. Time seemed to warp, stretching and contracting like taffy pulled by unseen hands. I could not determine how long I traversed, following that perpetual rhythm of hooves and wheels. At a certain point, I realized the surroundings no longer appeared familiar. The structures seemed ancient, their architecture subtly diverging from my accustomed scenery. The street lamps emitted a peculiar bluish radiance that barely touched the ground, and the fog adopted an almost iridescent quality. Yet the carriage pressed on with its relentless advance, and I trailed behind. The wheel sounds transformed, assuming an almost melodic timbre. Upon attentive listening, I could faintly discern a hidden melody within the rhythm, something ancient and mournful, akin to a half-remembered lullaby. The scent of lilacs intensified, mingling with other unfamiliar fragrances, reminiscent of dried flowers in old tomes, and the musty sweetness of attic trunks laden with forgotten memories. I might have pursued it indefinitely, ensnared in that dreamlike state, had I not stumbled upon an uneven cobblestone. The brief disruption in my stride seemed to fracture something intangible, and when I glanced up once more, the carriage had vanished. The fog began to dissipate, unveiling my own street, my own dwelling just a few yards away. The nearby church tower clock struck midnight, its resonant tolls reverberating through the now quiet atmosphere. That night, I returned to my journal, appending another entry to my burgeoning compilation of observations. As I scribed, I noticed a small object on my desk that had eluded my notice before. A solitary, flawlessly preserved lilac bloom, its petals a surreal hue of purple-black that seemed to shift and morph in the lamplight. Even now, months later, the carriage maintains its nightly rounds. I have grown accustomed to its presence, finding a peculiar solace in its unvarying routine. Sometimes on sleepless nights, I perch by my window, watching it glide by, tallying the seconds between its passages and pondering its ultimate destination. Various conjectures have formed in my mind. Perhaps it is a vestige of a bygone era, ensnared in an eternal cycle akin to a stuck record player's needle. Or could it serve an unfathomable purpose, upholding a vital equilibrium in the tapestry of reality through its ceaseless motion? I have even contemplated if it anticipates something or someone. The lilac blossom rests in a dainty glass vial on my desk, seemingly impervious to the march of time. It has not withered nor faded, and occasionally, in the depths of night, I discern a faint hum emanating from it, echoing that half-remembered melody from the carriage wheels. Tonight, as I transcribe these words, the rain maintains its gentle serenade against my window, and I am certain that soon I shall hear the familiar cadence of wheels on cobblestones. A part of me wonders what might unfold should I choose to trail the carriage once more, this time surrendering to its rhythm until we reach the enigmatic destination that marks the end of its eternal journey. Yet for now, I merely listen to the nearing echo of hooves and wheels, sensing the gentle tug of slumber at the fringes of my awareness. The carriage continues its timeless circuit, wheels revolving, horses stepping in perfect harmony, transporting its enigmatic cargo through the mist-draped lanes of a realm that straddles the border between reality and dreams. Story 9. The soft patter of raindrops on my bedroom window served as a soothing serenade during my nightly routine. Each droplet contributed to a gentle melody, harmonizing with the whispers of the wind, caressing the ancient oak trees encircling my Victorian home. The warm glow of my bedside lamp stretched long shadows across the weathered hardwood floors, their movements akin to ethereal dancers in the faint light. Being a light sleeper, I was always attuned to the delicate symphony of nocturnal sounds that often went unnoticed by others. The subtle creaking of wooden beams as they contracted in the evening chill, the distant call of an owl, and the rustling of leaves in the garden below formed my familiar lullaby. Yet, on this particular night, an unfamiliar presence lingered in the air. A sound, almost imperceptible, threaded through the usual nighttime chorus. Initially, I tried to dismiss it as a figment of my imagination, a common reaction when alone in a centuries-old house after dark. This sound, rhythmic and breath-like, seemed to emanate from all directions simultaneously, a soft inhale and exhale that did not align with my own breathing or any natural source I could discern. The rain persisted in its steady drumming, almost masking this new addition to the night's orchestra. Wrapped in the comfort of my grandmother's quilt, I lay in bed, the weight of the familiar cover providing a sense of security as I focused on the mysterious sound. The breathing carried a subtle hint of lavender, an inexplicable sensation that played tricks on my senses. How could a sound evoke a scent? Yet there it was, growing more pronounced with each passing moment. A sweet floral essence reminiscent of the lavender sachets my grandmother used to craft. The room's temperature began to subtly fluctuate, not dramatically but in gentle waves mirroring the mysterious breath. Warm, cool, as if someone were strolling past me, leaving a gentle breeze in their wake. The shadows on the wall seemed to pulse faintly, while the lamp maintained its steady glow. My heavy velvet curtains, fixtures that had adorned the windows for decades, swayed ever so slightly, despite all windows being securely shut against the rain. Entranced, I observed as the shadows transformed into more defined shapes, not menacing or alarming, but curious forms that teetered on the edge of recognition. They resembled old photographs of women in flowing dresses, frozen in a dance-like pose. The breathing sound grew slightly clearer, accompanied by a faint aroma of aged books and tea, mingling with the lavender in a strangely familiar way. The rain's rhythm shifted, adopting a softer, more intentional beat, as if it too was attuned to the mysterious presence. My bedside clock ticked steadily, anchoring time in a world that now seemed suspended between heartbeats. The breathing evolved into a melodic hum, though too delicate to be considered a full-fledged tune. It carried undertones of comfort and wistfulness, akin to a half-remembered lullaby from childhood. Syncing my own breath with the mysterious sound, memories not my own began to surface, yet strangely familiar. Visions of summertime garden gatherings, of women in white dresses savoring tea under the oak trees, of children playing games in rooms that bore a resemblance to my own home, albeit decorated differently. These fleeting images drifted through my mind like iridescent soap bubbles. The scent of lavender intensified, accompanied by a faint echo of piano music, so distant it might have drifted from a neighboring street or another era altogether. The notes, clear yet remote, resembled Chopin's Nocturne in E-flat major, a melody I recognized, though unable to recall learning it. As night deepened, the enigmatic breath seemed to carry whispers within it, not quite forming words, but hinting at long-past conversations. Laughter, sighs, and murmurs of voices speaking in hushed tones intertwined like a woven tapestry of sound. The shadows continued their slow waltz along the walls, now joined by ethereal patterns of light that seemed to emanate from nowhere, reminiscent of sunlight filtering through leaves, despite the lateness of the hour. Drifting in and out of consciousness, I found myself in a state of twilight awareness, where the line between slumber and wakefulness blurred, much like the shadows on the wall. In these moments, I could almost discern figures moving through the room, not quite corporeal enough to be called spirits, but reminiscent of memories taking shape in the night's embrace. They moved with a graceful purpose, as if tending to tasks long completed, paying me no heed. The rain began to dwindle, its rhythmic drumming softening into a gentle mist. The breathing lingered, though diffused, as if it now emanated from every corner of the house simultaneously. The scent of lavender mingled with other fragrances, beeswax polish, fresh bread, garden roses, each triggering a cascade of half-formed memories that felt intertwined with the essence of the house itself, rather than any singular occupant. With the approach of dawn, heralded by a subtle lightening of the sky visible through my curtains, the enigmatic breath began to fade. Not abruptly, but gradually, like a tide retreating from the shore. The shadows resumed their customary patterns, now imbued with a deeper significance, a richer meaning. The scent of lavender lingered, carrying a sense of parting, or perhaps merely a temporary farewell. When morning arrived, I questioned whether the entire experience had been a dream. Yet, on my bedside table, where no vase had stood before, rested a solitary sprig of fresh lavender, its petite purple blossoms adorned with dew. The rain had ceased entirely, leaving behind a world cleansed and renewed. Throughout my morning rituals, the echo of that mysterious breath lingered in the air, like a conversation paused rather than concluded. To this day, on tranquil rainy nights, a faint hint of lavender drifts on the breeze, accompanied by that gentle, rhythmic breathing. I've learned not to probe too deeply into the enigma, but rather to allow it to envelop me like the rain itself. Some mysteries, it seems, are meant to be felt rather than comprehended, their essence residing in the spaces between breaths, in the shadows between moments, in the memories that belong not to us, but to the very air we breathe. Story 10. The soft patter of rain against the window panes set a calming rhythm as I sank into the plush embrace of my cherished armchair in the study. The time-worn house murmured gently, its ancient timbers shifting in the crisp autumn air. A cup of chamomile tea exuded a fragrant steam beside me, its floral notes mingling with the earthy scent of leather-bound books that filled the room. My gaze drifted to the new painting I had acquired, hanging above the marble fireplace, a mysterious portrait that had captured my imagination at an estate sale. The woman in the painting was veiled in ivory, her dark eyes piercing through the delicate fabric with an intensity that both intrigued and unsettled me. The artist had skillfully rendered the veil as if it were caught in a perpetual breeze, lending the woman an ethereal quality. As I studied the portrait, subtle details emerged from the shadows, a hint of a pearl necklace, the suggestion of a deep burgundy gown, and a window reflecting a garden scene behind her. The brushstrokes created a sense of transparency that seemed to shift with the changing light, revealing hidden depths. As the evening deepened, the rain's steady rhythm became a soothing lullaby, drumming against the roof. The warm glow of my reading lamp enveloped me in a soft circle of light, casting the rest of the room into comforting shadows. I found myself drawn deeper into the painting, my eyes tracing the delicate folds of the veil repeatedly. Was it the rain's tranquility or the tea's warmth that nudged me into a tranquil state between wakefulness and slumber? In this twilight realm, the portrait seemed to come alive with new dimensions. The veil rippled subtly, as if stirred by a whisper of wind. The woman's enigmatic eyes held secrets on the brink of revelation. A sudden gust of wind rattled the windows, causing the lamp's light to flicker briefly. When it steadied, I noticed a curious detail in the painting. A figure veiled like the woman, standing in the distant garden, reflected in the window. This discovery sent a gentle shiver of curiosity down my spine, stirring contemplation. Other hidden elements began to surface from the canvas, the pearl necklace forming a mysterious pattern, the garden scene and the reflection appearing out of sync with reality. The rain's symphony continued, and the scent of old roses wafted through the air, reminiscent of the garden in the painting. Lost in reverie, I wove stories about the woman's identity in my mind. Was she a noblewoman from a bygone era, or an artist who preferred to paint others rather than herself? The possibilities swirled like autumn leaves in a breeze, each narrative as plausible as the next. The lamp's light dimmed subtly, casting a soft gleam in the woman's eyes, as if she held a hidden source of illumination within. As sleep beckoned, I noticed a new detail. A small key hanging from a delicate chain nestled in her gown's folds. Tarnished silver, or perhaps platinum, the key bore a design mirroring the pattern of her necklace. Drifting into slumber, I fancied I heard the whisper of silk against canvas and glimpsed a faint smile beneath the veil. In my fleeting moments of awareness, a notion fluttered through my mind. Perhaps the woman wasn't veiled, but revealing her secrets, gradually, brushstroke by brushstroke, to those patient enough to see. The following morning, I awoke in the armchair, greeted by warm sunlight streaming through the windows. The painting hung above the fireplace, seemingly unchanged, yet with each passing night, new mysteries unfurled from its depths. In the tranquil space between waking and dreaming, I pondered if the painting was not merely a depiction of a veiled woman, but a veil itself, thinning with each passing night, separating our world from another realm of secrets and wonders. Story 11. The rain whispered its ancient secrets against the stone walls of the manor house, a gentle lullaby that echoed through the corridors of time. In the warmth of my study, vintage brass lamps cast a soft glow, illuminating the pages of old leather-bound books that held stories of bygone eras. The wooden floorboards murmured beneath my feet, a quiet harmony accompanying my movements among the shelves of knowledge. It was on one tranquil evening that a peculiar discovery drew my attention to the stone wall behind my grandfather's cherished writing desk. The flickering shadows played tricks in the lamplight, revealing subtle intricacies in the weathered surface of the stones. Smoothed by the passage of time, they seemed to bear a hidden pattern, imperceptible to the conscious mind, but resonating with a deeper, instinctual awareness. Intrigued, I approached the wall, guided by an unexplainable curiosity that tugged at my senses. My fingertips caressed the cool, rough texture of the stones, each groove and imperfection telling a silent tale. A subtle warmth emanated from certain stones, contradicting their outward appearance of age and wear. A fleeting movement caught my eye in the window's reflection, a ghostly presence that vanished when I turned to face it directly. Yet the sensation of movement lingered, a ripple in the stillness of the room. Outside, the rain intensified, its rhythm shifting to a deeper, more resonant cadence that seemed to pulse from within the walls themselves. The brass lamps flickered, their light dancing in a hypnotic rhythm, dimming and brightening in a mesmerizing dance. In those ephemeral moments of altered illumination, the hidden pattern in the stones teased at the edges of my perception, hinting at the outline of an archway. But as soon as I focused directly on it, the illusion dissolved, leaving only a fleeting memory in its wake. Night descended gradually, enveloping the room in the scent of petrichor and aged books, creating an atmosphere both familiar and surreal. The grandfather clock in the corner marked time with a steady beat, its ticks drawing me deeper into contemplation of the wall's enigmatic nature. Hours turned into days as I delved into my grandfather's journals, exploring the family legends that spoke of hidden doorways and spaces beyond space. The room revealed subtle anomalies, shadows that danced independently of their sources, echoes that lingered longer than they should. One quiet evening, the rain took on a melodic quality, each droplet harmonizing with the stones in perfect synchrony, filling the room with a symphony of nature. A subtle shift occurred in the pattern of the stones, no longer content to remain on the periphery of my vision. The archway emerged with gentle clarity, its soft, ethereal lines drawing me in. The stones seemed to breathe, pulsating with a rhythm that mirrored my own heartbeat. An almost imperceptible gap appeared between the stones, emitting a faint silvery light that hinted at unseen depths beyond. The passage remained in a state of perpetual becoming, a threshold between the known and the unknown. the tangible and the intangible. Some nights I sat transfixed, watching as the play of light and shadow danced around its edges, listening to the whispers of distant conversations and music that drifted through the gap. Though incomprehensible, the voices carried a sense of warmth and familiarity, evoking memories of a distant past. My grandfather's journals spoke of similar experiences, framing them not as supernatural occurrences, but as moments when the boundaries of reality blurred. He found solace in these mysteries, embracing them as sources of tranquility rather than fear. Over time, I came to understand that the passage existed in the liminal space between perception and truth, a testament to the infinite possibilities that lie just beyond our grasp. The stone wall became a focal point for contemplation, a meditation on the mysteries that permeate even the most ordinary of spaces. Sometimes, as I placed my hand against the stones, a gentle vibration would resonate through me, filling me with a profound sense of peace and connection to something ancient and vast. The passage remained a silent observer, a reminder of the thin veil that separates the known from the unknown, offering a glimpse into the infinite. Accepting the enigmatic nature of the passage, I found comfort in the mysteries that surrounded me, embracing the unknown with a sense of wonder rather than trepidation. As the rain continued its gentle serenade against the ancient stones, the passage shimmered in the lamplight, a doorway to realms uncharted. Its allure lay not in the promise of answers, but in the peace found in embracing the gentle mysteries that beckon us to explore the boundless realms of imagination. Story 12. The gentle glow of streetlights filtered through a soft autumn mist, casting elongated shadows that swayed with ethereal grace. The weathered cobblestones beneath my feet shimmered with evening dew, each step creating a gentle tap that resonated through the quiet alley. Old brick buildings on either side stood as silent sentinels, their worn facades bearing the marks of time's passage. Despite having walked this path countless times, tonight held a different air, a mysterious stillness that hung in the atmosphere, as if the world itself paused to listen. The familiar sense of autumn, fallen leaves, distant wood smoke, and cool stone lingered in the air, intensified and deliberate in their presence. My footsteps slowed as I observed the shadows lingering longer than usual, twisting and stretching in defiance of the street lamp's reach, like dark fabrics swaying in an unseen breeze. The tap of my shoes against the cobblestones echoed through a world that now seemed hushed and still. To my right, the antique shop's window displayed its usual array of oddities: brass candlesticks, aged photographs, delicate figurines. Yet tonight, they appeared subtly shifted from their usual arrangement. One photograph in particular drew my gaze, depicting a misty alley eerily reminiscent of the one I stood in. The mist thickened, not forebodingly, but like a gentle veil settling over the night, carrying a faint metallic tang, a blend of rain-washed pennies and autumn leaves. The amber light of the street lamps transformed into pulsing halos, breathing softly in the night. As I continued my stroll, I noticed subtle shifts in the shadows cast by the antique shop's objects. They moved with a fluid elegance, shaping forms that hinted at figures just beyond recognition. Yet, there was no fear in their dance, only a captivating tranquility. The sound of my footsteps now muffled by the brick walls, enveloping me in a cocoon of silence akin to a familiar embrace. The air grew heavy with the scent of old books and tea leaves, though no such shops lined the alley. Specks of light meandered lazily through the mist, akin to fireflies on a summer eve. I found myself drawn into the hypnotic ambience, the shadows continuing their silent ballet. They seemed to react to my presence, not menacingly, but rather like curious spirits peeking out tentatively before retreating gracefully. The antique shop's window reflected more than its wares now, showcasing overlapping layers of time, ghostly apparitions of past inhabitants, moving soundlessly through their eternal routines. The mist wove intricate patterns in the air, almost forming coherent shapes like ephemeral words etched in smoke. The shadows evolved into distinct forms, reminiscent of bygone eras, telling tales of merchants, Victorian ladies, and children at play in perfect silence. As I approached the end of the alley, my own shadow caught my attention. It moved independently, as if contemplating each step before mirroring mine. A comforting delay lingered in its movements, echoing through time like a gentle ripple. The air warmed, carrying hints of chamomile and lavender, though no gardens graced the surroundings. The mist pulsed softly with an inner light, casting a gentle warmth upon the brick walls that seemed to breathe in tandem with the light. Touching the wall, I felt a subtle warmth seeping through, as if the bricks held memories of their own. The touch of countless hands, whispered conversations, the essence of seasons past. Patterns emerged on the cobblestones, intricate designs that shifted and flowed, narrating tales of the alley's history and the lives intertwined within. Time lost its grip as I stood witness to the silent dance of bygone days. The mist enveloped me in a comforting embrace, the shadows continuing their elegant performance. The line between observer and participant blurred, immersing me in the ongoing narrative of the alley. As the evening deepened, the shadows grew clearer, yet gentle in their movements, shaping doorways and windows into other realms. Through these shadowy portals, glimpses of past eras flickered, carriages passing by, lamplighters igniting gas lamps, and figures from a time long gone. The antique shop's window transformed into a canvas of temporal echoes, reflecting layers of history and possibilities. My shadow merged effortlessly with the others, joining their silent dance in harmonious unity. The sensation was not unsettling, but profoundly serene, as if I had found my place in an eternal choreography. Turning to leave, my shadow hesitated briefly, as if bidding farewell to the mystical alley. The mist parted gently, the street lamp's amber light guiding my way home. The scents of chamomile and old books lingered, fading like a vanishing dream. Glancing back, I witnessed the shadow's silent storytelling, weaving tales in the interplay of light and dark. The antique shop window offered one last reflection. My form walking through the alley, a timeless figure in a place where past and present converged effortlessly. Carrying the tranquility of that evening with me, I ventured home, knowing the alley would forever hold a different allure. The shadows would continue their dance, narrating silent stories to those who paused to listen. And on quiet nights when the mist descended, I would return, adding my shadow to their eternal, silent symphony. Story 13. The soft patter of raindrops on leaves serenaded my steps as I strolled down the winding path in the ancient forest. My boots left gentle imprints on the moist earth, blending with the symphony of nature's lullaby. The evening breeze carried the earthy aroma of damp soil and pine, while wisps of mist coiled around the towering tree trunks like ethereal tendrils. My flashlight cast a warm, inviting glow that seemed to hover in the deepening darkness, barely piercing the dense canopy above. These evening walks had always brought me solace, even as the shadows deepened and the woods whispered secrets unknown. Tonight, however, the familiar path held an unfamiliar aura. Perhaps it was the way the mist swirled against the natural flow of the wind, or how the forest's usual cacophony of sounds hushed, as if nature itself held its breath in anticipation. A faint whisper brushed against my ears, almost imperceptible amidst the rustling leaves. It carried no discernible words, just a melodic quality akin to distant wind chimes in a forgotten garden. Pausing, I turned, trying to pinpoint the source of the elusive sound, yet it seemed to emanate from every direction and none at the same time. Proceeding with a slower gait, I observed subtle alterations in my surroundings. The moss cloaking the trees shimmered with a silvery luminescence, casting an enchanting glow. Droplets of rain clung to branches, refracting my flashlight's beam in mesmerizing patterns, painting lingering rainbows in the air. A clearer whisper reached me, resembling my name but spoken in a voice woven from rustling leaves and creaking boughs. It carried a wave of tranquil nostalgia, akin to recalling a childhood lullaby. An inexplicable desire to hear it once more enveloped me, to unravel its enigmatic essence. The path curved around a majestic oak tree, its branches outstretched like protective arms over the trail. Drawing closer, I noticed peculiar symbols etched into its bark, intricate and flowing, reminiscent of calligraphy in an unknown script. These markings seemed to shift and morph when viewed from different angles, rippling like water disturbed by a gentle breeze. The rain continued its rhythmic descent, now orchestrating a deliberate melody. Each droplet harmonized into a greater symphony that enveloped the forest. The mist thickened, transforming my flashlight's beam into a golden haze that illuminated ethereal particles, resembling fireflies suspended in midair. More whispers intertwined with the initial ones, creating a soothing chorus that reverberated through the woods. A semblance of conversation unfolded among these whispers, their tones rising and falling in a familiar cadence. At times, they evoked distant laughter, while at others, they sang soft melodies, always hovering on the cusp of understanding. Arriving at a small clearing where the sky peeked through gaps in the canopy, I witnessed stars twinkling with an unusual brilliance. They pulsed in harmony with the whispers, as though the entire forest partook in a grand, unseen symphony. In the clearing's heart stood a ring of glowing mushrooms, their caps emanating a subtle, bluish light. The grass within the circle swayed in peculiar patterns, defying the natural breeze. Water droplets defied gravity, tracing mesmerizing paths up the grass blades in a hypnotic dance. The whispers intensified here, beckoning me to step into the circle, promising revelations to unasked questions. The air within the mushroom ring shimmered like heat waves on a summer day, despite the cooling evening. Swaying involuntarily, I found myself entranced by the forest's enigmatic melody. Boundaries blurred between sound and sight as the whispers left trails of soft light, resembling shooting stars suspended in the air. The woods pulsated with an ancient sentient awareness that transcended conventional signs of life, enveloping me in a timeless embrace. Time seemed fluid within the clearing, stars streaking across the heavens at a bewildering pace, while droplets of mist hung suspended, elongating into eternal moments. The luminescent mushrooms pulsed in synchrony with my heartbeat, or perhaps my pulse aligned with their rhythm. I lost track of time amidst the dance of light and shadow, entranced by the murmured conversations of the forest. Moments stretched endlessly, blurring the line between dream and reality, until the whispers gradually faded like a distant radio signal dimming. The mushroom's glow waned, returning to their natural state. The rain resumed its ordinary cadence, relinquishing its mystical melody. Yet a transformation had occurred, not in the forest itself, but in my perception of it. Retracing my steps, the symbols on the ancient oak tree briefly caught my flashlight's beam. For an instant, they almost seemed decipherable, as if hinting at profound truths. But the moment slipped away, leaving behind enigmatic carvings and weathered bark. Since that night, the forest has held an elusive allure. On quiet evenings, when rain whispers through the trees and mist weaves its tapestry, I strain to catch those ethereal whispers once more, beckoning me to that enigmatic clearing. Though I've searched in vain, perhaps it eludes discovery intentionally, revealing itself solely to those who seek it not. Yet on tranquil nights, as I wander through the woods and daylight fades, I find myself listening for those whispers, yearning to relive the mysterious symphony of rain and starlight, of forgotten songs and ancient mysteries. And sometimes, just sometimes, I swear the forest listens back, a silent sentinel in the ancient dance of whispers and shadows. Story 14. The The soft rustling of withered leaves brushing against my window interrupted my evening read one autumn night. Their whispered melody carried a unique harmony, distinct from the usual chaotic rustling of wind-blown debris. Setting my book aside, I tuned my senses to the gentle scratching sounds, letting them envelop my awareness. The old house murmured contentedly as I settled into my grandfather's cherished worn leather armchair. The warm glow of my reading lamp cast an amber halo in the dimming room, casting elongated shadows upon the hardwood floor. Beyond the window, the sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving behind a deep violet twilight seeping through the glass like watercolor bleeding on paper. As I observed, a pattern emerged in the dance of the leaves. Their movements against the window carried a rhythmic quality, akin to Morse code or the deliberate cadence of human speech. The sound swelled softly, reached a gentle crescendo, then ebbed away, only to begin anew moments later. It was strangely soothing, reminiscent of waves caressing a distant shore. Intrigued, I abandoned my book entirely, drawn to the window by an inexplicable fascination. The evening air bore the crisp essence of autumn, decaying leaves, distant chimney smoke, and an elusive sweetness accompanying the season's chill. Drawing closer to the window, the leaf song grew clearer. Standing near, I discerned the brown and golden leaves twirling in the encroaching darkness, their edges catching the last glimmers of daylight. They moved with a deliberate grace, as if each dry leaf was a dancer in a natural ballet. The longer I watched, the more convinced I became that this was no mere whimsy of the evening breeze. Exhaling, I leaned in, my breath creating fog on the window. In the dusk, shapes materialized amidst the swirling leaves, not quite recognizable, yet more organized than mere chance. They almost took on identifiable forms before dissolving back into chaos, akin to fleeting faces in clouds. A subtle drop in room temperature, despite the steady hum of the old radiator, sent a shiver down my spine. The leaf song shifted, adopting a mournful timbre that stirred half-remembered childhood memories. A lullaby, perhaps, or a folk tune my grandmother hummed in her garden. I found myself humming along, the melody ancient and primal, resonating with a forgotten past. In response, the leaves' dance grew more intricate, more purposeful. They fashioned spirals that twirled clockwise, then counterclockwise, a kaleidoscope of autumn hues. My hand gravitated to the window latch, as if compelled to let the leaf song penetrate the barrier, to hear it unfettered. The cool metal under my touch gave me pause, uncertainty clouding my mind. Part of me urged retreat, to flood the room with light and dispel the enchantment. Yet the allure of the song, its beauty and intrigue, beckoned irresistibly. It spoke of hidden realms in ancient woods, of weathered stones and enigmatic secrets buried beneath fallen leaves. Fingers tightened on the latch, the leaves outside pressing closer, urgency in their dance. Night had fully descended, but the leaves glowed faintly as if lit from within, like embers stirred by a gentle breeze. A sudden creak from the house jolted me from my reverie. Blinking, I realized how long I had stood there, lost in contemplation. The room had grown cold, my book forgotten in the lamplight pool. Reluctantly, I withdrew my hand from the latch, and the leaf song sighed softly, tinged with disappointment. Stepping back, I watched as the intricate patterns dissolved, the leaves drifting away to rejoin the autumn night's chaos. Yet even as I returned to my chair and book, the haunting melody lingered on the evening breeze, intertwining with the house's nocturnal symphony. Amidst the ticking of the hallway clock, the creaking of floorboards, and the whisper of pages turning, I sometimes catch elusive words in the leafy chorus, ancient phrases in a language almost familiar. That night, the window remained closed, leaving unanswered the question of what might have transpired had it been opened. Would the leaves have simply scattered across the floor, or would something ancient have crossed over, patient since the house's inception? Each evening, the autumn winds bring the leaves to dance against my window, their song as enchanting as ever, brimming with enigmatic allure. Yet, I keep the windows sealed, content to let certain mysteries remain shrouded. In the dead of night, I find myself humming the mysterious melody, and the leaves outside rustle in response, as if acknowledging a shared memory. Story 15. The gentle patter of autumn rain against my window painted a soothing melody, nature's own lullaby serenading the evening air. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cocooned in the cozy embrace of a woolen blanket, I observed as darkness gracefully enveloped the aged garden outside. The raindrops captured the dwindling daylight, morphing into liquid silver, cascading down the window panes. Amidst this tranquil backdrop, a peculiar sight caught my eye, a soft green light. Initially a mere shimmer amidst the ancient oak trees at the garden's far end, barely visible through the veil of rain, the light swayed with a gentle rhythm, akin to an old lantern carried by an unseen hand. Its hue was unusual, not the harsh, artificial green of modern technology, but a gentle, almost phosphorescent shade reminiscent of fireflies on a summer night. Mesmerized, I found myself drawn to this enigmatic glow, my gaze following its hypnotic sway as it meandered between the trees. The rain continued its melodic symphony, harmonizing with the occasional whisper of wind rustling through the leaves. Memories of my grandmother's tales about the mystical spirits rumored to inhabit the ancient garden drifted back to me. Stories she would weave in her melodic voice, recounting fables of unseen entities dwelling among the venerable trees. As a child, I had dismissed them as bedtime fantasies, crafted to ignite my imagination. Yet, as I beheld that ethereal green light, a familiar sense of wonder stirred within me. Rising from my seat, I pressed my palm against the cool window pane, tracing the path of a raindrop with my fingertip. To my amazement, the green light seemed to react to my touch, intensifying slightly, its movements growing more deliberate. It began to trace intricate patterns through the trees, leaving behind a faint trail of luminescence that lingered like the fading remnants of a dream. The grandfather clock in the hallway chimed 9, its resonant tones reverberating through the silent house. Each toll rippled through the atmosphere, and with every sound, the green light pulsed in perfect harmony. Breath misted the window as I watched, captivated by this inexplicable dance of light and sound. Fueled by a curiosity both familiar and alien, I reached for my raincoat. The weathered fabric carried the comforting aroma of old books and wood smoke that had permeated the house over the decades. Donning the coat, I noticed the green light had paused, as if beckoning. The rain had now dwindled to a gentle mist, the evening air redolent with the earthy fragrance of rain-soaked soil and autumn foliage. The garden path felt different beneath my feet that night. Each step on the weathered stones produced a soft squelch, while tiny droplets fell from the overhanging branches, creating a delicate percussion that accompanied my journey. As I drew nearer to the light, the atmosphere shifted, thickening with an electric charge that caused the fine hairs on my arms to prickle. Amidst the trees, the green light maintained its patient vigil. Close now, I discerned it was not a lantern, but a spherical glow hovering at chest height. Its edges were soft and indistinct, resembling a watercolor left out in the rain. The light it emitted cast peculiar shadows among the trees, morphing familiar shapes into enigmatic forms that seemed to shift and transform with every glance. A subtle warmth emanated from the sphere, not fiery or electrical, but organic, akin to the warmth of sun-kissed spring soil. Standing before it, raindrops fell leisurely around the light, as if time itself had slowed. Each droplet captured the green luminance, forming a constellation of miniature emerald stars suspended in the air. The sphere resumed its movement, leading me further into the garden. I trailed behind, my steps muffled by eons of fallen leaves. The path we traversed was unfamiliar, weaving amidst trees I had known all my life, yet now appeared different, bathed in the ethereal light. The air filled with the heady scent of nocturnal blossoms previously unnoticed, their perfume sweet and faintly alien. Time lost its rigidity as I walked, marked only by the steady cadence of rainfall and my own muted breath. The sphere paused intermittently, ensuring my continued pursuit before proceeding on its cryptic voyage. In these interludes of stillness, I perceived a haunting melody, not quite a tune, but a mere whisper of one, reminiscent of a childhood song half remembered. Finally, we arrived at a clearing hitherto unknown to me, though I deemed myself familiar with every inch of the garden. At its center stood an ancient stone well, its moss-covered walls adorned with delicate ferns. The green light hovered above, casting its radiance into the abyss below. Approaching, I discerned intricate symbols etched into the well's rim, symbols that seemed to shift and morph when I attempted to focus directly on them. Gradually, the light began its descent into the well, illuminating the symbols with a faint glow, orchestrating a complex ballet of light and shadow. The air hummed with an ancient, knowing energy, as if something had awaited this moment for centuries. Bending over the well's edge, I watched as the green light descended deeper, revealing glimpses of other lights far below, blues, purples, and golds, each unfolding in mysterious patterns. The sound of water transcended into a musical symphony, echoing from depths that seemed to stretch beyond conceivable limits. Stepping back, the rain had ceased entirely. The night air hung in perfect stillness, the garden holding its breath in anticipation of an enigma beyond my grasp. The green light had vanished, yet the well's symbols continued to softly glow, pulsating in sync with my heartbeat. Navigating back to the house, guided by a memory of the path, which felt both recent and ancient, the garden appeared altered, or perhaps it was I who had transformed. The trees inclined slightly as I passed, their leaves murmuring enigmas just beyond my comprehension. Reaching my window, I glanced back to where the well once stood, only to find the familiar silhouette of trees and shadows. On serene, rainy nights, I still perch by my window, observing the garden. Occasionally, under the perfect confluence of rainfall and earthy scents carried by the wind, I glimpse that gentle green glow amidst the trees. It beckons, offering to unveil more of its mysteries. Yet I've learned that some enigmas are meant to remain partially shrouded, existing in the delicate realm between knowledge and awe. The well has not resurfaced, at least not in its original location. Yet on certain evenings, a faint echo of water and music rises from the depths beneath the garden, accompanied by the soft pulsation of the green light, hovering at the edge of perception. I've come to realize that the greatest mysteries need not be unraveled. They must only be experienced, embraced, and allowed to gently transform us in their own mysterious way. Story 16. The soft patter of raindrops on my windshield created a calming beat as I navigated the autumn evening. The worn wipers swayed back and forth in a hypnotic rhythm, clearing the delicate beads of moisture that gathered. My headlights cut through the dusk, their glow softened by the light drizzle that had been my companion for the past hour. Though I had traveled this road countless times, tonight held a different aura. The familiar journey home now possessed an ethereal quality, with wisps of mist rising from the earth, intertwining among the ancient trees bordering the narrow road. The fog crept forth like spectral fingers stretching towards the darkening heavens. Ahead loomed the old wooden bridge, barely visible through the thickening mist. A simple structure weathered by seasons past, its time-worn boards smoothed by the passage of time. As I drew nearer, the mist seemed to thicken around it, almost drawn to its aged frame. The sound of my tires changed upon meeting the wooden planks, creating a soft, hollow echo that reverberated through the tranquil evening. My headlights illuminated the swirling mist, dancing in mesmerizing patterns. Through the passenger window, glimpses of the black, mirror-like creek shimmered below in the fading light. A mysterious force compelled me to slow down midway across the bridge. Perhaps it was the unnatural movement of the mist, more like a breath than a breeze. Or maybe it was the peculiar play of light, bending and reflecting off the fog in enigmatic ways. The rhythmic drumming of my tires slowed, hushed, until I came to a halt at the bridge's center. With the engine idling, I became attuned to other sounds: the gentle murmur of water below, the rain's soft tap on metal and wood, and something else, a whisper at the edge of perception. It might have been the wind weaving through the old wooden railings, carrying fragments of words, too distinct to be mere chants, too vague to decipher. I cracked open the window, allowing the cool, damp air to seep inside. The scent that wafted in was a blend of wet wood, fallen leaves, and something ancient, evoking memories of dusty attics and forgotten chambers. The mist slithered through the small opening like inquisitive tendrils, bearing with it that almost sound, that nearly voice. The rearview mirror reflected only a veil of white fog behind me, while ahead, the bridge seemed to stretch infinitely into the mist. The once familiar length had become uncertain. Through the passenger window, I observed the fog above the creek moving against the wind, twirling in deliberate spirals. A form materialized in the mist to my right, visible through the passenger window. It could have been a figure standing at the bridge's railing, or perhaps merely a denser patch of fog caught in a swirl. Yet for a fleeting moment, I could have sworn I saw a hand extend towards my car, its outline soft and blurred, akin to a watercolor painting left in the rain. The radio, previously playing soft melodies at low volume, started switching stations on its own. Amidst the static, snatches of songs and voices flitted by, none lingering for more than a breath. The digital display flickered between seemingly random numbers, until I discerned a repeating pattern, almost familiar. Time blurred, akin to the fog outside. I couldn't ascertain how long I lingered there, entranced by the mist's dance and the whispered almost words. My watch continued its steady rhythm, yet each glance revealed times that eluded sense. The glowing dashboard numbers pulsated softly, marking seconds that felt elongated or compressed. A gentle tap on my driver's side window jolted me. The sound, akin to raindrops, carried purpose. Upon turning to look, the fog clinging to the glass seemed to form a visage. Or perhaps it was but the play of water droplets catching light in an unusual manner. It dissipated as I tried to focus, leaving me unsure if I had truly seen aught. The whispering momentarily sharpened, nearly coalescing into understandable words. It echoed conversations overheard through walls, familiar yet indistinct. There was a quality hinting at elusive meaning, akin to a dream slipping away upon waking. Gradually, I resumed driving forward. The wooden planks of the bridge resumed their quiet melody beneath my tires. As I reached the far end, the fog began to thin, relinquishing its grasp on my car. In the rearview mirror, I witnessed the bridge fade into the mist, now pulsing gently like the ebb of slow breaths. The remainder of my journey home passed uneventfully, though the radio continued its erratic behavior, playing fragments of melodies I almost recognized. Upon parking in my driveway, an anomaly caught my eye on the passenger seat, a small, perfectly round puddle of water, devoid of a discernible source. That night, as I lay in bed amid the ongoing rain, thoughts of the bridge and its enigmatic fog consumed me. In my dreams, those whispered words resounded once more, nearly within reach this time. Nearly, but not quite, perhaps for the best. Even now, whenever I traverse that bridge in the fog, I sense a gentle pull, an invitation to pause and listen to those almost words anew. At times I heed, at times I do not. Yet I've come to realize that the puddle reappears on my passenger seat more often than not, a small circular reminder that some mysteries prefer to remain unsolved, lingering in the air like mist over dark waters. Story 17. The gentle patter of autumn rain against the window had become a soothing melody, a familiar companion during these quiet nights. Nestled in my grandmother's cherished reading chair, enveloped in the warmth of her hand-knitted blanket, I gazed at the dance of raindrops on the glass, each one painting intricate patterns as they journeyed downwards. Though my grandmother had departed this world months ago, her spirit lingered within the walls of this ancient home she bequeathed to me. The soft glow of the reading lamp cast a comforting light, illuminating the polished hardwood floors that bore the marks of time and lineage. Beside me, a cup of chamomile tea exuded a delicate fragrance, mingling with the scent of aged books that adorned the shelves. In the hallway, the grandfather clock maintained its steady cadence, a rhythmic reminder of the passage of time, its ticks like faint whispers echoing through the silent house. And as night draped its veil over the world outside, a peculiar sight caught my eye. A window opposite me, its surface seeming to defy gravity as the raindrops slid upwards instead of down. At first I dismissed it as a trick of the light, but the illusion persisted, drawing me closer with its mystique. The glass rippled like a mystical pond stirred by an unseen hand, transforming the view beyond into a dreamscape. The modern houses dissolved, replaced by a vision of lush fields bathed in an otherworldly glow, as if plucked from a distant memory. The rain's melody persisted, though the shower had ceased, a gentle background hum to the surreal scene unfolding before me. A shift in seasons transpired through the looking glass, morphing the present into a bygone summer eve, alive with ethereal light and distant laughter. Compelled by an invisible force, I rose from the chair, the familiar creak of floorboards grounding me in the present even as I drifted towards the window, drawn by its inexplicable allure. A warmth emanated from the glass, contrary to the chill of the autumn night, accompanied by a subtle vibration that resonated through the air. Figures materialized in the distance, cloaked in attire of yesteryears, their movements fluid and graceful like whispers of history brought to life. Among them, a young woman bore a striking resemblance to my grandmother in her youth, a connection bridging the chasm of time. Details from the past intertwined with the present, a tree that still stood in the yard, the rolling hills on the horizon, the ancient stone wall that framed the property, all merging in a tapestry of memories. The scent of lilacs, my grandmother's beloved flower, wafted through the air, a scent of winter blooms incongruous yet undeniably real. The young woman, a spectral reflection of the past, turned towards me, and as our gazes met through the veil of time, a profound understanding transcended the boundary that separated us. Our hands, though never touching, communicated a shared history, a bond woven through time. Midnight arrived, heralded by the grandfather clock's solemn tolls reverberating through the house, each chime heralding the fading of the spectral tableau beyond the window. The figures dissolved into shadows, their movements slowing until they vanished into the darkness, leaving only the rain-soaked night in their wake. Yet a subtle shimmer clung to the glass, a reminder of the ephemeral magic that had unfolded. As the fragrance of lilacs lingered in the air, blending with the cooling tea by my side, I returned to the chair, cocooned in my grandmother's blanket. The rain resumed its melodic serenade, now carrying whispers of a long-forgotten melody, lulling me towards slumber. In the quiet of the night, I pondered the mysteries held within these ancient windows, the veiled glimpses of bygone eras waiting for the right observer. Though the window remained unchanged in the following nights, a subtle shift persisted, a fleeting reflection here, a ghostly visage there, brief echoes of the past that flickered like candlelight in the dark. This house, once merely old, now exuded a timeless aura, where every creak of floorboards and every shadow held a fragment of history waiting to be unveiled through the enigmatic windows that guarded the secrets of time. No longer seeking to explain the unexplainable, I embraced the subtle enchantment that intertwined reality with dreams, past with present. In the hushed moments between heartbeats, between raindrops, I found solace in the ethereal dance of light and shadow, in the whispered stories carried by the rain. Each window, a portal to forgotten memories, each raindrop, a vessel of untold tales, I surrendered to the enigmatic embrace of this ancient house, where time itself seemed to waver and weave through the panes of glass. Story 18. The rhythmic pulse of waves against weathered stone enveloped my senses as I traversed the meandering path toward the lighthouse. The evening breeze carried the tang of salt and seaweed, intermingled with the earthy fragrance of damp soil left by the afternoon rain. Each step I took on the moist ground was accompanied by the soft rustle of tall grass dancing in the coastal wind. Ahead stood the lighthouse, its whitewashed walls taking on an otherworldly glow in the dimming twilight. Layers of history peeked through the delicate patterns of peeling paint, a testament to time. As the lighthouse keeper's assistant, this structure had been a steadfast presence in my life, but tonight, an unfamiliar aura hung in the air. The usual warm, golden beam that should have swept across the waters was absent, yet the lantern room at the top emitted a soft glow. The iron key felt icy in my hand as I unlocked the massive wooden door, which groaned open with a deep, resonant echo reverberating through the circular chamber. The familiar scents of brass and mineral oil greeted me, along with something elusive, a faint fragrance reminiscent of old books and dried flowers. My footsteps echoed softly against the stone floor as I ascended the spiral staircase, each of the 142 steps whispering beneath my feet. The usual sounds of the lighthouse, the ticking of the clockwork mechanism, the gentle hum of the wind through the ventilation shafts, felt distant, as if veiled by a thick blanket of mist. The brass handrail felt unusually warm to the touch, a stark contrast to the cool night air. With each step upward, subtle anomalies caught my eye. Faint markings resembling writing adorned the walls, though upon closer inspection, they revealed themselves to be mere natural stone patterns. Upon reaching the watchroom just beneath the lantern room, I noticed the logbook open on the desk, its pages fluttering without a breeze. The last entry, scribed in what seemed to be my own handwriting, described a peculiar occurrence. Light shines forth, but illuminates nothing. The beam passes through the fog as if it doesn't exist. A chill crept over me as I climbed the final stairs to the lantern room. The Fresnel lens sparkled brilliantly, capturing and refracting the lamplight with dazzling splendor. However, peering through the glass panes, I beheld an absence where the beam should have pierced the encroaching darkness. It was as though the light evaporated mere feet from its source. Approaching the windows, I pressed my hand against the cool glass, gazing out at the eerily calm sea below, akin to liquid obsidian. The stars failed to reflect upon the glass-like surface, while the sky above remained clear. The boundary between sea and sky vanished into an all-encompassing darkness, pulsing with enigmatic life. The cryptic entry in the logbook lingered in my mind. Despite my years of tending to this lighthouse, witnessing light dissolve into nothingness defied all I knew of the natural order. Yet there I stood, observing the impossible unfold before me. A faint scraping sound drew my attention to the toolbox, now open in a configuration of tools that resembled unfamiliar symbols, only to return to normal upon a blink, leaving a disconcerting unease in its wake. The lamp's flame flickered unpredictably, casting dancing shadows that seemed to move independently. My reflection in the glass betrayed a subtle delay in its movements, a fraction out of sync with my own actions. A gentle, otherworldly hum emanated from the lens, reminiscent of a melodic vibration, resonating through the room and into my very being. Returning to the logbook, I witnessed words materialize on the pages as if written by unseen hands. The darkness doesn't consume the light. It transforms it into something we cannot perceive. Some things are meant to remain unseen. Looking out once more, I observed patches of liquid shadow swirling in the water, weaving intricate patterns that hinted at a hidden language. Mesmerized by the spectacle, I noticed the hum intensifying, synchronizing with the warm, pulsating glow of the lamp. The brass fixtures defied the laws of physics, reflecting light in impossible angles that bent reality. Time warped within the lantern room, the moon's rapid journey across the sky contrasting with the clock's steady pace. The sensation of touching something ethereal enveloped me as I descended the stairs, each step feeling like a passage through overlapping realities. The lighthouse, once a familiar beacon, now existed in a realm beyond the mundane, its purpose transcending mere guidance through the night. The following morning revealed no traces of the extraordinary events in the logbook. The tools sat in their usual places, and the lighthouse resumed its nightly vigil, casting its beam across the waters. Yet on silent nights, a faint echo of that mysterious occurrence lingers, a whisper of the lighthouse conversing with the darkness in a language of light and shadow beyond human comprehension. The enigma of that night remains shrouded in uncertainty, its layers shifting with each recollection. The lighthouse persists in its silent watch, a sentinel between realms, hinting at truths hidden in the interplay of light and shadow, known and unknown, seen and unseen. Story 19. In the whispering embrace of the autumn wind, I traced the winding path to my grandmother's ancient Victorian home. The wooden steps, weathered and well-loved, crooned beneath my feet, a melody of memories from years past. The porch lanterns, usually aglow with warmth, stood ominously dark that night, their glass panes reflecting only the ghostly moonlight. It had been 3 months since my grandmother's tranquil slumber took her, leaving me the custodian of this cherished abode. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I faithfully lit the 12 antique lanterns, a ritual passed down through generations. It was a comfort, a way to keep her spirit alive in a house brimming with history. But on this particular night, a shift in the air hinted at something otherworldly. The stillness bore the scent of rain-soaked earth and aged timber, wrapping me in a cocoon of mystery. Retrieving my ring of keys, my hand brushed against the brass lighter in my coat pocket, an heirloom worn smooth by time, a companion to my grandmother's twilight traditions. The foyer greeted me with whispers of lavender and tales bound in leather, fragrances cultivated by her delicate touch. Each footfall on the polished floor reverberated gently as I traversed the house, igniting vintage sconces that bathed the wallpaper in amber hues. Commencing my nightly ritual, I approached the first lantern by the entrance. The brass lighter struck a soft chord, but the wick remained unyielding to the flame's dance. Perplexed, I tried again, only to be met with the same resistance at each lantern. A cool breeze stirred the ivy on the porch, painting shadowy murals on the wooden boards. The moon, a silent observer, cast its silver glow through the leaves, conjuring patterns that seemed to stir and shift with a life of their own. Despite the brass lighter proving flawless on a candle indoors, the lanterns outside remained shrouded in darkness. The grandfather clock's ticking floated through an open window, a reminder of the relentless passage of time. Yet this night felt suspended in a realm beyond ordinary time, the dark lanterns creating a pocket of stillness in the world. Recollections of my grandmother's tales about the lanterns surfaced, stories of their obstinate darkness on significant nights. Settling into the porch swing, its rhythmic creaks merging with the nocturnal symphony, I noticed a peculiar sight. Thin silver threads, barely visible in the moon's glow, wove a delicate web between the lanterns, shimmering like elusive whispers in the night. As midnight chimed from the grandfather clock, the threads grew more pronounced, forming a luminescent circle that linked all 12 lanterns. Within this ethereal circle, the air hummed with a weighty presence, reminiscent of my grandmother's essence. The swing swayed imperceptibly, as if a phantom companion had joined me. Enthralled, I watched as shadowy figures danced between the lanterns, their forms vague yet familiar. With each passing moment, a revelation dawned. These lanterns were more than mere lights. They were custodians of memories, guardians of ancestral lore. The refusal to illuminate was not a flaw, but an invitation to unearth hidden truths. Time slipped away as I sat there, enveloped in the nocturnal serenade and the spectral ballet unfolding before me. At daybreak, as the silver threads faded into oblivion, the lanterns, when kindled anew, exuded a luminescence infused with tales of yore. The light bore witness to generations past, their stories etched in shadow and flame, waiting to be unveiled on nights of significance. This enigmatic encounter remained my secret, a legacy that revealed itself when shadows eclipsed the light. Quiet evenings found me on the porch swing, pondering how darkness, far from absence, held narratives decipherable only in the language of shadows and silence. Story 20. The soft patter of raindrops on my car's windshield was the only sound in the vast expanse of night as I journeyed through the undulating countryside. The mist ahead enveloped the road, growing thicker with each mile I traversed. Feeble beams of light from my headlights struggled to pierce through the fog, casting a mystical glow as they reflected off countless suspended droplets, painting a dreamy tunnel of diffused radiance. In the quiet of early evening, as darkness descended, my car's engine faltered and then fell silent, leaving me alone in the embrace of the rain. Surprisingly, rather than fear, a serene calm settled over me. The rain's gentle cadence on the metal roof above whispered a lullaby, soothing and comforting. Through the mist-kissed window, a faint flicker beckoned in the distance, like old gas lanterns swaying in the night. It seemed to promise refuge from the damp chill that seeped into my bones, a warm haven amidst the obscurity. With no signal on my cell phone and civilization far behind, I summoned my courage and ventured out into the misty embrace of the evening. The air, though thick with fog, carried a warmth that hinted at earthy scents and a touch of wild honeysuckle sweetness. Each step I took, leaving soft imprints on the grass, led me closer to the elusive light. Shapes emerged from the haze, an ancient church steeple, a village cloaked in history. The structures, weathered and aged, exuded a timeless aura, their stone walls and gleaming wooden beams standing proud in the mist-laden air. The empty streets glowed with inviting light pouring from every window, radiating a pulsating warmth akin to a slumbering giant's breath. Puddles mirrored the golden luminescence, creating pools of light in the encroaching dusk. Moving deeper into the village, my footsteps echoed softly on the damp cobblestones. The buildings leaned in conspiratorially, sharing whispered secrets across narrow lanes. Melodious wind chimes tinkled without a breeze, their harmonious notes blending with the rain's steady rhythm, weaving a surreal symphony. A particular light, alluring and welcoming, drew me towards what appeared to be an inn. The wooden sign creaked gently, though the air held no hint of a draft. A scent of wood smoke intertwined with hints of baking bread or mulled wine teased my senses, though it lingered like a distant memory, just out of reach. The door yielded silently to my touch, revealing a cozy interior aglow with the flickering flames of a hearth. Comfortable chairs encircled small tables, worn smooth by years of use, yet devoid of occupants. A weathered guest book lay open on the counter, its yellowed pages marking the passage of time. The last entry, precisely 50 years old, bore elegant but fading script, as if time itself sought to erase the words. The inn held more mysteries within its walls. A half-empty teacup sat undisturbed, a newspaper frozen in a bygone era lay open, and a grandfather clock marked time without its hands moving. Sounds from beyond seeped through, distant conversations, laughter, and music, muffled as if from a far-off realm or beneath water's surface. Peering through windows, the empty streets belied the lively echoes that reverberated within the village. The thickening fog pressed against the glass, revealing fleeting shadows that danced like phantoms in the night. Raindrops traced cryptic patterns before dissolving into obscurity, a silent language written and erased by nature's hand. Within a sitting room, An old radio crackled to life, whispering fragments of forgotten conversations and melodies, its warmth permeating the air with a sense of nostalgia. Time seemed fluid, the outside world unchanged as hours slipped by unnoticed. The fog swirled outside, offering glimpses of hidden wonders, tempting with unspoken promises. The rain's hypnotic melody and the inn's peculiar peace lulled me into a state between wakefulness and dreams. Shadows played tricks in the corners, taking on human forms that vanished upon direct gaze. The fire crackled, its warmth a mere caress, its logs eternal in their burn. Drifting on the cusp of sleep, reality and fantasy merged like watercolors in the rain. In that ephemeral state, I glimpsed the village's secret, a realm suspended in the pause between heartbeats, existing in perpetual twilight and gentle enigma. When I roused from my reverie, time had lost its meaning, and the fog outside began to lift, revealing a world beyond the village's confines. Returning to my car, now purring contentedly, I watched as the village dissolved into the mist, a fading mirage in the rearview mirror. To this day, on rainy nights suffused with mist and soft light, I catch a whiff of wood smoke and honeysuckle, a ghostly reminder of that tranquil place. The memory tugs at my heart, evoking a bittersweet melancholy akin to a half-remembered lullaby from childhood. Perhaps in the spaces between raindrops and heartbeats the village endures, its warm windows beckoning to weary travelers, its mysteries shrouded in eternal twilight, a sanctuary for those who seek solace in the embrace of the unknown. Story 21. The gentle patter of rain against the window panes created a soothing melody that harmonized with my breath as I settled into my grandfather's worn leather armchair. Night had always woven a different tapestry within this Victorian house, but tonight there was an enigmatic whisper lingering in the air, causing the familiar shadows to pirouette with an unfamiliar grace upon the faded wallpaper. Inheriting this grand house from my grandfather 3 moons ago, I had observed peculiar occurrences that tiptoed on the edge of reason. The house possessed a spirit of its own, a rhythm of breathing unique to its ancient bones. Yet, a particular mystery had woven itself into the fabric of my thoughts, growing with each passing night. The library door refused to remain closed. Initially attributing it to aged hinges or weathered wood, I attempted various remedies, adjusting the hinges, wedging a doorstop, even installing a new latch. Despite my efforts, at dawn's first light, the door stood ajar, beckoning me into a sanctuary of accumulated wisdom spanning epochs. The library itself stood as a testament to my grandfather's reverence for the written word. Towering shelves adorned every wall, their dark wood gleaming with a polish lovingly applied over the passage of time. The fragrance of aged paper and leather bindings hung in the air, mingling with the soft aroma of beeswax candles that I lit in the evenings. As the rain continued its gentle symphony outside, a decision blossomed within me, to spend the night in the library. Enveloped in a cozy blanket, cradling a cup of chamomile tea, I settled into the window seat overlooking the garden. The moon played hide-and-seek behind veils of rain-laden clouds, casting ephemeral patterns through the beveled glass windows onto the oriental rug below. When the grandfather clock in the hallway told the midnight hour, its deep chime reverberating through the house, I closed the library door with a definitive click of the latch. Determined to uncover the unseen force that coaxed the door open night after night, I fixed my gaze upon it, the carved patterns seeming to ripple in the flickering candlelight. Hours ebbed away, marked solely by the steady rhythm of the clock and the persistent rainfall. My eyelids grew heavy as I scrutinized the door, its intricate surfaces appearing to undulate in the dancing candle glow. Just as drowsiness began to claim me, a subtle shift in the room's aura seized my attention. The air thickened, heavy like molasses poured languidly from a jar. Candle flames stilled, frozen in time, as if the very essence of time had paused. Gradually, The temperature plummeted, my breath materializing in delicate wisps in the chilled air. Yet, amidst this surreal setting, fear found no foothold, only a profound sense of expectancy. A whisper of pages turning drew my gaze to the far corner of the room. There, upon my grandfather's weathered desk, a book lay open, its pages fluttering as if stirred by an unseen breeze in the stillness. Mesmerized, I watched as the motion spread to other tomes, creating a murmured symphony of rustling paper. Amidst the gentle chaos of fluttering pages, discernible patterns emerged in the way the books opened and closed. It felt akin to a clandestine dialogue, as if the collective wisdom of centuries was being exchanged in a cryptic language just beyond my grasp. The carved door appeared to listen as well, its patterns deepening in the ethereal light. Gradually, the door stirred, not with the abruptness of human agency, but with the deliberate grace of a leaf unfurling in the vernal breeze. Silently, it swung open, revealing the darkness of the corridor beyond. As it reached its fully ajar position, the books settled back into their places, and the room's temperature slowly normalized. In that transcendent moment, a realization unfurled within me about my grandfather's library. It was not merely a repository of books, but a living repository of memories, thoughts, and dreams. The door yielded each night not due to faulty mechanics, but because knowledge yearned to roam, to flow, to commune with those receptive to its whispered enigmas. Henceforth, I abandoned the futile task of keeping the library door shut. Instead, I embraced its nightly ritual, comprehending that certain portals are destined to remain open, bridging the chasm between the known world and the myriad mysteries that dwell just beyond our comprehension. Now, in the hushed hours of night, when rain descends in a gentle cadence and the moon casts its silvery glow through the windows, I sit amidst the library's contemplative hush. The books continue their discourse, sharing ancient wisdom through their papery voices, while the door stands ajar, a guardian between realms. Though the enigma of the ever-open door may elude complete understanding, I've learned to cherish the beauty of unanswered questions. Scribbling these words by candle's flickering light, I sense the house's gentle pulse, the enduring breath of narratives waiting to be unfurled. The rain persists in its tranquil lullaby, and somewhere in the shadows, another page turns, another tale commences, and the door remains ajar, beckoning those who dare to dream beyond the threshold of the ordinary. Story 22. The soft patter of autumn rain on the windows created a tranquil melody in my study, where I delved into the archives of my family's past. The warm light of my vintage desk lamp enveloped me in a cozy embrace, while the remainder of the room danced in gentle shadows. This house had been my grandmother's sanctuary, and after her peaceful departure, it became my haven, filled with echoes of bygone eras. Sorting through a stack of aged papers, my hand stumbled upon something unexpected, a weathered journal with no discernible markings, but within it the familiar script of my grandmother awaited. Her meticulous notes about the house's upkeep led me to a particular entry that intrigued me. Discovered a hidden door in the root cellar today. It defies logic. The architectural plans show a solid wall in its place. As the rain continued its lulling cadence, I reclined in my chair, pondering her words. Although I had explored that cellar countless times as a child, the notion of an additional door eluded my memory. The leather of my reading chair whispered as I shifted, and in the quiet of the house, ancient beams settled with a soft sigh. Treading noiselessly on the plush carpet, I made my way to the kitchen. At the end of a dim hallway stood the cellar door, its brass handle gleaming in the light from above. With a smooth turn of the old key, a rush of cool air greeted me as I descended the wooden steps. The root cellar wafted familiar scents, earthy stone, the mineral essence of the foundation, and hints of apples and potatoes stored long ago. My flashlight danced over rough walls and aging shelves, everything as I remembered, until a peculiar detail caught my eye in the corner. The texture of the stones seemed subtly different, drawing me closer. Tracing the mortar lines with my fingertips, I detected a slight recess. A gentle push produced a soft click, and a section of the wall swung open effortlessly, revealing a staircase disappearing into darkness. The steps, crafted from the same stone as the foundation, bore no signs of wear, emanating a strange warmth and a faint floral fragrance reminiscent of summer gardens. While my grandmother's journal alluded to the hidden door, its contents offered no insight into what lay beyond. The staircase beckoned, its flawless construction offering a sense of solace. The beam of my flashlight revealed no end to the descent, the steps curving out of sight. Seated on the top step, I basked in the warmth enveloping me, the rain's murmur replaced by a subtle hum, akin to wind whispering through seashells. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in this space, each moment elongating like honey dripping languidly. Progressing downward, the light shifted, diffused by an unseen presence, not dust or mist, but a golden haze akin to late afternoon sunlight. The walls shimmered with iridescence, patterns undulating with a mesmerizing grace. As I trailed my fingers along the warm stone, subtle vibrations pulsed beneath my touch, as if the very walls hummed with vitality. Faint echoes of music, murmured voices, or rustling leaves teased my ears intermittently, vanishing into the ambient resonance whenever I strained to listen. The staircase led to a small landing adorned with enigmatic inscriptions resembling no known alphabet. The characters undulated as if alive, their meanings eluding me like ripples on a tranquil pond. Another set of stairs descended further, but an instinct halted my progress for the day. Seated on the landing, I absorbed the warmth and gentle vibrations, the space neither menacing nor inviting, but simply existing as an immutable force. Returning to the surface, the hidden door closed with a soft click, restoring me to the study's familiar embrace, rain serenading the windows. My grandmother's journal lay open, revealing a faint addition beneath the mention of the door. Some mysteries are answers in disguise. Some thresholds exist not to be crossed, but to remind us of the boundless realms beyond our comprehension. While I never revisited the staircase, on tranquil evenings when the house murmured with ancient whispers, I sometimes caught a whiff of that warm, sweet breeze drifting from below, carrying elusive echoes of distant sounds. In those moments, I grasped my grandmother's wisdom. The journal now rests in my desk, a reminder that certain enigmas transcend solution, serving as guides to the ethereal realms between knowledge and imagination, between understanding and the depths of our souls. Such mysteries find their place in the liminal space between waking and dreaming, where questions require no answers, and the unknown cradles us like a gentle embrace on a rainy autumn night. Story 23. The gentle moonlight seeped through wisps of fog, painting soft shadows across the ancient garden that had become my inheritance. A delicate fragrance of night-blooming jasmine danced in the air, mingling with the earthy scent of moss-covered stone. From my bedroom window, I peered down at the weathered statues that adorned the overgrown landscape, standing like silent sentinels frozen in time. This garden was once my grandmother's domain, a peculiar artist who dedicated decades to crafting and collecting these stone figures. Now, 3 months after her passing, I resided alone in her Victorian mansion, encircled by the legacy of her silent observers. Each statue seemed to hold a tale, its own secrets waiting to be unraveled in the hushed moments between nightfall and daybreak. That particular evening, the garden seemed to wear a different cloak of mystery. Perhaps it was the way the fog caressed the base of each figure like spectral fingers, or the subtle pulsing rhythm that seemed to resonate through the otherwise tranquil air. The statue closest to my window, a graceful depiction of a woman in flowing robes, appeared to be gazing in a slightly altered direction, a deviation from my memory of the night before. Drawn to the tranquil solitude of the nighttime, I felt a pull from the garden, its enigmatic aura beckoning me forth. Draping myself in a cozy shawl, I descended the creaking wooden stairs, each step a whispered tale spun by aged wood and the passage of time. The grandfather clock in the hallway tolled midnight with 12 soft chimes that reverberated through the silence like ripples on a serene pond. The French doors leading to the garden parted with a gentle sigh, releasing the fragrance of rain-kissed earth and ancient stone. My bare feet embraced the cool, smooth flagstones of the path, still retaining the warmth of the day's sun. As I ventured deeper into the garden, the moonlight played tricks with shadows, causing the statues to seem to shift ever so slightly in my peripheral vision. Among the collection, certain pieces had always captivated my attention more than others. There was the young boy with a flute, forever frozen in mid-song with stone lips poised to exhale music. An elderly man graced a bench, his book forever open to an inscrutable page. A dancer caught mid-twirl, her stone skirts hinting at perpetual motion within their solid form. Each sculpture had been meticulously placed by my grandmother's artistic vision, crafting what she referred to as conversations in stone. On that night, I noticed an unusual alignment of the statues, forming a pattern that had eluded my notice previously, akin to coordinates on an ancient star chart. The fog thickened, swirling around their bases in lazy eddies that almost seemed purposeful in their movement. The atmosphere held a peculiar stillness, as if the garden itself held its breath in anticipation. As I delved further into the collection, I began to discern subtle details that had escaped me in the light of day. Tiny symbols were etched into the bases of some statues, delicate spirals, crescents, and other geometric shapes that captured the moonlight like liquid silver. These markings had never been mentioned by my grandmother in her journals or our discussions about her creations. At the heart of the garden stood a fountain, featuring 3 life-sized figures, locked in an eternal dance around a central column. Once, water flowed from vessels they held, but the fountain had lain dry for years. On this night, the empty basin cradled only mist, which wove and twined around the figures' feet like living tendrils of smoke. Approaching closer, I fancied I caught a whisper of music carried on the breeze from a distant place. Tentatively, I reached out to touch the cool stone of the nearest dancer's hand, and a curious sensation tingled through my fingertips, a gentle hum akin to electricity, yet softer, more organic. The fog seemed to respond to my touch, enveloping my wrist with an almost tender familiarity. In that moment, a memory surfaced of my grandmother's words. "Art is never truly static, my dear. It lives and breathes through the eyes and hearts of those who take the time to truly see it." The night air chilled, prompting me to draw my shawl closer around my shoulders. In doing so, I noticed the statue of the woman in flowing robes, the one I had observed from my window, now definitively faced in a different direction. Not by much, only a slight deviation, yet enough to be unmistakable. My heart quickened, not with fear, but with a burgeoning sense of awe. I spent hours in the garden that night, moving from statue to statue, uncovering new intricacies with each passing moment. Sometimes it was a hidden symbol, other times the play of shadows altering their expressions entirely. The garden had transformed into a breathing gallery, with each piece gradually unveiling its mysteries in the gentle embrace of moonlight and mist. As the first light of dawn tinged the eastern sky, I retraced my steps toward the house. Glancing back, I could swear I glimpsed a hint of movement, a stone hand lowering, or a head turning ever so slightly to observe my departure. Yet as daylight strengthened, everything appeared as it should, each statue steadfast in its designated place. Come morning, as I sipped tea and gazed out at the sun-dappled garden, all seemed normal. The statues stood in their familiar poses, their stony visages unchanged in the bright sunlight. Yet a shift had occurred, not in the garden itself, but in how I perceived it. I comprehended now why my grandmother had spent countless nights amidst her stone companions. In my hand, I held a small notebook she had left behind, filled with sketches of the garden's layout and cryptic notes on lunar phases and ancient art. On the final page, inscribed in her graceful handwriting, was a simple message. To my dearest granddaughter, remember that the greatest mysteries unveil themselves solely to those patient enough to observe and wait. The statues have much to impart, should you be willing to decipher their silent language. Now, as twilight descends each evening, I find myself drawn to the window, watching and waiting. Sometimes I venture into the garden, while other times I merely observe from above. Yet always, I meticulously note the placement of each figure, detecting any subtle alterations in their eternal dance of stone and shadow. The garden has transcended being a mere collection of statues. It has evolved into a living enigma, unfurling a bit more with every passing night. And occasionally, in those quiet hours when the moon bathes all in its glow and the mist weaves its way in, I could swear I discern the soft echo of stone feet traversing ancient paths, and the murmured dialogues of those who stand eternal vigil over this enchanted realm. Whether these occurrences are the fanciful musings of an artist's granddaughter or something deeper, I have learned to embrace the mystery, finding solace in the understanding that certain inquiries are best shrouded in the gentle uncertainty of moonlight and shadow. Story 24. The soft patter of rain on the worn wooden shingles serenaded the evening, weaving a tranquil melody in the air. Nestled in my grandfather's ancient rocking chair, I gazed out through rain-kissed windows where the lighthouse's beam danced across the misty night, painting enchanting patterns on the hanging clouds. The gentle creak of the chair harmonized with the rhythm of waves crashing against far-off rocks, creating a hypnotic symphony that seemed to lull time into a peaceful slumber. My grandfather had been the keeper of this lighthouse for 40 long years before passing it on to me, along with its trove of secrets and tales. The shelves in every room were filled with weathered logbooks, their pages tinged yellow with age, each one a meticulous record of weather shifts, tide movements, and the occasional peculiar occurrence that had captured his attention over the years. But this night felt different, a subtle heaviness lingering in the air, akin to the pregnant pause before a storm's fury is unleashed, though the barometer betrayed no signs of impending change. The lighthouse's beam cut through the darkness with an intensity that seemed to search beyond the veil of rain and mist. Ascending the spiral staircase, each step accompanied by the familiar groans of metal and wood, I reached the lantern room atop the tower. Here, surrounded by weathered brass and ancient glass that had witnessed countless tempests and starlit skies, I felt at peace. The mighty Fresnel lens rotated steadily, a testament to the machinery's enduring reliability over a century of service. As I conducted my nightly checks, a subtle shift in the beam's reflection caught my eye. Instead of its usual scattered dance on the water's surface, tonight it coalesced into a singular point, emitting a strange luminescence that remained steady despite the rotation. Adjusting my glasses, I peered closer through the rain-spattered windows, trying to decipher the enigma before me. The glow, a soft blue-white radiance akin to moonlight on fresh snow, hovered about half a mile offshore in a notably deep expanse. With each gentle pulse, like a heartbeat, the light sent ripples across the rain-dappled water. Similar phenomena were recorded in my grandfather's logbooks, though I had dismissed them as embellishments born of his whimsical nature. One entry, dated precisely 50 years ago on this very night, depicted the pulsing light I now beheld, sketched in fading ink with meticulous care. His script, usually steady, quivered as he recounted how the light had ascended from the depths, lingering briefly before submerging once more. A soft chime from the brass clock jolted me back to the present, prompting me to check the fuel levels. grounding myself in the mundane amidst the extraordinary. The gentle rain continued its rhythmic symphony on the glass dome above, while the familiar scents of mineral oil and brass polish filled my lungs with each breath. Hours drifted by as I oscillated between observing the mysterious light and poring over my grandfather's logs. The phenomenon remained constant, its pulse unwavering, as the night thickened with moisture and intricate patterns of condensation bloomed on the windows like frost flowers at dawn. With the first blush of morning softening the eastern sky, a change rippled through the pulsing light. It began to fade, a gradual ebbing akin to the setting sun. The water retained a faint phosphorescence for a few moments before returning to its natural state, erasing all traces of the night's spectacle. Opening a fresh logbook, its pages pristine and waiting, I poised my pen over the paper, contemplating how to capture the essence of the night's marvel. In the end, I penned the facts as observed, with a nod to my grandfather's earlier account. Some wonders, I mused, dwell in the liminal space between explanation and awe. The lighthouse continued its steadfast vigil, guiding ships through the dark as it had for generations. Yet, a newfound understanding dawned upon me, that perhaps it also guided beings that tread the realm between light and shadow, between knowledge and the ineffable. The rain waned, leaving a world cleansed and ripe with potential. Night after night, I stand watch, noting the weather, the tides, and the ships that pass by. But when the rain falls gently and the mist envelops the land, creating the perfect canvas for another response from the depths, I pay heed. The lighthouse stands sentinel, and I stand alongside, recognizing that some mysteries are destined to remain just beyond our grasp, like distant lights glimpsed through the rain. Story 25. The rain tapped softly against my window, creating a soothing melody that filled the room with a peaceful rhythm. Resting in my grandmother's beloved rocking chair, I held in my hands a weathered journal, discovered in the depths of her attic after her passing. The leather-bound tome felt weighty, with untold mysteries waiting to be unveiled. As droplets meandered down the glass, I opened the journal to find her account of a peculiar autumn from her youth, penned in her elegant script. The rain outside seemed to harmonize with her words, enveloping me in a nostalgic embrace as her story unfolded before me like a distant dream. "My dearest journal," her words began, setting the scene of a misty morning in a quaint village she once visited. The autumn air bore a crisp edge, carrying the essence of fallen leaves and wood smoke. Yet an eerie anomaly caught her attention: the absence of shadows. Walking down the cobblestone street, she observed a world devoid of those familiar dark silhouettes, where sunlight painted everything in pure light without contrast. The villagers moved with a graceful fluidity, seemingly detached from the earth. Taking refuge in the home of a dear family friend known as Aunt Margaret, my grandmother noticed the same shadowless phenomenon indoors. The furniture appeared weightless, suspended in an otherworldly glow. Aunt Margaret, with her wise demeanor, explained the village's shadowless history, attributing it to a departure rather than a theft. Shadows, she revealed, were memories of light that had chosen to move on, leaving the villagers in a unique state of luminous tranquility. Days passed, revealing more marvels of the village: bird songs of distant lands, flowers aglow with an inner radiance, and a night sky where stars hung low, casting no shadows. Time itself flowed differently in this place, like honey trickling slowly and sweetly. The villagers adapted creatively, crafting art that played with light in mesmerizing ways, while the children reveled in games that celebrated the absence of shadows. As winter descended, the village remained a beacon of warmth amidst the cold, the first snowfall transforming the landscape into a dazzling spectacle of reflective beauty. My grandmother found solace in the peaceful embrace of this shadowless world, where even mundane tasks held a touch of magic. She realized that beyond the absence of shadows, The village existed in a realm where rules softened, where memories of light lingered in every corner. On her final night in the village, Aunt Margaret and my grandmother shared a moment of quiet reflection under the starlit sky, savoring tea that tasted faintly of moonlight. The elderly woman posed a question about capturing their tale in writing, to which my grandmother hesitated, knowing the incredulity it may evoke. Yet Aunt Margaret reassured her that some stories were meant to be felt, not just believed, like the memory of light on a cloudy day. Closing the journal, I felt a sense of warmth and wonder lingering within me, as if a part of that shadowless village had nestled in my heart. Outside, the rain persisted in its gentle serenade, casting a serene ambiance over the room. Gazing at my own reflection in the window, I noticed a fleeting moment where my shadow seemed undecided, wavering as if contemplating its own departure. Embracing the soothing rain and my grandmother's whispered tale of light, I pondered the existence of a village where shadows were mere memories, and wondered if, somewhere out there, her story continued to unfold in whispers of luminous enchantment. Story 26. The gentle patter of autumn rain against ancient stone set a soothing cadence, nature's own melody in the gathering twilight. Before me loomed the weathered church, its spire stretching towards the mist-shrouded clouds of evening, while fallen leaves pirouetted in slow, graceful spirals at my feet. The air carried the earthy fragrance of wet soil and aged wood, intermingled with something older, a whisper of forgotten prayers and silent bells. Unintended, my steps had led me to this place. The rain had diverted my evening stroll onto a path unknown, guiding me to this sacred sanctuary nestled in a secluded moment of time. The church's aged facade bore the gentle markings of countless seasons, its moss-covered stone walls aglow with an ethereal light as dusk deepened. With surprising ease, the heavy wooden door yielded to my touch, emitting a soft, melodious sigh that reverberated through the empty nave. The rain's symphony became a distant lullaby, enhancing the profound silence within. Stained glass windows, bathed in muted hues by the fading light, cast feeble pools of amber and violet upon the worn stone floors. As I ventured further into the church, my footsteps whispered against ancient flagstones. The air held a peculiar clarity, not the expected musty weight, but a crystalline stillness, as if time itself had been trapped in amber. Rows of polished wooden pews extended before me, their surfaces smoothed by countless hands and prayers, each bearing silent witness to generations of devotion. The aroma of aged wood and stone mingled with traces of long extinguished candles. In the gathering darkness, intricate carvings adorned the walls and columns, faces and figures that seemed to shift and transform when viewed from different angles, their expressions oscillating between serenity and enigma. Near the altar, a lone candle flickered in a brass holder, though I recalled no other presence in the church. Its flame cast dancing shadows that moved purposefully across the ancient stones, drawing my gaze towards a small wooden door nestled within the wall. Modest in size, it beckoned to me with a gentle insistence. Beyond the door awaited a spiral staircase ascending into darkness. Each step bore the shallow impressions of countless feet that had trodden before mine, worn into the stone like tiny bowls. As I climbed, the rain sound grew stronger, morphing into a rhythmic, almost melodic cadence. The air grew cooler, carrying hints of the night's freshness and something sweet and ancient, its essence elusive. Emerging into the bell tower's chamber, moonlight filtered through narrow windows, casting silver pathways across the floor despite the lingering rain clouds outside. In one corner stood an aged wooden desk, strewn with leather-bound books and yellowed papers. The books lay open, their pages filled with handwritten text in fading ink, the words hovering just beyond legibility, no matter how intently I tried to decipher them. Approaching the desk, the air filled with the delicate chiming of silver bells, not the thunderous tolling of church bells, but a soft, ethereal sound akin to wind chimes stirred by a gentle breeze. Yet the towering bell above me remained motionless, its bronze surface reflecting the enigmatic moonlight. The chiming seemed to emanate from all directions at once, imbuing a profound sense of tranquility. Time lost its grip within that chamber. Seated in an old wooden chair, I observed as shadows and moonlight engaged in a slow, mesmerizing dance upon the floor. The phantom bells intertwined their melody with the rain's rhythm, weaving a tune that spoke of ancient enigmas and forgotten dreams. At times, fleeting movements caught my peripheral vision. The rustle of robes, perhaps, or the passage of shadows embodying a substance beyond the ordinary. The papers on the desk occasionally rustled, though no breeze stirred the still air. Words tantalized my sight, fragments of sentences hinting at time flowing like water, moments existing beyond conventional hours, prayers resonating endlessly through reality's chambers. Yet the words eluded close scrutiny, leaving only vague impressions in their wake. My watch, unnoticed until then, lay frozen at midnight, despite the hour being earlier. Outside the windows, the darkness held a constant quality, neither deepening nor lightening. The rain continued its gentle melody, yet I discerned a pattern in the falling drops, shaping ephemeral forms in the air that lingered a heartbeat too long before dissipating. The chamber exuded absolute peace, pulsating with a silent vitality. Every shadow harbored potential. Every silence teemed with unspoken narratives. The boundaries between wakefulness and dreaming blurred, not in a disorienting manner, but in a gradual dissolution that fostered profound comprehension. The very atmosphere seemed to resonate with age-old wisdom, eager to divulge its secrets to those patient enough to listen. When moonlight cast certain angles upon the walls, elegant script materialized, flowing like water across the stone before vanishing, leaving impressions of untold tales in my mind. I could not ascertain how long I lingered amidst the rain's symphony and the phantom bells, witnessing the interplay of light and shadow upon the ancient stones. Time within that space flowed akin to honey, sweet and unhurried. The chamber's tranquility seeped into my very essence, supplanting urgency with serene acceptance. Descending the spiral staircase, the solitary candle still burned steadfastly by the altar, its flame unwavering. The nave now bathed in a soft pre-dawn glow, seeming to emanate from all directions at once. My footfalls echoed with a newfound familiarity, as if the stones themselves recognized me from my vigil above. Stepping out, I cast a final glance back at the church. Briefly, faces seemed to materialize in the windows, benevolent, ancient visages bearing a knowing smile before dissipating like dew under morning's light. Since that night, I have endeavored to rediscover the church, yet the path perpetually eludes me. However, on tranquil rainy evenings, a distant tinkling of silver bells on the breeze reaches my ears, reminding me that somewhere, within its secluded temporal realm, the forgotten church endures. Its mysteries linger, patiently awaiting the next wanderer, guided by the gentle rhythm of falling rain and the whispered secrets of ancient stones. Story 27. The soft, rhythmic tap of raindrops on my window had become a soothing melody, a familiar presence that whispered ancient secrets in the dead of night. Inheriting my grandmother's house had unveiled a hidden world within its walls, a world that shifted and whispered in the rain-washed darkness. The creaking floorboards beneath my feet murmured of long-forgotten tales, their voices echoing through time. The scent of old books and lavender lingered in the air, a comforting embrace that wrapped around me like a well-worn blanket. Each night, my ritual unfolded like a sacred dance, a quiet exploration of the house's secrets, a gentle tucking in of its slumbering spirits. The vintage wall sconces cast a warm amber glow that painted the walls with dancing shadows, weaving stories of their own. As I ventured down the upstairs hallway, a subtle shift in the air caught my attention. The heaviness of impending rain clung to the atmosphere, tinged with a metallic tang. Standing before my grandmother's study door, I felt a shiver of unease creeping up my spine. The door loomed taller, more imposing than before, its mahogany surface gleaming in the dim light. With a hesitant touch, I turned the doorknob, the door swinging open effortlessly, as if pulled by unseen hands. The room appeared unchanged at first glance, the antique desk, the bookshelves, the leather armchair, but shadows danced with peculiar fervor, their depths swallowing the familiar surroundings. A hint of sweetness mingled with the scent of old books, a fragrance that spoke of secrets buried deep within the walls. Approaching the bookshelves, my gaze settled on a dark volume that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. Before I could grasp it, a ripple of movement stirred the shadows behind the desk, sending a chill down my spine. The room grew colder, the air thick with ancient whispers and untold stories. The boundaries of reality blurred, time slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. In the shifting light, the titles on the book spines twisted and turned, their words morphing into cryptic messages that eluded comprehension. As I reached for the elusive volume, it vanished into thin air, leaving behind a void that beckoned with silent promises. The room embraced me in its intimate embrace, the outside world fading into oblivion beyond the darkened windows. Sinking into the worn leather armchair, I felt the room's pulse quicken, its shadows weaving intricate patterns on the walls. The darkness whispered of forgotten dreams, of paths untaken and destinies unfulfilled. Time lost its grip, melting into a pool of endless night where memories and illusions intertwined like lovers in a timeless dance. Shapes moved in the velvety darkness beyond the windows, their forms fluid and ethereal, hinting at worlds beyond mortal understanding. The rain played a haunting melody, its notes a symphony of forgotten desires and whispered regrets. Standing on the threshold of the unknown, I felt a pull, a yearning for the mysteries that lay just beyond reach. The door beckoned, its surface rippling like liquid, revealing glimpses of a realm untouched by time. With a steady hand, I pushed through the threshold, stepping into a realm of shadows and starlight. The darkness enveloped me, its tendrils caressing my skin with a gentle touch that spoke of ancient wisdom and eternal truths. In that twilight space, where past and present intertwined, I felt a sense of belonging, of coming home to a place I had never known. The door behind me vanished, leaving me suspended in a realm of infinite possibilities. And as I gazed into the depths of that eternal night, I knew that some mysteries were meant to be embraced, not unraveled. The rain continued its gentle symphony, a lullaby for the restless soul seeking solace in the darkness. The door remained, a silent guardian to the unknown, a portal to realms beyond imagination. And in the quiet of the night, when shadows danced and whispers filled the air, I found peace in the endless twilight, in the boundless expanse of dreams that awaited beyond the door. Story 28. In the quiet embrace of raindrops tapping against the window, I found myself seated in my grandmother's old study, surrounded by the familiar scents of aged leather-bound books and cedar wood. The autumn evening had descended early, enveloping the house in a gentle cloak of darkness, pierced only by the warm glow of my reading lamp. Cradled in my hands was her weathered leather-bound journal, its pages bearing the weight of time, holding within them a tale of mystery that promised to reshape my perception of night and starlight. It had been 3 months since my grandmother's passing, leaving behind this lakeside abode and all its enigmatic secrets. Among her belongings, this journal stood out, its pages adorned with her graceful script, unveiling something extraordinary about the expansive lake that sprawled beyond the property. I had always been intrigued by how the water seemed to swallow light instead of reflecting it, even on the most luminous of nights. The rain persisted in its gentle symphony as I delved into her words penned decades ago. The lake cradles memories in its depths, but not in the way one might expect. It doesn't merely mirror the stars, it captures them, holds them, akin to fireflies in a jar. I've witnessed them descend, one by one, their brilliance waning as they sink into the obsidian depths. A soft creak from the floorboards diverted my attention from the journal. In the house's hushed stillness, every subtle sound carried significance. The ancient grandfather clock in the hallway told the hour with its deep, resonant chimes. 9 echoes, each resonating through the vacant chambers, each drawing me deeper into the ambience of my grandmother's writings. Returning to the journal, I found myself engrossed in her meticulous observations. The first time I beheld a star plummet into the lake, I questioned my own eyes. It appeared as a fissure in the tapestry of the night sky, a gentle descent rather than the swift streak of a typical shooting star. It caressed the water's surface with minimal disturbance, then descended leisurely, its radiance dwindling until it vanished entirely. Outside, the rain began to taper off, transitioning from a steady drumming to a hushed murmur. Through the bay window of the study, I glimpsed the lake's expanse, a vast sheet of ebony glass extending to the horizon. The veiling clouds above began to disperse, unveiling patches of the night sky, yet no stars mirrored on the lake's surface. It remained an abyssal void, absorbing whatever scant light reached it. My grandmother's narrative grew more intricate. I've commenced tracking them, the falling stars. They adhere to a pattern, though it took me years to discern. They descend most frequently during the autumn equinox, when the veil between our realm and whatever lies beyond appears thinnest. The lake doesn't merely amass them, it somehow preserves them in its lightless abyss. A cool zephyr whispered through the study, causing the curtains to sway gently. I pulled my sweater snug around my shoulders, sensing that the dip in temperature was not entirely natural. The journal continued. As they sink, they emit a sound, not a splash, but a melodic note, akin to a wine glass being played with a moistened finger. Each star possesses its unique pitch, its unique melody. Sometimes, on exceedingly tranquil nights, I swear I can hear them harmonizing from beneath the surface. The firmament had cleared entirely by now, revealing a sky sprinkled with stars. However, as I gazed out over the lake, its surface remained impenetrably dark. Drawing closer to the window, I discerned something peculiar. The stars above the lake seemed to flicker distinctively from those over the encompassing forest. They pulsed with an eerie, almost hypnotic tempo. My grandmother's subsequent entry caught my breath. I've started comprehending why the stars favor this lake. It's not happenstance. They are drawn here, beckoned by something concealed in the depths. The lake is not merely a collector. It's a custodian of celestial enigmas, a century of extinguished light. The true inquiry is, what transpires to their radiance once it's absorbed? Rising from my reading chair, I strode to the French doors leading to the back porch. The wooden planks murmured softly beneath my feet as I ventured outside, compelled by an inexplicable urge to draw nearer to the lake. The air bore a chill and dampness from the recent rainfall, carrying the redolent fragrance of damp earth and pine needles. In the distance, an owl crooned softly, its voice resonating across the water. The journal's pages rustled in my grasp as a gentle breeze stirred. My grandmother's script had grown urgent in the later entries. I've begun sighting forms beneath the surface, not reflections, but something entirely distinct. They glide akin to schools of fish, yet they shimmer with a faint, starlit luminescence. Whatever the lake is affecting with the light it amasses, it's engendering something novel, something exquisite and peculiar. As if in response to these words, I perceived a subtle shift on the lake's surface. The darkness seemed to oscillate, unveiling traces of deep sapphire and amethyst, reminiscent of oil atop water. And then I beheld it, a star, descending so languidly it appeared to hover, descending from the heavens toward the lake's interface. It moved with a deliberate grace, as if guided rather than plummeting. The star grazed the water with the softest of ripples, and I heard it, the crystalline note my grandmother had detailed, pristine and haunting. The sound resonated with something profound within my chest, stirring recollections I hadn't known existed. As the star's luminescence began to fade beneath the surface, I grasped why my grandmother had spent countless nights beholding this lake. More stars commenced their descent, each selecting its moment, each contributing its voice to an ethereal symphony that only those attuned could discern. The lake's surface teemed with subtle undulations, patterns of light and shadow that appeared to pirouette beneath the surface. It was a sight both beautiful and sorrowful, akin to witnessing the final embers of a fire wane. Perusing the closing entry in my grandmother's journal, I encountered words that seemed to encapsulate this moment exquisitely. The lake doesn't obliterate the starlight, it metamorphoses it. Each fallen star becomes part of a grander whole, a compendium of cosmic recollections that the lake cradles in confidence. At times, I fancy I can hear them murmuring their tales, narratives of astral voyages and ancient radiance, now conserved in these murky waters. Standing there on the porch, observing the languid dance of falling stars, I ultimately comprehended why my grandmother had elected to spend her life beside this lake. It wasn't solely a body of water. It was a repository of light, a guardian of celestial mysteries, a place where the demarcation between earth and sky blurred and wavered. The night deepened, and more stars continued their serene descent into the lake's embrace. Each one left behind a trace of its odyssey in the form of that crystalline resonance, crafting a nocturnal concerto that seemed to bridge the chasm between the pedestrian and the miraculous. As I lingered there, bearing witness to this extraordinary exhibition, a profound tranquility settled upon me. My grandmother's final utterances in the journal now felt utterly lucid. The lake of faded stars isn't a terminus, it's a genesis. Every light it amasses becomes part of an eternal waltz, a festivity of the ceaseless cycle of transmutation. To behold it is to realize that naught truly ceases, it merely evolves, discovering new avenues to radiate in the gloom. The rain resumed, a soft curtain of water that appeared to link sky and lake in a glistening veil. I remained on the porch, clasping my grandmother's journal close, watching as more stars embarked on their gradual descent into the awaiting waters. Each one carried its own anecdote, its own radiance, joining myriad others in the lake's enigmatic depths. As the night deepened and the stellar ballet persisted, I comprehended that I had inherited more than a lakeside abode. I had become the subsequent custodian of this celestial enigma, the next observer to this unceasing cycle of falling stars and transmuted light. The lake's surface rippled gently, as if acknowledging this silent covenant, while above, the night sky perpetuated its eternal performance, stars gleaming, descending, and being reborn in the somber waters below. Story 29. The autumn breeze whispered through the ancient maple trees, carrying with it the soft rustle of fallen leaves along the neglected garden path. Before me stood the forsaken Victorian mansion, its weathered exterior bearing the quiet scars of years spent in solitude. The setting sun painted elongated shadows across the intricate windows, each pane reflecting the warm, golden light akin to drowsy eyes observing my approach. As I stepped onto the porch, the time-worn boards murmured beneath my weight, harmonizing with the soothing melody of aged wood. The door's handle, cool and reassuring against my skin, turned effortlessly, as if anticipating my presence. A gentle draft brushed past me as the heavy oak door swung open, carrying with it a blend of scents, old books, dried flowers, and a deeper, mysterious essence, like the echo of forgotten memories. Inside, dust particles danced lazily in the dwindling sunlight, filtering through delicate lace curtains, weaving patterns that seemed to hold cryptic meanings. The grand foyer led into a spacious living room, where antique furniture draped in white cloths hinted at past conversations now silent. Faded wallpaper adorned with climbing roses and delicate vines whispered tales of bygone days. With each step deeper into the house, my footfalls echoing softly on the polished hardwood, a peculiar sensation enveloped me. The air moved in a rhythmic fashion, almost like a gentle breath, a tranquil ebb and flow that caused the curtains to sway ever so slightly. Initially attributing it to drafts, I soon recognized a deliberate, almost intentional quality to this movement. As daylight waned, casting everything in a hushed, muted glow, I explored the ground level. In the dining room, a grand chandelier hung motionless, its crystals dust-laden yet still capable of catching and scattering the remaining light. The dining table, meticulously set as if awaiting absent guests, lay obscured under a veil of gray dust, each plate positioned with meticulous care. Ascending the majestic staircase, my hand trailing along the smooth mahogany banister, the house's breath seemed to grow more pronounced. The air pulsed in gentle waves, akin to the slumbering rise and fall of a giant's chest. The second floor unveiled a corridor flanked by closed doors, each guarding its own mystery. Family portraits gazed down with benign curiosity, their eyes tracking my progress with a gentle intrigue. In a bedroom, a child's rocking horse, worn smooth by time, began to sway in perfect harmony with the house's breath. Nearby, a dusty music box played a soft lullaby, blending seamlessly with the dwelling's rhythm. The master bedroom housed a four-poster bed draped in elegant fabric that stirred in synchrony with the tranquil pulse of the house. Venturing into the attic via a narrow, winding staircase, the rhythmic breath of the house became most palpable. Trunks and boxes held remnants of lives once lived, faded letters bound with ribbons, silver-framed photographs, and garments still retaining the essence of their owners. A rocking chair by a circular window moved in time with the dwelling's heartbeat, emitting a soft, creaking lullaby. As dusk descended, the house's breath intensified, crafting a soothing symphony of settling wood and gentle creaks that beckoned rest and reflection. An urge to linger, to meld with the peaceful rhythm, enveloped me. The mansion no longer felt forsaken. It exuded a sense of vitality, akin to a slumbering guardian overseeing its trove of memories. Upon my departure, I discerned a peculiar harmony between my breath and the house's rhythm, a calming synchronicity akin to being cradled to sleep. Glancing back from the threshold, I witnessed a flicker of soft, warm lights in the upper windows, akin to candles veiled by gossamer. Standing on the porch once more, I absorbed the mingling melodies of the house's breath, the rustle of wind, and the distant call of a nocturnal bird. In the tranquility of subsequent nights, I often found myself aligning my breath with the remembered rhythm of that dwelling, enveloped by a profound tranquility. I pondered if the house persisted, still breathing, still safeguarding its treasury of memories and forgotten instances. Perhaps one day I shall return, yet a part of me comprehends that abodes like that reside in the interstice between reality and reverie, unveiling themselves solely when they deem fit. The enigma of the breathing house lingers, not as a specter, but as a gentle nudge that some places transcend mere structures. They are custodians of time, sentinels of memories, and perhaps, in their own manner, alive. During my quietest moments, I can still sense that serene rhythm, akin to a lullaby carried on twilight's breeze, beckoning me back to that realm where the line separating the mundane and the mystical dissolves like mist at the dawn. Story 30. The first time I encountered the suspended roots was on a misty autumn evening, when the air was heavy with the aroma of moist earth and decaying leaves. I roamed through the ancient forest, my steps muffled by layers of fallen foliage that whispered tales of seasons past. As daylight waned, soft beams filtered through the canopy, painting the surroundings in a tranquil palette of amber and gray. What drew my gaze was not a dramatic spectacle, but a subtle deviation from nature's norm. A grand oak tree loomed before me, its roots elegantly arching above the ground, frozen in a perpetual dance with gravity. They twisted and curved through the air, casting delicate shadows that swayed with the evening breeze, never quite touching the forest floor below. It was a sight of exquisite impossibility. These roots, as thick as my arm and adorned with velvety moss, weaved intricate patterns in the space between earth and sky, reminiscent of my grandmother's delicate lacework, each thread purposefully placed to craft something both sturdy and ethereal. Approaching with cautious steps, my boots softly crushing the leafy carpet, I felt the air grow cooler, carrying the fragrant essence of mushrooms and damp bark. When my hand grazed one of the suspended roots, it radiated warmth despite the evening chill, as if harboring the day's sunlight within. Delving deeper into the forest, I encountered more trees boasting this captivating anomaly. Their roots formed natural archways and corridors, constructing a labyrinth that defied not only gravity but the constraints of time itself. The shifting light played through these living sculptures, casting fluid shadows that danced like water on the forest floor. The further I wandered, the more the forest seemed to murmur, not with words, but with a melodic blend of sounds, a soothing symphony of leaf rustles, distant owl calls, and a subtle hum that seemed to emanate from the roots themselves. It was a gentle vibration, barely perceptible, akin to wind whispering through a seashell held close. In a clearing, several trees' suspended roots intertwined, forming a natural cathedral. The space beneath felt sacred, cocooned. Luminous mushrooms sprinkled the area, their pale glow adding to the otherworldly ambience. The air hung still, yet the roots continued their gentle sway, as if moved by unseen hands. Lost in time within this living architecture, the forest's whispers grew clearer yet more distant, like a lullaby heard through layers of dreams. I noticed that wherever the roots' shadows fell, tiny white flowers bloomed, radiant blossoms mirroring the root patterns above, creating ethereal echoes on the forest floor. As night descended, the mushroom's glow intensified, revealing a remarkable spectacle. Droplets of water formed on the suspended roots, defying gravity as they ascended, drifting slowly like stars in the night sky, catching and reflecting the gentle mushroom light. With darkness came new enigmas. The hum intensified, and I observed the spaces between the roots shimmering, as if mirages rising from a desert horizon. Peering through these shifting veils, the forest beyond appeared altered, ancient, youthful, or perhaps both simultaneously. Hours slipped by in that enchanted clearing as I witnessed the play of light, shadow, and water. Out of the corner of my eye, I glimpsed fleeting figures moving among the trees, not menacing but curious, as if fellow spectators of this natural marvel. Yet when I turned to face them directly, only the roots' gentle sway and the shifting shadows met my gaze. As the night deepened and the moon ascended, its luminescence weaving new patterns among the suspended roots, the cast shadows seemed to inscribe tales in a language almost comprehensible, narratives as ancient as the forest itself. The constant hum became my companion, its rhythm synchronizing with the slow pulse I felt when touching the roots. When the time came to depart, the path back bore an unfamiliar guise. The suspended roots seemed to guide me in various directions, each suggesting a potential journey homeward. Following the trail illuminated by the glowing mushrooms, their soft light led my way. Walking on, I sensed a subtle transformation within me, a deeper connection to the forest, an acute awareness of its mysteries and rhythms. The lingering hum accompanied me, echoing like a melody persisting long after the music fades. In the days and weeks that ensued, I revisited the forest countless times, yet that specific clearing eluded me. The suspended roots remained, defying gravity with their graceful arcs, yet evolving into new configurations and pathways. I often pondered if the clearing wandered, meandering through the forest, like the shadows cast by its extraordinary roots. Now, amidst any woodland stroll, I strained to catch that familiar hum. Sometimes, in the pauses between heartbeats, I sense it, a reminder of the realms where magic seeps through reality's cracks, where nature composes poetry in the language of suspended roots and ascending water, where mystique and marvel thrive as naturally as trees stretching skyward. And on quiet nights, I drift into dreams of that luminous clearing, of the soft blue light emanating from the mushrooms, of shadows that almost spoke, and of roots entwined in a dance with gravity. In those dreams, I decipher the words penned by the shadows, though upon waking they dissolve like morning mist, leaving behind a fleeting sense of encountering something profound and beautiful, a glimpse into the delicate balance between the known and the unknown. Story 31. The twilight rain fell gently, a soft lullaby against the cobblestones of the ancient garden path. Standing before the rusted iron gates, my umbrella offered little shelter from the mist swirling in the autumn air. The villa, a grand dame of faded elegance, stood solemn beyond the gates, its dark windows like hollow eyes peering into eternity. Inherited from my great-aunt Margaret, a mysterious woman I had barely known, the villa held a silent allure that beckoned me closer. The lawyer, with trembling hands, had passed the keys to me as if relieved to be rid of them. The lock clicked open, the sound resonating through the misty garden, inviting me inside. As I treaded the gravel path, the ivy tendrils danced along the villa's facade, creating living curtains swaying in the evening breeze. The windows, 23 in total, remained enigmatic, each one holding a unique void. The heavy wooden door opened effortlessly, as if the house had anticipated my arrival. The foyer welcomed me with the scent of aged wood and a faint, sweet fragrance, reminiscent of my great-aunt's perfume blended with autumn leaves and distant rain. My steps echoed on the parquet floor, disappearing into the shadows that gathered in the corners. The rooms on the first floor appeared typical for a villa of its kind. A grand sitting room draped in white sheets, a lonely dining room, and a meticulously arranged library. Yet, it was the windows that captured my attention. Each framed a different version of twilight, casting a spell of enchantment within the rooms. The air within each room held a distinct temperature, as if the villa breathed in harmony with its surroundings. The windows responded to these subtle changes, sometimes misting over in intricate patterns, other times remaining clear despite the humidity outside. In the library, my great-aunt's journal awaited, filled with her delicate script. Her entries spoke of the windows not as mere apertures, but as gateways to memories and lost time. One passage read, "The third window in the east wing reveals summer evenings from my childhood," while another described the music room window as containing forgotten songs. Skeptical at first, I sensed a shift in the silence around me as I delved deeper into her writings. The second floor unveiled more mysterious windows, each offering a unique perspective. One window displayed a garden from a bygone era, its arrangement belonging to a time long past. Another window depicted the same garden, but from an impossible angle, as if viewed from a height not within the room's reach. Night descended, the rain's gentle rhythm continuing its serenade on the roof and windows. Instead of foreboding darkness, the house embraced the night like a slumbering cat, its windows emitting a faint luminescence, tracing their shapes in the darkness. Each window glowed with a subtle hue, casting a soft constellation of light throughout the house. In the master bedroom, Margaret's journals revealed her revelation about the windows. They were not mere portals, but vessels of accumulated moments and memories. The house held not just space within its walls, but fragments of lives intertwined with time. That first night, in a small bedroom on the second floor, I observed rain falling through the ordinary window, only to notice droplets defying gravity, capturing light from an unknown source. Morning broke with a peculiar light seeping through the windows, beckoning me to explore further. Some views had shifted overnight, revealing alternate realities through the glass panes. In the ensuing weeks, I discovered the true essence of the villa. The windows were not empty, but hungry for experiences. Each gathered moments, joy, conversations, and light from past and future days. I found myself spellbound by the windows, spending hours watching as they unveiled their secrets in subtle ways. The villa's windows became my timepiece, my calendar, and my repository of memories. The music room window hummed with echoes of concerts past, while the breakfast nook's window captured morning light from all seasons at once, weaving rainbows on the tablecloth. The house was not haunted, but instead a living archive, with each window a lens into different dimensions of time. The emptiness I once saw was a completeness beyond comprehension, a profound richness hidden in plain sight. As autumn transitioned into winter, I chronicled the windows and their metamorphoses in my own journal. Some days, all 23 windows displayed variations of the same scene, creating a mesmerizing dance of light and shadow. Other days, each window held its unique weather, its own play of light and darkness. The truth of the window's magic remained elusive, residing in the nebulous realm where reality merges with imagination, like raindrops on ancient glass. The emptiness within those windows held a depth of fullness, a richness that transcended the ordinary. Now, in the library, as winter light filters through the windows, revealing glimpses of tomorrow's snow or yesteryear's spring, I comprehend my great-aunt's choice to linger in this enigmatic realm. The villa's windows, veiled in emptiness, are not vacant but brimming with untold stories for those who possess the vision to see beyond the surface, to grasp the profound beauty nestled within the quiet spaces, in the gaps between heartbeats, in the apparent void of 23 windows that pulse with life unseen. Story 32. The soft murmur of autumn leaves rustled gently against the aged wooden fence as I strolled through the fading light of evening. The old Victorian house at the end of Maple Row had beckoned me with its quiet grace, a promise of tranquility amidst its worn grandeur. Its wraparound porch and delicate gingerbread details whispered of a time long past. But it was the expansive backyard that captured my imagination most. The air carried the earthy perfume of fallen leaves, intermingled with the crisp tang of impending frost, painting a picture of serenity around me. Standing on the back porch, bathed in the warm hues of the setting sun reflected in the sky, my gaze was drawn to a peculiar sight. Beyond the unruly rose bushes and tangled vines, a glint of metal caught my eye in the waning light. Intrigued, I descended the creaking porch steps, feeling the smooth touch of weathered wood underfoot. The tall grass, wet with evening dew, left dark imprints on my shoes as I ventured further into the yard. Pushing past drooping willow branches, I stumbled upon a hidden clearing, revealing an abandoned playground. The skeletal frame of a swing set rose from the ground like ancient bones, its chains swaying gently in the stagnant air. A weathered slide arched gracefully, etched with patterns of rust that resembled delicate frost. A small merry-go-round, its pastel paint faded with time, stood frozen in a moment long forgotten, waiting for children who had long since grown and moved away. That initial evening, I stood transfixed as twilight enveloped the playground in a cloak of shadows. The swing chains chimed faintly, a haunting melody barely audible. As darkness descended like a velvet veil over the yard, whispers of children's laughter seemed to float on the night breeze, reminiscent of wind chimes in a distant storm. Each subsequent evening, I found myself drawn back to the forsaken playground. Bringing a book, I would settle on the weathered wooden bench nearby, its surface smoothed by years of rain and sun. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught fleeting movements. Swings swaying as if recently vacated, the merry-go-round inching slightly, phantom footprints in the dew where none had been the night before. One tranquil night, under the luminous full moon, I heard it, the unmistakable creak of the swing set's frame. Glancing up from my book, I witnessed a solitary swing moving in a perfect arc, propelled by invisible hands. The moonlight danced on the chains, enveloping the air in a warmth that defied the autumn chill. That night unveiled further mysteries. Toys materialized on the playground, a faded red ball, a neatly coiled jump rope by the slide, chalk drawings on the swing set's foundation washed away by the morning dew. Each object seemed to belong to a different era, as though the playground existed outside the constraints of time. Neighbors shared conflicting tales regarding the playground's origins. Some claimed it was constructed in the 1950s for a neighborhood that never materialized, while others believed it to be newer, from the 1970s, yet aged beyond its years. An elderly woman reminisced, her gaze distant with memories of playing there as a child, though the dates she mentioned were shrouded in ambiguity. As autumn transitioned into winter, the enigmas surrounding the playground deepened. On snowy mornings, childlike footprints crisscrossed the yard, leading solely to the playground and vanishing there. The swing would retain warmth even on the coldest nights, and on eerily still evenings, echoes of children's songs wafted through the air, just on the edge of perception. I began documenting the playground's anomalies in a journal, chronicling each inexplicable event. The metal would sing in the wind, crafting melodies tinged with familiarity. Rust formed cryptic patterns that seemed to convey messages in an unreadable language. A persistent notion lingered that the playground thrived at night, existing in the realm between wakefulness and dreams. Some nights, awoken by the gentle squeak of the merry-go-round, I would witness it turning in the moon's embrace, solitary, yet not desolate. The playground exuded a presence, not menacing, but observant, as if safeguarding memories too precious to fade entirely. With the arrival of spring, I found myself lingering in the playground more often. Swinging gently, I would sense a spectral movement, catching murmured conversations carried on the breeze, children's voices sharing secrets and dreams, plotting games without end. The playground seemed suspended in perpetual twilight, blurring the boundaries of past and present, reality and imagination. Passing by the slide, I glimpsed reflections in its metallic surface that were not quite my own. Youthful faces, perhaps, their features hazy but smiles vivid. Never did fear grip me in the playground, even on the darkest nights. Instead, I felt embraced by something ancient and enduring, a game unfolding for decades, understood solely by those who had matured and departed. Laughter, tears, scraped knees, and triumphant feats were preserved within the playground like treasures in amber. As I pen these words by lamplight, shadows dancing across the pages, the familiar creak of the swing set reaches my ears. The sound is clearer tonight, accompanied by the gentle shuffle of shoes on familiar soil. Though tempted to gaze out the window, I resist. I listen to the delicate symphony of metal and memory, pondering the myriad stories held within the playground, the joy and wonder it witnessed. Come morning, fresh chalk drawings will await me, toys arranged in cryptic patterns, mysteries awaiting contemplation. The playground guards its secrets closely, divulging them only to those who comprehend that certain places transcend time's linear passage, existing in a realm where childhood remains eternal. On tranquil nights, beneath the full moon and laden with infinite potential, distant laughter still echoes, akin to dandelion seeds drifting through the perpetual twilight of the forgotten playground. Every game plays on, every story unfolds, every swing sways, propelled by hands imprinted decades ago, yet never truly departed. Story 33. The autumn breeze whispered softly through the trees, carrying the essence of decaying leaves and distant wood smoke. Standing at the threshold of an ancient hiking trail, my boots gently crunched on the carpet of fallen leaves. The morning mist enveloped the surroundings, embracing the tree trunks like a comforting shroud, casting an otherworldly aura upon the familiar woods. Nature had begun its reclamation of the once well-trodden path, with tall grass swaying between weathered wooden markers and young saplings yearning for the scant sunlight filtering through the canopy above. Drawn by the wild abandon of the trail, I ventured forth, the cool dampness settling on my skin like a soothing caress. As I traversed the path, the modern world's cacophony faded into a distant memory, replaced by the serene symphony of the forest. Soft calls of chickadees echoed through the fog, while the ancient branches above creaked and groaned, whispering in a language lost to time. Each step unveiled new sensations, the yielding earth beneath my feet, the delicate brush of a spider's web on my cheek, the earthy fragrance of mushrooms thriving in the shadows. The trail meandered gently through the woods, and a peculiar sight caught my eye. Amidst the signs of autumn's touch, golden leaves and bare branches, a section ahead remained lushly green, as if suspended in eternal summer. The subtle contrast intrigued me, impossible to disregard once noticed. Pausing to take a sip from my water bottle, a faint melody graced my ears, ethereal and distant, as if carried by the wind from a far-off chime, though no dwelling stood for miles around. The notes danced on the breeze, tantalizingly familiar yet elusive to place. Delving deeper into the trail, its mysteries unfurled gradually, like a book unfolding its own pages. Curious objects half buried in the leaves caught my attention. A tarnished silver button, a child's marble gleaming unusually in the filtered sunlight, a faded ribbon seemingly changing hues as I shifted my gaze. Each discovery bore a weight of significance, their meaning veiled yet palpable. The fog thickened as I ventured onward, heightening rather than dampening the sounds around me. I discerned what could have been footsteps mirroring my own, always a few strides behind or ahead, though solitude embraced me on the trail. When I paused, the phantom steps echoed briefly before fading, as though the unseen presence realized my stillness. A clearing emerged ahead, featuring an ancient stone well cloaked in moss and ivy, its walls absorbing light rather than reflecting it, casting an eerie darkness around its rim. A warmth enveloped the air, redolent with the fragrance of summer blooms invisible to the eye. Compelled by an unseen force, I approached the well, my steps guided across the clearing as if by an invisible hand. Closer inspection revealed intricate carvings adorning the moss-covered stones, symbols and spirals that seemed to shift and morph when directly observed, akin to recalling a fading dream upon waking. The sound of water emanated from the depths, yet the darkness below offered no reflection, only a soft pulsing light akin to a distant heartbeat. The elusive melody from earlier swelled from the well, rising like steam from a hidden spring. Time adopted a peculiar rhythm within the clearing, the tree's shadows motionless despite the hours that slipped by unnoticed. The temperature remained unchanging, defying the autumnal chill pervading the rest of the forest. The breeze encircled the clearing in an endless waltz, as though ensnared in a dance around the enigmatic well. Seated on a fallen log nearby, I observed peculiar objects arranged in cryptic patterns around the well's base. Stones of varying hues, twisted twigs, leaves revealing their silvered undersides. They formed enigmatic shapes that almost coalesced into comprehensible symbols, hinting at a language on the brink of comprehension. The day stretched on, yet the light held steadfast, refusing to wane. I found myself humming in harmony with the well's melody, though its tune remained just beyond my grasp. My water bottle remained replenished despite my repeated sips, and the sandwich in my pack seemed to regenerate with each bite, a surreal cycle of sustenance. When I eventually resolved to depart, the return trail appeared altered. The trees subtly shifted, the once straight path now winding mysteriously. The fog parted before me like a veiled stage, closing behind my passage, erasing my footprints as if they were mere whispers. Arriving back at the trailhead as dusk descended, my watch insisting only an hour had elapsed since my journey began, the modern world clambered back into focus. The distant hum of traffic, the buzz of power lines, the flicker of aircraft lights above the treetops. Yet an ineffable change had stirred within me. That night, as I lay in bed, the well's melody seeped through my open window, though miles distanced me from the forest. Dreams enveloped me in shifting symbols and phantom footfalls, a tapestry woven from the enigmatic trail's embrace. Upon waking, leaves unknown to any tree I recognized adorned my pillow, and my water bottle, perched on the nightstand, perpetually brimmed with refreshment. Whispers claim the trail manifests uniquely to each wanderer, should they chance upon it at all. Some posit its existence on select days under specific circumstances. All I know is that on serene mornings blanketed by mist, I sense its siren call. The forsaken path beckons, promising fresh enigmas, new mysteries, and unseen patterns in the fallen foliage. Yet I have not ventured back. Not yet. Certain paths, once trodden, can never be retraced in the same manner. And sometimes the greatest enigma lies not in what we discover, but in what discovers us when least expected. During rational intervals, I reassure myself it was but a dream. The well, the melody, the cryptic light in the void. Yet hints of a familiar fragrance on the breeze or a distant melody evoking a semblance of remembrance stir doubt within me. The leaves resting in a box on my shelf remain unchanged through the seasons, and my water bottle persists in defying depletion. Perhaps some mysteries are destined to remain unsolved, certain paths fated to remain overgrown. Yet on mist-shrouded mornings, when the world feels ethereal and unfamiliar, I find myself drawn to the woods, searching for markers that may trigger recognition. And occasionally, just sometimes, phantom footfalls echo alongside mine, traversing a path abandoned by all. Story 34. The gentle flicker of candlelight waltzed across the weathered wooden floors of the vintage store, casting soft shadows that swayed in a mesmerizing dance. The pitter-patter of rain against the Victorian windows created a soothing symphony, enveloping the tranquil evening in a lullaby of nature's own making. Seeking refuge from the autumn storm, I found myself drawn into this enigmatic establishment, where the air was thick with the comforting aroma of aged books and polished wood, urging me to stay a while longer. Amidst the carefully curated array of oddities, my gaze was ensnared by a portrait hanging in a secluded alcove, shrouded in shadows. The painting portrayed a young woman in a striking cobalt gown, her features meticulously crafted with unparalleled skill. Her skin possessed a porcelain-like luminescence, catching and reflecting the flickering candlelight, while her dark locks seamlessly melded with the dusky backdrop. Yet it was her eyes that held me captive, deep pools of amber that seemed to possess an uncanny depth, as if imbued with a forgotten artistry that lent them an almost liquid quality. The shopkeeper, a venerable gentleman with silver hair and spectacles perched upon his nose, noted my intrigue. His voice, a gentle murmur reminiscent of bedtime tales, broke the silence. "That portrait harbors quite a tale," he spoke softly, adjusting his cuff with care. "Crafted by an artist who vanished shortly after its completion. Rumor has it he dedicated years to perfecting a blend of pigments to capture the lifelike essence within those eyes." Returning to the shop day after day, an inscrutable fascination with the portrait grew within me. Each visit unveiled new intricacies: the graceful folds of her gown, the intricate detailing of her clasped fingers, the enigmatic smile that seemed to shift with every glance. The shopkeeper would regale me with morsels of the painting's history, each narrative more captivating than the last. On a hushed evening, rain cascading down the misted windows, I noticed a peculiar occurrence. The woman's eyes seemed to track my movements through the room, not in the conventional sense of a portrait, but with a subtle undulation within the amber depths, akin to ripples on a tranquil pond. The candlelight caught these ephemeral motions, casting fleeting gleams that dissipated when I tried to focus upon them directly. The shopkeeper materialized beside me, his voice a mere whisper in the ambient hush. They whisper the artist was consumed with imbuing his work with true vitality, delving into ancient methods, experimenting with exotic materials, Some suggest he uncovered something extraordinary, or perhaps something best left undiscovered. As weeks unfolded, subtle transformations manifested within the portrait. At times her countenance appeared softened, contemplative. Other instances, a wisp of sorrow lingered upon her lips. So delicate were these alterations that I questioned their reality, pondering if they were figments of my imagination, amplified by the shopkeeper's tales and the dreamlike ambience of the candlelit emporium. One dusk, I arrived to find the shop cloaked in an unusual darkness. The candles lay unlit, and only the ethereal glow of twilight filtered through the rain-streaked panes. The shopkeeper was absent. Standing before the portrait, a bolt of lightning briefly illuminated the room, revealing the woman's eyes blink. A rush of wonder, rather than fear, quickened my heartbeat. The rain continued its gentle serenade against the windows as I drew nearer to the painting. The eyes had unmistakably transformed, exuding a warmth and cognizance impossible for mere pigments on canvas. In the dimness, I could almost swear her bosom rose and fell with a tranquil breath. The shopkeeper's voice drifted from behind me, soft as snowfall. "She reveals herself solely to those who truly grasp her allure," he intoned. The artist did not merely capture her likeness. He unearthed a way to encapsulate something more profound, something that straddles the realms of art and reality. Though I never acquired the portrait, I frequented it steadfastly. At times, I would linger for hours in the cozy armchair near the alcove, engrossed in reading by candlelight while the woman in the painting observed with her living gaze. The shopkeeper would bring tea, and we would share companionable silence, punctuated solely by rustling pages and the patter of raindrops. Years have drifted by since, and I oft pondered if it all transpired in my mind. The subtle shifts in her visage, the liquid dance within her eyes, the sensation of basking in the presence of something exquisitely beautiful, yet unattainable. But on tranquil nights where rain whispers against my window, recollections of the candlelit shop and the breathing portrait resurface. In that liminal space between wakefulness and slumber, her gentle scrutiny still seems to caress me through the shadows. Whispers persist that the painting lingers in that shop, awaiting visitors attuned to the enigmatic gleam in those amber eyes. Some profess to have witnessed her smile metamorphose or detected a flicker of movement within the canvas. Yet perchance the genuine enchantment lies not in whether the portrait truly lives, but in those serene instants when we grant ourselves permission to believe in the improbable, suspended in a reverie where art and actuality meld like watercolors in the rain. Story 35. The soft patter of raindrops against ancient stained glass windows wove a tranquil melody that danced through the empty chapel. Seated in the back pew, my fingertips traced the weathered wooden surface, each groove and imperfection a testament to the passage of time. The air carried whispers of old books, melted beeswax, and the elusive mustiness that lingers in neglected sacred spaces. The evening had not been planned within these hallowed walls, but the sudden autumn storm had guided me to seek refuge within their embrace. The heavy wooden doors yielded to my touch with a creak, as though anticipating my arrival. Now, as the rain serenaded the outside world, a peculiar gratitude stirred within me for this unexpected solitude. The chapel itself was a realm of shadows and secrets. Rows of empty pews stretched out before me, their dark wood glistening faintly in the dim light filtering through the windows. The vaulted ceiling soared into darkness above, its intricate woodwork veiled in twilight. At the front, almost obscured, stood the altar, a simple stone structure steeped in centuries of whispered prayers. As my eyes adjusted to the dimness, a peculiar sight caught my attention. A soft, warm light flickered from behind the altar, in a realm that should have been cloaked in shadow. The light held a steady rhythm, akin to a candle, yet it moved with an ethereal pulse, like a living thing. Transfixed by its gentle dance, I pondered whether to explore its source. The logical part of my mind suggested a forgotten candle left alight, perhaps by the caretaker, though no signs of recent activity lingered in the chapel. Yet there was a quality to that light, a uniqueness that set it apart from any mundane flame. Rising from my seat, I ventured forth, my footsteps scarcely disturbing the ancient stone beneath me. The air grew cooler as I neared the altar, the mysterious light casting shifting shadows that seemed to dance upon the chapel walls. A new fragrance mingled with the musty air, a scent of freshness, like dew-kissed grass at dawn. Turning the corner of the altar, I discovered not a candle, but a hidden alcove, its depths aglow with an enigmatic radiance. The alcove was adorned with faded frescoes, their colors muted by time, yet alive with the mysterious light that now enveloped them. A procession of robed figures adorned the walls, each bearing an object that glowed with the same warm light that now captivated me. But as I gazed, the figures seemed to come to life, their procession a mesmerizing dance along the alcove's confines. The rain serenade faded into the background, or perhaps I simply drifted beyond its reach. A gentle energy permeated the air, akin to the calm before a summer storm, devoid of menace. The mysterious light pulsed, and faint whispers, foreign yet soothing, brushed against my senses, speaking of serenity and welcome. Reaching out, I hesitated to touch the brightest point of the glowing wall. The space beneath my fingertips felt warm and substantial, as though sunlight had taken corporeal form. For a fleeting moment, faces materialized within the radiance, their smiles serene before fading back into the gentle glow. Time lost its meaning as I stood there, the light responding to my presence in ways beyond comprehension. Peripheral movements teased my senses, robed figures among the pews, flickering candle flames in the shadows, yet direct gazes revealed only the tranquil solitude of the chapel. A distant rumble of thunder stirred me from my reverie. The storm's voice softened as it retreated, a gentle murmur in the night. How long I had stood entranced by the mysterious light eluded me. My limbs stiff, yet my spirit lighter than it had been in ages. Stepping back from the alcove, I noted a subtle shift. The once animated frescoes now appeared as mere paint upon ancient walls, yet the light persisted, pulsing with a rhythm akin to a heartbeat or a breath. Each step through the chapel felt like a dream, a journey through realms beyond the waking world. Pausing at the heavy doors, I cast a final glance over my shoulder. The warm glow beckoned from behind the altar, pulsing once more as a soft sigh caressed the empty space. Outside, the rain had eased into a gentle mist, carrying the fragrance of damp earth and autumn's whispering leaves. With each step away, thoughts lingered on the enigmatic light. In memory, it shimmered like a distant star, a reminder that some enigmas need not be unraveled to be cherished. On quiet nights, when rain taps against my window, I find myself pondering that light and its mysteries, a beacon of tranquility in a world filled with questions. Story 36. The aroma of aged leather and ancient paper wrapped me in a gentle embrace as I pushed open the massive oak door. Dust motes pirouetted in the soft beams of light that filtered through the towering arched windows, their delicate dance painting ephemeral patterns in the tranquil air. The library stood hushed and expectant, its myriad shelves reaching up into shadows untouched by the afternoon sun. This sanctuary had been passed down to me from my great-aunt, a solitary scholar who devoted her life to amassing a collection of rare and curious books. The key had arrived in a velvet-lined box, along with a letter penned in her exquisite spidery script. In her words, she spoke of the library's peculiar essence, how certain tomes seemed to murmur in the dead of night, and how others would shift position when unobserved. The wooden floorboards murmured softly beneath my tread as I ventured further into the expansive chamber. With each step, a faint trace of sandalwood and something elusive lingered in the air, perhaps the ghostly echo of incense long since burned. The shelves loomed like ancient redwoods, their dark wood gleaming softly from the touch of generations past. My gaze was drawn to a particular volume cloaked in deep burgundy leather. As I drew near, a faint humming, akin to a distant lullaby, seemed to emanate from its pages. The book bore no title on its spine, only a complex design of intertwining vines etched in faded gold leaf. When I gingerly lifted the book from its resting place, the very atmosphere around it seemed to tremble, as if acknowledging its presence. The cover carried a warmth, a stark contrast to the coolness of the library. Its pages appeared crafted from a material thinner than paper, almost translucent yet impossibly resilient. The script within danced elegantly, shifting and flowing as if alive. At times the words appeared in English, while at others in languages unknown to me. The ink transformed hues as I turned the pages. Midnight blue, deep purple, burnished gold, each shade seemingly selected to complement the tale being woven. As I navigated through the library, I began to observe other peculiarities. Some books inclined towards me as I passed, while others withdrew into their alcoves. Every so often, I caught sight of movements in my peripheral vision, as though the books were arranging themselves when my gaze shifted away. The light filtering through the windows took on an unusual quality, casting shadows that defied logic. In one corner, a cozy reading alcove beckoned with an inviting armchair and a delicate tea set on a nearby table. Settling into the chair, I sensed the library shifting, the shelves rearranging into more intimate formations. The air grew warmer, the scent of aged books deepening, evoking memories of rainy afternoons lost in tales by a crackling fire. From the depths of the library, the sound of pages turning reached my ears, a gentle, rhythmic whisper akin to waves caressing a distant shore. The sound drew nearer, then retreated, akin to the breath of some grand literary entity. It was not alarming, but rather soothing, as if the library itself were narrating a bedtime story to me. Books began to radiate a soft glow within their shelves, each emitting a unique hue. The light pulsed gently, crafting patterns that felt almost melodic. Some books shimmered in harmony with their neighbors, their lights waltzing together like fireflies on a summer night. The spectacle was enchanting, a silent symphony of illuminated wisdom. I found myself venturing into sections where the books appeared ancient, their bindings intricate. Some were secured with elaborate clasps seemingly crafted from moonlight. Others possessed covers rippling like water in my wake. One shelf cradled volumes that hummed in perfect unison, weaving a chord that sent a pleasant shiver down my spine. Time seemed to slip its moorings within the library's embrace. The light's quality remained constant, though my timepiece insisted that hours had elapsed. I stumbled upon a section where the books appeared inscribed in starlight, their pages adorned with constellations that danced and shifted under my gaze. In a particularly dusty nook, I encountered a set of books that seemed to slumber. Their covers would flutter occasionally, akin to the eyelids of dreaming children, accompanied by soft sighs escaping between the pages. The dreams appeared infectious. Nearby books would quiver and murmur in response. As evening descended, the library stirred with activity. The whisper of pages grew more distinct, though never intrusive. Books would sporadically float from their shelves, drifting through the air like autumn leaves before finding new resting spots. The effect was oddly serene, akin to witnessing snowfall in absolute silence. The burgundy book that had initially captivated me found its way back, gently nudging against my hand as I sat in the reading nook. Upon reopening it, the text had transformed. Now it seemed to recount my own tale, with subtle divergences that cast doubt upon my recollections. The words flowed like a babbling brook, each phrase leading inevitably to the next, yet never arriving at a definitive conclusion. As the night veiled the world, the library underwent another metamorphosis. The darkness amid the shelves turned velvety and inviting. Tiny lights, reminiscent of stars, began to twinkle among the volumes, shaping constellations of literary connections. Some books now cast shadows of gold and silver, while others seemed to absorb the darkness itself. I discovered that when specific combinations of books were aligned, they birthed luminescent gateways between the shelves. Through these portals I glimpsed other libraries, other collections of enigmatic tomes, stretching into eternity. The sight filled me with a profound tranquility, an awareness that all knowledge was intertwined in ways surpassing ordinary understanding. Even today, years hence, the library continues to unveil fresh secrets. Books materialize and vanish, their contents ever shifting yet eerily familiar. The whispers have become a constant companion, a gentle nudge of the living essence of stories and wisdom. Some nights, beneath the full moon, I catch strains of books conversing in languages existing solely in dreams. My great-aunt's missive gains new significance with each passing day. The library is not cursed in any sinister sense. Rather, it is graced with a magic that elevates the act of reading into something profoundly deeper. The books are not bound by the norms of reality, and I have discovered, neither am I when enveloped by their presence. Perhaps the true curse lies in the incapacity to fully impart this wonder to others. The library manifests differently to each guest, revealing only what they are prepared to perceive. Yet for those of us who have glimpsed its arcane mysteries, who have eavesdropped on the midnight dialogues of ancient texts and witnessed the ballet of literary starlight, the curse transforms into a blessing, a clandestine garden of infinite tales, where reality and imagination entwine like the golden vines on that initial burgundy book's spine. Story 37. The gentle patter of autumn rain against damp leaves orchestrated a soothing melody in the dimming woods. Each raindrop seemed to murmur secrets as it descended, mingling with countless others on their journey through layers of golden and crimson foliage. I strolled along an ancient hiking trail, my boots creating soft, squishing sounds on the moist earth, while the rich, earthy aroma of decomposing leaves filled my lungs with each inhale. The fading daylight filtered through the canopy, casting everything in hues of amber and gray, transforming the forest into a tranquil dreamscape. Originally setting out for a brief walk to clear my mind, the captivating weather and the enchanting play of light lured me deeper into the woods than ever before. The familiar markers of my usual path had vanished, replaced by towering trees whose branches intertwined like old confidants exchanging hidden truths. As I ventured further, the sound of flowing water gradually emerged from the natural symphony of the forest. Initially subtle, it was a mere whisper beneath the rain's patter and the occasional rustle of wind through the trees. Yet with each step, it grew more distinct, drawing me forward with a mysterious allure. The trail began to slope downward, meandering between moss-covered boulders arranged as if by some ancient, forgotten hand. The air turned noticeably cooler as I descended, carrying with it a cryptic scent, a blend of minerals and age, reminiscent of wet stone and the passage of time itself. Through breaks in the trees, I glimpsed mist rising from what seemed to be a narrow river valley below. The water's song intensified, not the lively babble of a brook, but a deeper, more resonant hum. Upon rounding a bend in the path, the forest parted to reveal a mesmerizing sight that halted me in awe. Stretching beneath me was a river unlike any other. Its waters were eerily clear yet dark, flowing with a peculiar sluggishness that defied the natural terrain. Wisps of mist clung to its surface, swirling lazily and forming shapes that almost appeared deliberate before dissolving back into formlessness. What struck me most was the river's mysterious origin and disappearance. Upstream, it seemingly emerged from beneath a colossal rock wall draped in hanging moss, while downstream it curved behind another stone formation and vanished from view. The entire scene felt like a long-kept secret guarded by the forest for centuries. Without conscious intent, I found myself descending the steep bank towards the water's edge. The rocks here were cloaked in a plush moss that absorbed all sound, enveloping me in a serene silence broken only by the river's deep melody. As I neared the water, something peculiar caught my eye about the rock wall from which the river emerged. There was an opening, a cave mouth partially concealed behind a veil of water and mist. The entrance stood tall enough for a person to pass through comfortably, though its true depth remained obscured by the shifting curtain of water. What intrigued me was the cave's rhythmic pulsation, a subtle ebb and flow to the mist that drifted in and out of the opening, akin to the gentle breath of a slumbering giant. Standing at the river's edge, a peculiar sensation enveloped me, not fear, but a profound awareness of being in the presence of something ancient and significant. The air felt pregnant with potential, akin to the moment before a summer storm breaks. The water at my feet was crystal clear, its temperature neither warm nor cold, yet somehow both and neither simultaneously. A faint sound emanated from the cave mouth, almost imperceptible. It could have been the wind playing tricks with the cave's acoustics, but it faintly echoed distant music. Not a specific melody, but the essence of music, like a half-forgotten lullaby from childhood. Entranced by the cave's entrance, I noticed small lights materializing in the deepening dusk. Initially mistaken for early fireflies, their movements were deliberate, purposeful. They danced around the cave's opening in languid spirals, their luminance a hue I struggled to identify, a blend between silver and blue, shifting whenever I tried to focus directly on it. Time seemed to flow differently in this realm. The light had shifted, hinting at evening's approach, yet I couldn't discern how long I had stood by the river. The dancing lights multiplied, forming patterns that felt meaningful, as if a language inscribed in luminescence. They weaved in and out of the cave entrance, as though beckoning me to follow. Compelled by an inexplicable certainty that I could cross without getting wet, I took a step forward, drawn by the ethereal allure of the scene. The river's surface appeared almost solid where the lights danced, creating a pathway of radiant stones. Another step brought me to the water's edge, where the cave's breath caressed my face, a blend of warmth and coolness, carrying scents of minerals, age, and something sweet and enticing. The lights intensified their dance, and faint whispers, almost like voices, resonated within their movements, not speaking any recognizable language, yet conveying meaning through their intricate patterns. They seemed to narrate tales, interwoven like the roots of the ancient trees above. Balanced between the known world behind me and the enigmatic realm ahead, a choice materialized before me. The cave beckoned, promising answers to unspoken questions. The lights twirled with increasing urgency, their dance growing more intricate, more profound. I could almost grasp the essence of their message. Stepping onto the luminous stones would alter everything, a certainty rooted deep within me. Yet, the expected fear was absent, replaced by a profound sense of recognition, as if this place had been known to me all along, awaiting remembrance. Hovering over the first glowing stone, the lights paused in their dance, as if anticipating my decision. The cave's breath enveloped me in a tender embrace, and the river's song resonated in my bones. Whatever lay beyond that watery veil had waited for me, perhaps longer than I had existed. As daylight waned above, I lingered there, suspended between worlds, while the lights continued their eternal choreography, and the cave exhaled its ancient breath. Whether I stepped forward into the unknown or retraced my path to the familiar forest, the awareness of this place's existence had altered something fundamental within me. The boundary between possible and impossible had blurred, akin to the mist swirling around my feet, and the world appeared forever changed. The story concealed beyond the cave's entrance remained untold, preserved in the dance of enigmatic lights and the whispered ballads of an underground river. Yet on tranquil nights when the rain whispered softly and the world grew hushed, fragments of that otherworldly melody occasionally beckoned me back to the realm where reality's edges meld, and magic flows like a hidden stream through the earth's secret places. Story 38, The Night Symphony. The soft murmur of an autumn breeze brushed against my window, carrying with it a delicate whisper of distant bells that seemed to dance on the edge of my perception. Initially, I dismissed the sound as a figment of my imagination, a playful trick of the wind as it caressed the ancient oak trees enveloping my grandmother's Victorian estate. The antique grandfather clock in the hallway dutifully marked the passage of time, its rhythmic ticking providing a grounding rhythm amidst the ethereal chimes that floated through the stillness of the night. Having inherited the house a mere 3 weeks ago, each night unfurled new layers of its essence and enigmatic secrets. The aged wooden floorboards sang their own peculiar melody with every step, while shadows waltzed across the wallpapered walls in a silent performance whenever the moon hid behind drifting clouds. And now, these elusive bells, their gentle toll so faint it seemed as if they were woven from moonbeams themselves. Eager to unravel the mystery, I draped myself in the warmth of my grandmother's well-loved cashmere shawl, redolent with the soothing scents of lavender and the embrace of time-worn wool that evoked memories of childhood visits. The house, under the veil of night, transformed into a living entity, shedding its daytime facade to reveal a hidden vitality. With silent steps on the plush oriental carpets, I gravitated towards the window, drawn by the enchanting whispers of the mysterious bells. Below, the garden lay bathed in the shimmering glow of the moon, casting a silvery sheen over dew-kissed petals that sparkled like scattered diamonds. The dormant fountain at its heart stood sentinel, its stone cherub frozen in a perpetual song, yet it seemed as though it too was attuned to the nocturnal symphony. The bell's melody resurfaced, clearer now, carrying a tune that tugged at the edges of my memory, reminiscent of a long-forgotten lullaby from my earliest years. Though my grandmother had regaled me with tales of the house, recounting the lives lived within its walls during our cozy evening tea sessions, she had never mentioned these elusive bells. Seated in her cherished wingback chair, her silver hair aglow by the flickering firelight, she had woven intricate narratives about the generations that had passed through the halls. Yet the origins of the bells remained shrouded in silence, a puzzle waiting to be solved. Curling up on the window seat, I watched as tendrils of mist crept stealthily through the garden, the air saturated with the heady perfume of night-blooming jasmine mingling with the earthy scent of autumn's decay. The bell's ethereal notes intertwined with the mist, becoming part of its very fabric, weaving a tapestry of silver threads that shimmered in the moon's gentle light. A sudden urge to delve into my grandmother's collection of local history books seized me. I envisioned the leather-bound tomes, their pages exuding the musky fragrance of antiquity, holding the key to unlock the secrets veiled in the night's melody. Each footfall on the grand staircase elicited a soft toll from the bells, synchronizing with my descent like a phantom orchestra. The library welcomed me with a hushed embrace, the scent of ancient books enveloping me in a familiar embrace. Moonbeams filtered through tall windows, casting elongated shadows amidst the towering bookshelves. My fingers trailed over the spines until they alighted upon the section dedicated to local lore, each volume a portal to bygone eras. As I extracted a book, a yellowed piece of paper fluttered to the floor, unfolding like a time-worn leaf. My grandmother's graceful script adorned the aged page, recounting tales of bells that once adorned a chapel long vanished, rumored to ring of their own accord when the boundary between worlds grew thin. The chapel's foundation lay buried beneath the garden's blooms, the bells lost to time but their spectral melodies lingering, refusing to fade into oblivion. She, too, had heard their haunting chimes on nights akin to this one, when the moon reigned supreme and mist enshrouded the grounds. A soft chime drew my gaze back to the window, where the mist had thickened, transforming the garden into a phantasmagorical realm where shapes shifted and melded. For a fleeting moment, the outline of a stone chapel materialized from the haze, its bell tower reaching skyward towards a tapestry of stars. Yet in the blink of an eye, the garden re-emerged, tranquil and serene under the moon's benevolent gaze. Retreating to my chamber, the crinkled note clutched in my grasp. A sense of solace enveloped me. The spectral bells continued their melodic reverie, now akin to a lullaby that lulled rather than perplexed. Some mysteries, it seemed, were destined to remain beyond our grasp, existing in the liminal realm between reality and reverie. As I drifted towards slumber, cocooned in the embrace of ancient wool and cherished remembrances, the ephemeral peal of the bells intertwined with the house's steady heartbeat. In that threshold between consciousness and dreams, I comprehended why my grandmother had left the bells unspoken. Certain experiences transcended explanation, residing in the sacred space between comprehension and imagination. The spectral bells persist on select nights, their harmonies weaving tales of yore, of love and loss, of time's eternal waltz. I refrained from delving deeper than the cryptic note allowed, opting instead to let the enigma linger. Like the house itself, certain phenomena were meant to be felt, not fathomed, experienced rather than dissected. Thus, I listen, as my grandmother once did, to the dulcet peal of bells that straddle the boundary between memory and mystery, their resonance a poignant reminder that life's most exquisite treasures dwell in the interstices between knowledge and fantasy. Story 39. The gentle rain whispered against the window panes of my grandmother's aging home, weaving a soothing melody that filled the air. Inheriting the Victorian mansion just a fortnight ago, I found myself wandering its halls alone, surrounded by memories etched into the creaking floorboards and vintage wallpaper. Yet, there was an unfamiliar aura lingering in the shadows, a subtle shift in the house's very essence. With a steaming cup of chamomile tea in hand, I ascended the stairs, guided by the warm amber glow of an antique brass lamp casting dancing shadows around me. Each step reverberated through the aged hardwood floors, harmonizing with the soft groans of the stairs, as if the house itself was engaged in a whispered conversation. Upon reaching the second floor, a peculiar scent beckoned me, a blend of old books, dried lavender, and an elusive undertone that tingled with anticipation, akin to the charged air before a summer storm. Following this mysterious fragrance, I was led to the guest bedroom at the end of the hall, a room seldom visited even in my childhood days. Pushing open the slightly ajar door, a silvery light spilled out, contrasting the warm glow of my lamp. The room appeared familiar, yet subtly altered. As my gaze lifted to the ceiling, a mesmerizing sight unfolded before me. What was once a simple white expanse now stretched infinitely upward, transitioning into layers of swirling mist illuminated by a soft, silvery light. Settling into a worn wingback chair by the window, my tea forgotten, I lost myself in the hypnotic patterns above. Stars seemed to twinkle amidst the mist, shapes forming and dissolving like fleeting dreams. Birds in flight, leaves drifting on unseen winds. The rain's symphony outside took on a new dimension in this room, each droplet creating ethereal ripples that disturbed the mist in captivating swirls. The scent of lavender mingled with midnight dew and moonflowers, enveloping me in a tranquil embrace as time slipped away. Whispers of wind chimes drifted through the air, a distant melody from an unseen source. It was as if the room itself held a quiet awareness, a presence steeped in ancient wisdom and gentle serenity. As night deepened, the mist above began to form intricate symbols, unknown yet filled with a profound significance just beyond reach. They danced and dissolved, replaced by new patterns, weaving a tale in a language of mysteries and dreams. The room exuded peace, a sacred sanctuary where time ebbed and flowed like the tides of a hidden ocean. Awakening to sunlight filtering through the curtains, the room bathed in a rosy glow, the ceiling restored to its familiar form. A lone sprig of dried lavender on the dresser emitted a fragrant memory of the night before, a delicate reminder of the enchantment that had unfolded. Returning to that room on rainy nights, I await the elusive appearance of the infinite ceiling, a shy visitor that graces me with its presence in moments of perfect harmony. I've learned to embrace the enigma, to cherish the whispers of a world beyond the tangible, where symbols in the mist tell stories only the heart can decipher. My grandmother's words resonate within me, hinting at the secrets houses hold, the dreams they cradle in their ancient walls. Perhaps she, too, shared in these nocturnal reveries, watching the infinite ceiling dance in the shadows of the night. Silent about this ethereal chamber, I find solace in its mysteries, in the knowledge that some truths are meant to be felt rather than understood. And so, on quiet nights, suffused with the scent of lavender and the promise of endless possibilities, I am drawn back to that boundless space above, where the mist continues its eternal waltz, inscribing tales in a language known only to the realm of dreams. Story 40. As the rain whispered against the attic windows, a soft melody filled the air, lulling me into a peaceful trance. The old floorboards murmured beneath me, echoing the stories of the past etched in their grains. Dust particles danced in the warm light of my antique lamp, swirling with purpose and grace, painting ethereal patterns in the air. Hours slipped by as I delved into the treasure trove of family relics, finding solace in the rhythmic cadence of the rain, occasionally accompanied by the distant rumble of thunder, rolling through the sky like a gentle tide. Amongst the forgotten treasures, a hidden secret awaited my discovery. Tucked away in the far corner of the attic, a weathered wooden chest beckoned to me. Its aged surface bore intricate carvings that seemed to dance in the flickering lamplight, weaving a tale of craftsmanship from a bygone era. Drawn to its mysterious allure, I approached with reverence, feeling the weight of history in its presence. The carvings on the chest depicted phases of the moon, intertwined with swirling motifs of wind and water, captivating my senses. Tracing the patterns with my fingertips, I sensed the passage of time in the smooth valleys and ridges worn by centuries. The tarnished metal clasps held memories of countless hands that had once opened this chest, revealing its treasures. With a gentle creak, I lifted the lid, revealing a world frozen in time. Nestled within the faded velvet lining were relics of a forgotten era. A weathered leather-bound journal, a delicate wooden box, a bundle of letters tied with a faded ribbon, and a cloth-wrapped mystery. The journal, penned by a certain Elizabeth over a century ago, spoke of dreams that transcended reality, blurring the lines between the tangible and the ethereal. Intrigued, I pored over Elizabeth's words, drawn into her world where hidden doorways led to realms beyond imagination. Her vivid descriptions painted a picture of a reality intertwined with dreams, where the mundane held secrets of the extraordinary. The wooden box, adorned with lunar carvings akin to the chest, held a mirror of unparalleled clarity, its reflection seeming to peer into unseen dimensions. The crystals within the cloth-wrapped bundle whispered of lunar cycles and hidden truths, their secrets intertwined with Elizabeth's revelations. The letters exchanged between Elizabeth and her confidant hinted at clandestine meetings and whispered truths, shrouded in mystery and intrigue. As I immersed myself in the enigmatic artifacts, the rain outside softened to a gentle mist, casting a dreamlike haze over the attic. The air itself seemed to hold its breath, as if bearing witness to the unveiling of long-forgotten secrets. Replacing each item in the chest, I felt a shift in the atmosphere, a subtle acknowledgement of the mysteries that had been uncovered. In the days that followed, I found myself drawn back to the attic, captivated by the echoes of Elizabeth's discoveries. Each visit revealed new wonders, shadows that danced against the light, rooms that held secrets in their corners, and whispers of music carried on the rain-kissed breeze. Was it Elizabeth's legacy that opened my eyes to the unseen, or had the attic itself transformed in the wake of her revelations? The chest remained a silent guardian of mysteries, a testament to the uncharted realms of possibility. On quiet afternoons, when the rain painted shadows on the floor, I pondered Elizabeth's journey through the spaces between moments, wondering if she still roamed those ethereal pathways. With the mirror in hand, I gazed into its depths, awaiting a glimpse of the unknown that lay beyond its silver frame. The chest taught me that some mysteries are meant to be cherished, their allure lying in the questions they provoke rather than the answers they offer. The rain continued its gentle serenade, weaving a tapestry of untold stories and unexplored realms in its melodic whispers. And in the hush between raindrops, I listened for the elusive music that beckoned, ready to follow its ethereal call into the unknown. Story 41. The autumn breeze whispered through the naked branches above, carrying the bittersweet aroma of decay and memories. Walking along the ancient dirt path, my steps were hushed by a carpet of fallen leaves, creating a soft, natural cushion underfoot. The early evening air held that peculiar October essence, crisp yet tender, enveloping me like a well-worn leather glove. Familiar with this path, tonight felt different. A subtle shift in the atmosphere. Was it the mist embracing the earth, swirling around the aged trees like spectral fingers, or the unsettling stillness, broken only by the occasional leaf's rustle in the fading light? The first broken candle beckoned me, lying on its side at the path's edge, its pure white wax cleanly split, the wick untouched. Examining it, I sensed a surgical precision in the break. Continuing my walk, I noticed another identical broken candle 20 paces ahead, and another, forming a trail of shattered sentinels meticulously placed along the path. As daylight dwindled, the forest darkened swiftly. The mist thickened, shrouding everything in a dense, rolling fog, obscuring visibility. The chill intensified, prompting me to draw my jacket tighter. Following the broken candle trail, an inexplicable energy filled the heavy air. The silence deepened, my own breath sounding distant. Each broken candle glowed faintly, an illusion in the growing darkness. The path twisted, leading into the forest's heart, where trees intertwined overhead, forming natural arches. The broken candles continued their silent watch, guiding me deeper into the woods. Uncharted territory lay ahead, a voice hinting at retreat. Yet an unseen force propelled me forward, akin to a moth drawn to flame. The breaks in the candles evolved, no longer clean but jagged and violent. Twisted, crushed, they maintained their regular spacing, extending into the darkness. The fog thickened, gaining substance, like walking through cotton clouds. A strange electricity tingled in my fingers, hairs raising on my neck. The air grew colder, breath forming clouds. Ahead, a clearing emerged, candles arranged in a perfect circle, their white wax gleaming softly. At the circle's center stood a solitary black candle, its darkness absorbing light. Stepping into the clearing, the candles pulsed with an inner glow, devoid of flame. The black candle's split surface, unlike the rest, felt cool and polished, not wax but obsidian. Its halves stood apart, almost touching. Touching it, a deep resonant hum vibrated through me, emanating from all directions. The white candles intensified their glow without flame, the split black candle slowly widening, revealing profound darkness within. The hum grew stronger, a gentle pull stirring something deep within. The forest dissolved, the fog enveloping, leaving only glowing candles in the abyss of the black split. Time lost significance, minutes or hours passing unnoticed. Shadows emerged from within the split, ethereal and mesmerizing, shifting like dancing water reflections. The hum turned almost musical, evoking primal recognition. Complex geometries folded and unfolded, revealing ancient truths just out of reach. Standing transfixed, the fog began to thin, the glow fading, the patterns dissolving back to darkness. Slowly, the forest reappeared. Retracing my steps through the woods, the broken candles had vanished, no trace left. The fog lifted, unveiling a starlit sky. Sometimes, revisiting the path, I search for another broken candle, another trail to the clearing, in vain. Yet on quiet nights, with wind and mist, the faint echo of that resonant hum lingers, calling to something within. The patterns from the split black candle haunt my dreams, almost decipherable, teasing understanding. Some mysteries, I realize, are meant to remain elusive, residing in that enchanted space between knowing and unknowing, where wonder and uncertainty dance in the twilight, in the gathering dark. Story 42. The gentle patter of rain against the window panes enveloped the historic house in a calming embrace, orchestrating a tranquil symphony that reverberated through the silent corridors. Inheriting the Victorian mansion from my grandmother just a fortnight ago unveiled a tapestry of enigmas veiled within its weathered nooks. The aged floorboards murmured underfoot, murmuring tales of bygone eras in soft whispers. On a particular autumn evening, as the melancholic breeze wove a wistful tune through the gaps in the window frames, an irresistible pull led me to the narrow staircase ascending to the attic. The brass door handle felt cool to the touch, turning with a welcoming grace as if beckoning me into this forgotten realm. The fragrance of aged books and memories long forsaken drifted down to greet me. Ascending the creaking stairs, my flashlight's beam carved gentle pathways through swirling dust motes that glistened like minuscule stars in the dimness. Each step drew me nearer to the treasures my grandmother had safeguarded over her lifetime, each holding a narrative waiting to be unveiled. The attic unfurled before me, a vast expanse shrouded in white sheets resembling silent phantoms maintaining their eternal vigil. My footsteps were hushed by the thick layer of dust blanketing the wooden floor. The rain continued its serene melody on the slanted roof above, weaving a cocoon of tranquil solitude around me. Amidst the shrouded furniture and stacked boxes, a sight captured my attention. Nestled in the farthest corner, partially obscured behind an ancient trunk, rested a Victorian rocking chair surprisingly free of dust compared to its surroundings. The worn velvet upholstery retained a rich burgundy hue, and perched upon it was a porcelain doll previously unseen. The doll's gown, crafted from faded blue silk, featured intricate lace weathered with time adorning its collar and sleeves. Its countenance was exquisitely sculpted, with rosy cheeks and delicate painted features freezing a moment of perpetual tranquility. Yet it was the eyes that held me captive. Fashioned from painted glass, they possessed an unusual depth that seemed to shift in the flickering light. Approaching, the floorboards sighed softly beneath my weight, their protest resonating in the stillness. The doll sat poised, hands folded neatly in its lap as though awaiting someone's return. A small key protruded from the doll's back, hinting at its musical nature, though I hesitated to wind it in the attic's silence. The atmosphere around the rocking chair felt altered, cooler, denser somehow. My breath materialized in wisps within the flashlight's beam, contrasting with the attic's residual warmth. Reaching out to touch the doll's porcelain cheek, the sensation beneath my fingertips was not the anticipated chill of smoothness, but a gentle warmth pulsating faintly. In that moment, a whisper of a melody, akin to a distant music box, brushed through the air. The sound was so delicate it might have been a figment of my imagination, yet it carried notes of a lullaby my grandmother used to hum when I was young. Lost in the memory, I perceived the rocking chair's subtle movement, barely perceptible, but enough to quicken my pulse. The chair settled, yet the air seemed suspended in anticipation. Frequent visits to the attic ensued after that initial encounter. Sometimes I would linger for hours in a nearby chair, observing the doll in its serene pose. On tranquil nights, when the house embraced its deepest silence, the familiar lullaby lingered on the periphery of awareness. One evening, As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the attic in amber and shadow, a small diary emerged from behind the rocking chair. Within, my grandmother's elegant script graced the pages, with a photograph serving as a bookmark. The picture depicted my grandmother as a young girl seated in the rocking chair, cradling what appeared to be the same doll. Yet a peculiarity lingered. The doll's posture differed slightly, its head tilted and hands arranged in another fashion. In the diary, my grandmother chronicled a birthday gift received at 8 years old, a musical doll playing the sweetest lullabies she had ever heard. She recounted how the doll provided solace during thunderstorms, and how on lonely nights she could swear she heard it sing without winding. The final entry, penned mere days before her passing, spoke of feeling the doll's presence comforting her in her final hours, the old lullaby permeating her dreams. The narrative halted abruptly, as if she had been interrupted mid-thought. Now, during quiet evenings in my grandmother's abode, I am drawn back to the attic. The doll remains in its chair, its tranquil expression unaltered, yet somehow different with each viewing. At times, on the verge of slumber, the familiar lullaby descends from above, a gentle reminder of my grandmother's enduring affection, enshrined in porcelain and silk, overseeing the house and its chronicles. The doll's enigma persists unsolved, perhaps purposefully so. Some enigmas are best left as gentle musings, hovering in the realm between reality and dreams. In the hushed hours when the house is at its stillest, rain tapping softly against the panes and wind whispering through the corridors, solace emerges in knowing that above, in the dusty attic, a porcelain doll maintains its eternal vigil, safeguarding secrets and memories in its tender, warm embrace. On tranquil nights, I discern the subtle shift in the air heralding the melody, a gentle alteration in pressure, a slight warming of the atmosphere, as if the house inhales before the lullaby commences. Suspended between wakefulness and dreams, I comprehend why my grandmother kept the doll's true nature veiled. Certain enigmas are meant to be felt rather than explained, experienced rather than comprehended. Thus the doll lingers in its attic haven, neither entirely of this world nor apart from it, a gentle custodian of familial memories and unspoken tales. Its presence offers solace rather than unease, a familiar enigma suffusing the ancient house with a sense of tranquil marvel. Drifting into slumber each night, I sense its benevolent vigil extending across the dwelling, intertwining dreams and reminiscences in an eternal lullaby, echoing softly in the pauses between heartbeats. Story 43. The soft patter of raindrops falling against the ancient stone walls of the cave created a calming melody, enveloping me in a soothing embrace as I stood at the cave's entrance. My lantern cast a warm, flickering glow, revealing the weathered rock around me. The air was heavy with the earthy scent of wet moss and mineral-rich water, untouched by the passage of time. As a geologist, I had wandered through many caves, but this one felt uniquely intimate, as if the very essence of the rock resonated with my presence. My footsteps echoed softly as I ventured further into the cavern, the quiet splashes of water droplets forming puddles accompanying each step. The limestone formations glistened in the lantern light, casting dancing shadows that seemed to come alive. I traced my fingers along the cool, damp walls, feeling the ancient stories etched in the textures that spoke of millions of years of geological transformation. The tunnel gradually opened into a chamber so vast that my lantern's light couldn't reach its towering ceiling. The chamber was alive with the musical symphony of water droplets falling into small pools, creating a harmony that reverberated through the space. As I moved forward, my boots left imprints in the fine silt covering the ground. It was then that I noticed something peculiar, delicate footprints in the silt, smaller than mine, appearing and disappearing as if left by a mysterious dancer. The air grew cooler as I followed the enigmatic footprints deeper into the cave, the sounds of the outside world fading into a distant memory. A new sound filled the cave, the faint echo of footsteps, always just out of reach. Intrigued, I pressed on, guided by the unseen presence. The cave's passages twisted and turned, revealing natural wonders that sparkled like stars in the darkness. The footsteps I followed led with purpose, guiding me through the labyrinthine tunnels with uncanny precision. Time seemed to lose its meaning as I walked, the cave enveloping me in its ancient embrace. The footsteps drew closer, their rhythmic cadence matching the beat of my heart. I raised my lantern, illuminating natural shelves ascending the cave wall like a staircase. The footprints defied logic, climbing upward as if pulled by an unseen force. As I stood in awe of the impossible, a wordless melody filled the chamber, resonating through the rock itself. The footsteps ceased, replaced by the ethereal music that infused the air with a gentle energy. Shadows danced to the rhythm, and my lantern's flame flickered in response to the unseen vibrations. Seated on a smooth boulder, I surrendered to the enchanting melody, swaying in harmony with the cave's song. Water droplets fell in perfect synchrony, creating golden ripples in the pools below. Time stood still as I became one with the ancient rhythm of the cave. When I finally rose to leave, the footprints had vanished, leaving behind a sense of profound tranquility. The melody lingered in my mind as I retraced my steps, the cave now feeling more familiar, as if sharing a secret with me. At the cave's entrance, the sun cast long shadows, and a single set of footprints materialized beside me, disappearing into the light. A soft laughter echoed through the cave, fading like a distant dream. To this day, the otherworldly melody lingers in my memory, echoing in the quiet moments underground. Sometimes I hear faint footsteps dancing just out of sight, a reminder of the mysterious encounter in the depths of the ancient cave. Story 44. The soft patter of rain against my window had been a constant companion, blending with the distant hum that lured me to this secluded cabin, the enchanting singing waterfall. Nestled in my cozy armchair, cocooned in a warm woolen blanket, I immersed myself in the harmonious tune that floated through the misty night air. Locals had spoken in awe of the waterfall's captivating song, describing how it shifted with the moon's phases, whispering ancient truths to those who truly listened. Initially dismissing their tales as folklore, I now, after 3 nights in the cabin, felt a deep respect for their reverence. The rain continued its gentle rhythm on the wooden walls, providing a calming backdrop to my introspection. A crackling fire cast flickering shadows on the rugged floor, filling the room with a comforting warmth. The fragrance of pine and damp earth wafted in through the cracked window, carrying the forest's invigorating essence. Tonight, a subtle change gripped the waterfall's melody. The familiar tune now bore a semblance of words, as if it yearned to convey a specific message. Leaning forward, I strained to decipher the watery whispers that floated on the evening breeze. The almost full moon sporadically peeked through rain clouds, casting silver beams that danced across the room. In those brief illuminations, the shadows seemed to dance in sync with the waterfall's song, creating enigmatic patterns beyond comprehension. Beside me, my weathered journal lay open, its pages a testament to my attempts to capture the waterfall's melody. Each night, the notes I penned altered subtly, as though the song itself evolved or revealed hidden facets. Tonight, the page remained blank, for I was too captivated by the current rendition to transcribe it. The room's temperature gradually dropped, a refreshing chill seeping in despite the crackling fire. The cold felt invigorating, akin to a spring morning, cleansing and revitalizing. The mist outside thickened, pressing against the glass like curious tendrils seeking entry. Within its swirling embrace, vague shapes emerged, faces, symbols, or echoes of a bygone era. As midnight approached, signaled by the gentle chime of my grandfather's pocket watch, the waterfall's song attained a new clarity. The melody wove itself into almost decipherable words, a language akin to a half-remembered dream. The mist outside shimmered with a soft, pearl-like glow, filtering through the windows. Unconsciously, I rose from my chair, abandoning the blanket, drawn irresistibly to the window by the waterfall's mesmerizing song. The wooden floor vibrated subtly beneath my feet, mirroring the cascading water's rhythm. Through the misted glass, the path to the waterfall, usually shrouded in darkness, now glowed faintly with a phosphorescent light. Silvery lights, akin to fireflies but more ethereal, danced along the path in perfect harmony with the melody. The rain had eased into a gentle drizzle, each droplet capturing and reflecting the mystical light like miniature prisms. The very air seemed to resonate with the song, permeating every suspended particle with its enchanting melody. The effect was hypnotic yet comforting, instilling a profound sense of tranquility and connection to an ancient, enigmatic force. Without conscious volition, I donned my coat and boots. The wooden floor continued its gentle hum as I gathered essentials for a midnight stroll. Though my rational mind whispered warnings, there was no menace in the compulsion, only a polite invitation to heed. Stepping onto the porch, the song enveloped me completely. The mist swirled around my ankles, a silken caress against my skin. The luminescent path stretched ahead, guiding me into the forest like a celestial ribbon. Each step felt instinctive, as if retracing a path long forgotten until now. The nocturnal forest, typically shrouded in darkness and mystery, now resembled an enchanted realm. Trees leaned away from the path, branches swaying in harmony with the waterfall's serenade. Droplets of water fell like musical notes from their leaves, adding to the symphony enveloping me. Drawing nearer to the waterfall, the song deepened, resonating through my very being. The mist thickened, revealing shifting scenes, memories not my own, glimpses of uncharted lands. Gradually, the waterfall materialized through the mist's glow. Water cascaded in slow motion, each droplet holding the light like suspended jewels. The pool mirrored not the night sky, but a celestial canvas, adorned with unfamiliar constellations. Standing at the pool's edge, I watched the water's endless, hypnotic descent. The song reached a zenith of clarity, its meaning resonating within my soul. It spoke of time and memory, of eternal cycles and lost treasures rediscovered. A gentle breeze stirred the mist, and for a fleeting moment, figures danced in the falling water, not spirits, but embodiments of music itself. Fluid and luminous, they shifted between water, light, and shadow with ethereal grace. Time lost significance as I beheld the aqueous ballet. Unbeknownst to me, the moon completed its journey. The rain subsided, yet the air teemed with mist and enigma. As dawn's first light brushed the sky, the waterfall's song softened like a lullaby bidding adieu. The luminescent mist faded, the mysterious lights along the path dimming one by one. Guided by the dwindling lights and echoes of the song, I retraced my steps to the cabin. Each footfall felt weightless, akin to a dream, yet I knew with certainty that my nocturnal odyssey had been real, a profound encounter with the unknown. In the cabin, my journal lay open, awaiting my pen. Instead of musical notations, I chronicled all I had witnessed, every emotion, every enigmatic whisper. As I penned the final words, the sun's rays breached the window, casting a gentle glow over the room. The fire had waned to embers, the temperature normalized. Everything appeared unchanged, yet fundamentally transformed by my midnight sojourn. Each night, I still hear the waterfall's song, though it never regains the crystalline clarity of that fateful evening. Occasionally, under the full moon and gentle rain, I glimpse that mystical luminescence, echoes of those elusive figures dancing in the water. The mist still weaves patterns that almost make sense, the path at times faintly aglow in the darkness. The truth of that night's encounter remains as enigmatic as the waterfall's song itself. Perhaps some mysteries are not meant for full comprehension, but for experiencing and treasuring their inexplicability. And so I linger, listening to the water's melody, chronicling in my journal, pondering the hidden secrets within the falling water's song and the light's dance through the mist. Story 45. The ancient church bell tower loomed silently under the autumn sky, its aged bronze bell hanging still in the tranquil evening air. Although I had passed by this historic structure countless times, tonight held a different essence. The atmosphere was thick with an unusual calmness, carrying the scent of rain-soaked soil and weathered wood. As the guardian of this time-worn edifice, I had grown accustomed to its varied nuances and subtle murmurs. Once the bell had dutifully tolled the passing hours, its deep, resonant voice echoing like a sentinel's watchful gaze over the valley. Yet, for the past month, a shift had occurred. The gears still turned, the hammer still swung, but no sound emanated from the ancient metal. I recall the precise moment when I first detected the absence of sound. It was on a warm evening in late September, much akin to tonight. The setting sun had painted the clouds in rich purples and soft oranges, and I ascended the worn steps to conduct my routine inspection. Each step creaked familiarly as I ascended, my hand trailing along the polished banister. As the clock struck 6, I anticipated the familiar chime. The mechanism engaged flawlessly. I witnessed it with my own eyes, yet the sound never manifested. Initially, I attributed it to a mechanical glitch, a simple matter to be rectified with oil or adjustments. However, upon closer examination of the bell, everything appeared to be in impeccable working order. In the ensuing weeks, I found myself drawn more frequently to the bell tower, particularly during the hushed moments of dusk. The chamber within the tower had transformed into a sanctuary of sorts, with its ancient timber beams and the ethereal dance of light through suspended dust particles. The walls seemed to retain echoes of centuries-old prayers and memories, and at times, if I stilled my presence entirely, I could almost discern their whispers. One evening, while seated by the window in my customary spot, I observed something peculiar. The waning sunlight illuminated the bell's surface in a manner previously unseen, unveiling intricate patterns that seemed to shift and evolve with varying perspectives. They resembled inscriptions, yet in a language unfamiliar to me. The patterns flowed like water across the bronze, possessing a life of their own. Local lore had always deemed the bell as extraordinary. According to historical accounts, it was crafted by a mysterious artisan who had appeared in the village one wintry morning, only to vanish as abruptly once his work was completed. Tales spoke of unconventional materials blended into the bronze, silver from the mountains, iron from the stars, and other enigmatic elements. As autumn deepened, I discerned further alterations within the tower. The air grew denser, pregnant with an anticipatory weight. Dust particles swirled uniquely in the beam of my flashlight, occasionally coalescing into shapes that seemed almost deliberate before dispersing into randomness. The timber beams groaned and settled in a manner that resembled conversation rather than the natural sounds of an aged structure. Most intriguing of all were the dreams that began to visit me each night. In those dreams, I could distinctly perceive the bell's voice, not the familiar toll of yesteryears, but a deeper, more melodic resonance, akin to a harmonious choir. The dreams unfailingly concluded with the bell revealing those peculiar, undulating patterns, as if endeavoring to convey a message of utmost significance. I commenced documenting my observations in a journal, meticulously recording every anomaly, the sudden drops in temperature in specific corners of the tower, the mysterious shadows that occasionally danced on the walls cast by imperceptible entities, the uncanny sensation of being observed whilst ascending the stairs at twilight. One evening, as I revisited my notes by candlelight, electric bulbs flickering excessively to be dependable, a pattern emerged. The inexplicable events intensified with each passing day, converging towards an unknown culmination. Yet, the nature of this culmination remained frustratingly elusive, akin to a word lingering on the tip of my tongue. The locals too began to notice the bell's silence. Some viewed it as an omen, though its meaning remained a subject of debate. Others proposed pragmatic causes: age, metal fatigue, the natural decay of all things. But I held a different understanding. The bell wasn't broken, it was waiting. Tonight feels distinct somehow. The air hangs motionless, laden with moisture from the earlier rainfall. The sunset has painted the clouds in identical hues as that inaugural evening when the bell fell silent. Seated in my customary spot, gazing as the final light wanes from the sky, I sense the tower holding its breath. The clockwork gears spring into motion, punctual as always. The hammer draws back, poised to strike the hour. However, a change is palpable this time. The enigmatic patterns on the bell's surface emit a faint glow, casting gentle blue shadows on the timber beams above. The atmosphere thickens, almost acquiring a liquid quality imbued with potential. As the hammer descends, a profound realization dawns upon me. The bell hasn't ceased its toll. It has merely shifted its resonance to a frequency imperceptible to most ears. Its message still reverberates into the world, albeit in a language tailored for different listeners. At the moment of impact, I feel rather than hear the toll, a profound vibration that resonates within my core, reverberating in the interstices between thoughts. The patterns on the bell's surface pulsate with each strike, sending soft waves of light through the chamber. In that instant, I comprehend that certain enigmas aren't meant to be deciphered, but rather beheld and contemplated in the tranquil interludes between dusk and dreams. The silent bell still communicates with those attuned enough to listen. Its silence has metamorphosed into a distinct melody, one that plays in the realm of shadows and whispers, in the space between cognizance and inexplicable intuition. Perhaps that was the enigmatic artisan's intention all along. As I prepared to depart the tower for the night, I cast a final glance at the bell. The patterns have reverted to their usual appearance, yet I sense their latent presence, awaiting the opportune moment to reveal themselves once more. Tomorrow I shall return at sunset, as is my custom, and perchance I may begin to decipher a fraction of what the bell endeavors to convey. For now, however, I am content to allow the mystery to endure. Some melodies are meant to be felt rather than heard, and certain narratives are best articulated in the dialect of silence. Story 46. The autumn air draped heavy and dense around my rustic wooden cabin, enfolding me in the sweet, earthy aroma of decaying leaves. Beyond my window, the ancient forest stood motionless, frozen in an eternal moment. Not a single leaf rustled, not a branch quivered. This eerie calm had persisted for 3 days now, defying the natural rhythm of the world. Nestled in my cozy armchair, cocooned in a soft woolen blanket, I listened to the crackling symphony of the fireplace. The flames painted shifting shadows on the rough-hewn walls, their warm glow a stark contrast to the dull twilight filtering through the windows. My cup of chamomile tea sat forgotten, grown cold, as I became lost in contemplation of the unsettling silence enveloping me beyond the cabin walls. The forest had always been my haven, a sanctuary away from the chaos of modern life. But this hush was different, heavy, almost sentient. It evoked the tense anticipation before a storm, that charged moment when nature holds its breath. Yet this moment stretched on, defying explanation. My companion, Shadow the cat, lay serenely curled on the windowsill, her ebony fur aglow in the firelight. Her ears remained alert, golden eyes fixed on something unseen within the darkness. At times, she would raise her head, tracking movements imperceptible to me, her tail flickering with a restless energy. In the evening, as I readied for slumber, a peculiar sight awaited me in the bathroom mirror. Behind me, where darkness should reign, a glimpse of a pale mist, swirling with purpose, caught my eye. When I turned to face it directly, only the impenetrable night greeted me, yet the impression lingered like an afterimage burned into my mind by a camera flash. Sleep embraced me fitfully that night. The silence pressed against my ears until the rhythm of my own heartbeat became audible, steady and resolute against the pillow. In that liminal space between wakefulness and dreams, a faint, rhythmic whisper, akin to distant breaths, tiptoed on the edges of perception. Morning arrived, devoid of respite from the stillness. The forest remained statuesque, as if painted onto the horizon. Yet a change had unfurled during the night. The blanket of fallen leaves encircling my cabin had shifted, forming intricate patterns that seemed purposeful. Curved lines and spirals sprawled from the tree bases, resembling ripples in a tranquil pond. Shadow refused to venture outside, perched at the window, her tail fluffed, fixated on the leafy designs with unwavering focus. As I ventured out to gather firewood, the air clung thick and resistant, akin to traversing invisible syrup. The temperature remained stagnant, unaffected by sunlight or shadow, hovering in a twilight zone that prickled my skin with unease. Approaching dusk, the first significant change in days unfolded. The mist glimpsed in the mirror began materializing at the forest's fringe. It slithered between the trees like questing tendrils, pale and luminous in the waning light. Within its ethereal depths, shapes flickered into existence and dissolved, fleeting movements vanishing upon direct gaze. The breathing sound intensified as night descended, emanating from everywhere and nowhere, filling the interludes between heartbeats. Shadow pressed against my legs, her fur bristling. Together, we observed as the mist crept closer to the cabin, bearing scents of earth, age, and something primordial. In the night's embrace, dreams wove a tapestry of roots infiltrating my floorboards, leaves whispering my name, and trees bending to peer through my windows with eyes concealed within their bark. The breathing sound metamorphosed into a voice, articulating cryptic words in a familiar yet incomprehensible tongue. Upon awakening, my sheets were damp with dew, though the windows remained sealed shut. The leafy patterns had evolved once more, intricate and spiraling outward from my abode like the grooves of a colossal fingerprint. Even in daylight, the mist lingered, clinging to the ground in sinuous tendrils reaching towards my steps. Shadow spent the day flitting from window to window, trailing an unseen presence. On the seventh day of stillness, handprints adorned my windows, not on the glass itself, but in the layer of condensation formed overnight. Larger than human hands, with an excess of fingers, they left trails resembling twisting vines. The breathing sound had transcended into a constant companion, ebbing and flowing like distant waves against a shore. That evening, seated before the fire, I noticed the shadows no longer mimicked the flames' dance. They swayed to a different cadence, synchronized with the forest's breath. The leafy patterns from outside had infiltrated indoors, etched in the dust on my shelves, ingrained in the wooden floor's grain, woven into the very fabric of my blankets. Abruptly, Shadow leaped from her perch, darting to the front door, pressing her ear against the wood. The breathing sound surged, resonating within my chest, as if my heartbeat synchronized with an ancient expanse. The mist seeped through cracks around doors and windows, carrying scents of moss, mushrooms, and the quietly decaying. Fear should have gripped me, but it remained distant and inconsequential, akin to the world beyond the forest. Instead, a profound recognition enveloped me, as if I finally perceived something eternally watching and waiting. The patterns surrounding me unveiled a language, a narrative inscribed in leaves, shadows, and breath. As I pen these words now, the forest remains still, yet pulsating with life, more vibrant than ever. The mist has become a constant companion, swirling around my steps within the confines of my home. Shadow no longer fixates on the windows, seemingly content with our altered reality. The breathing sound has morphed into a familiar presence, noticed only in rare silences. At night's embrace, I discern whispers of the forest's message. The patterns shift and morph, unveiling words and images hovering beyond grasp. The boundary between my human existence and the ancient awareness enveloping me thins with each passing day. Uncertainty lingers. Has the forest transformed, or am I merely perceiving its eternal essence? The stillness endures, no longer oppressive but anticipatory, akin to a held breath preceding profound revelations. I find myself holding my own breath, awaiting the forest's next utterance. The leaves continue their waltz, the mist spins its tails, and in the spaces between heartbeats, the forest breathes. And I breathe alongside it, merging into a mystery devoid of resolution. For some questions are more beautiful when left unanswered, suspended in the air like morning mist, beckoning us to simply listen, ponder, and wonder. Story 47. The tranquil glow of twilight spread across the sky, painting it with hues of soft lavender and warm amber. I strolled along the meandering path leading to the ancient watchtower, embraced by the evening air carrying the delicate fragrance of wild honeysuckle and the earthy scent of rain-kissed soil. Each step I took echoed softly on the gravel below, creating a gentle rhythm harmonizing with my steady breaths. This peculiar property had been passed down to me by my great-aunt Margaret, a woman of mystery whom I had encountered only once in my childhood. The watchtower loomed like a silent guardian against the darkening horizon, its weathered stone walls whispering tales of bygone eras. Ivy had claimed much of the structure, weaving a mesmerizing tapestry of deep green that swayed in the evening breeze. With a soft creak, the ancient wooden door yielded to my touch, unveiling a circular chamber bathed in a golden glow filtering through tall, slender windows. Dust motes danced lazily in the warm beams, enveloping the room in an ethereal aura. Inside, an assortment of furniture awaited: a worn leather armchair, towering bookshelves, and an antique writing desk brimming with hidden stories. As my fingers brushed the desk's smooth surface, they stumbled upon a peculiar detail: a small brass key nestled in a secret compartment beneath one of the drawers. Its intricate design, adorned with delicate swirls and tiny etched stars, seemed to hold a weighty significance, as if it had been patiently awaiting discovery. The tower ascended in 3 levels, connected by a spiral staircase that spiraled upward like a graceful serpent. Each step I ascended whispered a soft plea of wood against wood, accompanied by the gentle settling of the ancient edifice. The second level unveiled a cozy bedroom, adorned with a 4-poster bed veiled in faded velvet curtains that swayed in the evening breeze. Yet, it was the 3rd floor that beckoned to my imagination. Stepping into the circular room atop the tower, I found myself encircled by windows offering a breathtaking view of the surrounding landscape. Curious artifacts adorned the room: astronomical instruments, ancient maps, and a collection of leather-bound journals inscribed in my great-aunt's elegant script. As night descended, I settled into a window seat with one of the journals, its pages exuding a faint fragrance of lavender and old paper, with my great-aunt's words weaving a poetic tapestry. She chronicled strange lights observed from the tower windows, mysterious visitors appearing on moonless nights, and music resonating from the very stones of the tower. Rain began to patter outside, adding a soothing backdrop to my reading. Her words unveiled a hidden door within the tower, one that could only be unveiled under specific celestial alignments, when the full moon hung directly overhead. The brass key I had discovered earlier now bore newfound significance. Delving deeper into the journal, I lost myself in the mysteries unveiled. My great-aunt inscribed of star patterns visible from the tower's windows, ancient symbols intertwined in the building's architecture, and dreams that bordered on memories of distant realms. The brass key nestled warmly in my pocket, resonating with the enigmatic revelations. As midnight approached, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded before me. Moonlight cascading through the windows etched intricate patterns on the floor, shifting with each passing moment. The room pulsed with a gentle energy, akin to the hushed anticipation before a summer rain. Tracing the moonlit patterns with tentative steps, I followed their silent guidance across the chamber, surrendering to the tower's rhythmic breath and the rain's melodic lullaby. Certain floorboards emitted faint musical notes underfoot, as if revealing the tower's hidden symphony. The journal spoke of a night akin to this, when the full moon cast its luminous spell. My great-aunt inscribed of a peculiar doorway, manifesting under such celestial alignments, guided not by a physical lock, but by an extraordinary essence. Continuing to read as the night deepened, I marveled at the ever-shifting moonlight patterns. The tower's whispers became comprehensible, as if sharing its enigmas in a cryptic language. The rain's gentle cadence against the windows added another layer to this nocturnal serenade. Reality blurred with dream as the moonlight patterns coalesced into a pathway, leading me to a section of wall previously overlooked. The brass key throbbed in my palm, its tiny stars shimmering in the moon's embrace. The wall before me appeared less substantial, as if it were but a fleeting illusion. What transpired next remains a conundrum, pondered on quiet moonlit nights when the tower murmurs its enigmatic secrets. The key never found a conventional lock, yet something transformative transpired that night, a subtle yet profound shift. The tower's enigmas linger unresolved, perhaps by design. Now, beneath the full moon's glow and the rain's gentle embrace, I dwell in the tower's highest chamber, enveloped by my great-aunt's journals. Occasionally, distant melodies drift to my ears, or ethereal lights flicker at the edge of my vision. The brass key remains a warm reminder that some enigmas are meant to be felt, rather than deciphered. The tower has become my sanctuary, where reality intertwines with dreams like the ivy embracing its ancient stones. Each night unveils new mysteries, fresh moonlit patterns, and whispered secrets in the shadows. And in this nocturnal realm, I've come to realize that embracing the questions may hold the true essence of the solitary tower's secret. Story 48. In the dimming light of evening, a fragrant tapestry of water lilies and wild mint enveloped the air, guiding my steps along a winding path through the dense forest. Each footfall was softened by the pine needles underfoot, creating a serene cadence that harmonized with the gentle rustle of leaves above. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its golden rays filtered through the canopy, casting a mosaic of light and shadow on the mossy ground beneath me. Whispers had reached my ears of a secluded lake hidden deep within these woods, a place of mystery and allure that locals spoke of in reverent tones. They hinted at untold secrets held within its depths, tales of haunting melodies that echoed across the water under the moon's watchful gaze. The path led me further into the heart of the forest, where the quality of light shifted, and a coolness in the air signaled the proximity of hidden waters. Through the gaps in the trees, wisps of mist rose like ethereal tendrils, weaving a veil of enchantment over the landscape. And then, like a gradual unveiling, the lake came into view before me. Its surface was a mirror of obsidian, reflecting the fading light in a shimmering dance of silver and purple. Ancient willows draped their branches into the water, stirring gentle ripples that moved in cryptic patterns along the shore. Circular and pristine, the lake seemed a perfect creation against the wild backdrop of the forest, as if nature itself had crafted this sanctuary around its tranquil waters. At its center, a solitary island rose from the depths, crowned by a majestic oak tree whose boughs reached out like protective arms, embracing the stillness. Seating myself upon a fallen log at the water's edge, I was struck by the unusual hush that enveloped the surroundings. It was not an eerie silence, but a tranquil absence of the usual forest murmurs, as if the lake existed in a realm of its own making. The only sound was the gentle lapping of water against the shore, a rhythmic whisper that seemed to carry a message just beyond comprehension. As darkness descended, the mist thickened, swirling above the lake's surface in fluid, mesmerizing patterns. Shapes materialized and dissolved, resembling fleeting figures or cryptic symbols in an unknown script. With each passing moment, new revelations emerged. In the undulating waters, in the swirling mist, in the dance of the willow branches stirred by unseen hands. A soft luminescence emanated from the depths of the lake, a gentle pulse of light that shifted in hues of cerulean and emerald, casting an ethereal glow upon the waters. The night air filled with whispers, a melodic murmur that resonated with the tranquility of ancient chants or the rustling of sacred texts in a hidden library. On the island, the ancient oak tree cast dual shadows upon the water's surface, its reflection a mirror image that danced independently of the physical form. Along the shoreline, tiny lights flickered like fallen stars, their movements choreographed in a silent ballet that spoke of unseen symphonies and cosmic rhythms. The mist ebbed and flowed, revealing glimpses of submerged structures, ethereal spires and archways that shimmered with a ghostly radiance before fading into the depths. Time lost its shape, flowing like the waters before me, as the moon traversed the sky in a dance of endless repetition, each cycle imbuing the scene with a subtle shift of colors and whispers. In the depths of night, the murmurs grew stronger, weaving intricate patterns of sound that resonated with primordial truths and timeless echoes. They spoke of the celestial dance of light upon water, of roots delving into the earth's embrace, of the eternal cycle of seasons and the eternal restlessness of existence. With the approach of dawn, the luminescence beneath the water waned, and the whispers softened to a gentle susurrus. The mist dispersed, leaving a lingering imprint of its ethereal tapestry in the air, like echoes of forgotten dreams etched upon the mind's eye. The lake's surface transformed into a mirror, reflecting the burgeoning light of the rising sun with crystalline clarity. As I rose to depart, a sense of renewal and transformation suffused my being, as if the night's communion with the water had reshaped me in subtle ways. The familiar path back seemed imbued with new significance, every leaf and stone whispering secrets that eluded my grasp, yet resonated deep within my soul. Even now, in the quiet recesses of memory, the whispers of the lake linger, surfacing in dreams or in the liminal space between sleep and wakefulness. Sometimes in the stillness of dawn, I glimpse echoes of that mystical light in ordinary pools of water, or discern familiar patterns in the morning mist. The lake's enigmatic essence lives on in these fleeting moments, like ripples expanding endlessly from a single drop. Though the lake has eluded my search and subsequent visits to the woods, its mystery endures, a reminder that some secrets are not meant to be unraveled, but rather embraced as a part of the unseen wonders that dwell within us. It exists in a realm between worlds, revealed only in fleeting instants, when the veil between the mundane and the magical grows thin. The whispers of the lake continue to echo within me, a gentle refrain of mysteries shared and mysteries held, like half-remembered songs from a distant past. Story 49. The soft rustle of autumn leaves gliding across the wooden porch accompanied my nightly ritual of tea before slumber. Wisps of steam lazily spiraled from my cup, carrying the sweet essence of chamomile and honey. The aged house murmured gently, its familiar creaks a soothing backdrop as darkness enveloped the late hour. It was then that I sensed a shift in the moon's demeanor. Hanging low and full in the night sky, its glow held a peculiar quality. The silvery light pulsed ever so subtly, akin to a distant heart's beat. Intrigued, I found myself drawn to this rhythm, my breath falling in sync with its gentle cadence. The air turned unusually tranquil. The leaves ceased their whispering, the crickets hushed their evening serenade. Within this profound stillness, a mysterious sound emerged. Faint yet unmistakable, a whisper that defied explanation. It was a melody without notes, a song without sound, emanating from the very core of the moon above. My tea grew cold, forgotten, as I sat captivated by this ethereal spectacle. The moonlight thickened, almost tangible, like strands of silver silk cascading from the heavens. They swayed in invisible currents, weaving intricate patterns reminiscent of ancient scripts, messages just beyond grasp. Inside the house, shadows stirred. Not mere shadows cast by passing clouds, but purposeful, graceful movements following the silent rhythm. They twisted and twirled along the walls, shaping forms almost human, yet ethereal. Their fluid motions held a grace transcending earthly bounds. I found myself standing, though the act of rising from my chair eluded memory. The wooden floor hummed beneath my feet, a subtle vibration coursing through me. The temperature dipped slightly, raising goosebumps on my skin, yet fear found no haven within me, only wonder and a profound peace. The moon's pulse continued, each wave subtly altering the world around me. Colors grew more vivid, yet softer. The wooden walls' grain flowed like liquid. The air shimmered with silver motes of light. Time blurred, minutes stretched into hours, hours compressed into fleeting moments. Somewhere within the house, a clock chimed midnight, its tones distorted as if filtering through water. With each toll, the moon's silent melody intensified, more insistent. The shadows quickened their dance, intricate and defined. Faces almost materialized within their shifting shapes, expressions mirroring my own inexplicable tranquility. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying the fragrance of night-blooming flowers foreign to my garden. It enveloped me, lifting tendrils of hair and fabric in a tender caress. The moonlight responded, weaving intricate patterns through the air, elusive to my gaze. Bathed in this impossible light, a realization dawned, or perhaps a recollection long forgotten. The moon's silent song revealed ancient truths, worlds existing in the spaces between moments, realities brushing against our own like silk against skin. It murmured of nights when the boundary between what is and what could be thinned to a touchable veil. The shadows beckoned me to join their dance. My feet moved of their own volition, following steps to a rhythm innate yet unfamiliar. Moonlight enveloped me like a cloak, and for a fleeting moment, weightlessness embraced me, as if I could step off the porch and tread upon the silver light itself. Slowly, reluctantly, the intensity waned. The shadows settled back into their static state. The moonlight dwindled to its usual glow. The silent song faded, leaving a lingering echo within my bones. I found myself back in my chair, tea now ice cold. The night had reverted to its normalcy. Crickets chirped, leaves whispered, the house crooned its customary lullaby. Yet a fundamental change had occurred, irreversible and profound. The moon held a new allure, a mystery that blurred the lines between dream and reality. Now on quiet nights beneath the full moon, I await on the porch. Occasionally, in stillness and patience, I catch a whisper of that silent song, a glimmer of silver strands in the air. The shadows, oh the shadows, they remember the dance, though they no longer perform it. They reach out with a knowing grace, as if acknowledging that some enigmas lie beyond our comprehension, dwelling in the exquisite realm between truth and illusion. And perhaps that is where they belong. In that twilight space where the moon whispers its silent song and shadows dance to melodies only the heart can perceive. In that moment of wonder and possibility, a peace transcending explanation is found, a magic unbound by words. Evening tea still graces my porch, the moon ascending over the horizon. And sometimes, just sometimes, in the quiet of the night, with a tranquil mind, I sense the faint pulse of silver light, a distant heartbeat calling me to a dance I may never fully grasp, but will forever remember. Story 50. The Whispering Inn. The rain cascaded in gentle waves against the wooden shingles of the ancient inn, creating a tranquil melody that seemed to carry whispers of forgotten tales. Standing before the weathered door, my traveling coat laden with moisture, I observed the lamplight flickering behind misted window panes. The sign above swayed softly in the evening breeze. The Whispering Inn, its letters worn but still discernible in the encroaching darkness. An inexplicable allure beckoned me inside, beyond mere shelter from the autumn storm. Perhaps it was the ethereal glow emanating from within, or the shadows lurking at the edges of the structure, deeper than natural. Tracing the intricate carvings on the door frame with my fingertips, the spiraling patterns seemed to dance and transform beneath my touch. The door yielded effortlessly, as though embracing my entry. A blend of wood smoke and a hint of lavender or sage greeted me, wafting through the air. The common room unveiled itself before me, spacious yet intimate, dominated by a grand stone fireplace along one wall. Several inviting chairs and small tables dotted the room, mostly unoccupied except for a few solitary wanderers lost in contemplation. The innkeeper, with her silver hair aglow in the firelight, stood behind a polished wooden counter. Her smile carried the warmth of a cozy hearth on a wintry night as she uttered, "Welcome, traveler. You've arrived precisely in time." Attempting to inquire further, my words dissolved on my tongue like morning mist. Instead, I found myself following her up a narrow staircase, the wooden steps whispering beneath our feet. The wallpaper in the hallway undulated with elusive patterns, flowers reminiscent of faces, vines that hinted at forgotten inscriptions. My assigned room, number 7, awaited at the hallway's end, though I hadn't disclosed the duration of my stay or discussed payment. The chill of the door handle dissipated as it turned, accompanied by a distant melody, a lullaby of unfamiliar origin. The room, simultaneously expected and enigmatic, revealed a 4-poster bed adorned with deep burgundy curtains swaying in the absence of a breeze. A writing desk faced the window, which framed gardens seemingly larger than the inn's exterior suggested. The aged wooden floor exuded a history of countless footsteps over the ages. As I settled in, shedding my damp coat and boots, subtle details seemed to shift when not under direct observation. The mirror above the wash basin occasionally reflected phantom movements, while the room's shadows pulsed in synchrony with the distant rainfall. That night, slumber enveloped me more profoundly than in years past, under blankets redolent of unnamed herbs. Dreams wove a tapestry of soft murmurs in familiar yet foreign tongues, offering glimpses of fellow travelers in archaic attire and enigmatic garments. Morning arrived not abruptly, but as a gentle tide, light filtering through the window with an unprecedented quality, as if strained through layers of time itself. Descending to the common room, I found it simultaneously empty and replete, devoid of occupants yet teeming with a palpable presence, as if echoes of conversations from bygone eras lingered in the air. The innkeeper materialized with a steaming cup of tea, unrequested yet precisely what I desired. "Did you rest well?" she inquired, her knowing smile implying she already held the answer. The tea carried flavors of uncharted memories and distant lands. Throughout the day, guests appeared and vanished with an ephemeral quality. A man in tattered garb penned letters aglow in the afternoon light. A young woman, hair adorned with stars, perused a book whose pages seemed blank until glanced away from. An elder gentleman near the fire conversed softly with an unseen presence, or perhaps a presence unseen to me. Time meandered peculiarly within the inn's confines. Meals materialized as needed, their preparation unseen. The daylight filtering through windows defied conventional timekeeping. The garden vistas from various windows never repeated, yet all felt oddly familiar. Come evening, I felt drawn to a library I could have sworn was absent that morning. Books lined the walls, their titles shifting when I attempted to decipher them. Leather, time, and boundless possibilities intermingled in the room's aroma. A particular book on a reading stand seized my attention. Tales of travelers at crossroads, both literal and figurative, inns existing betwixt moments, and guardians of thresholds guiding wandering souls. That evening, lulled by the unending rainfall, I grasped a profound realization about the Whispering Inn. Its walls not only shielded travelers from the elements, but harbored moments from time itself. Every creak of floorboards, every flicker of lamplight, every hushed corridor conversation unfolded simultaneously in the present and innumerable times prior. Contemplating departure the following morn, recollections of my initial journey's purpose and direction eluded me. The innkeeper merely smiled as I queried about payment and exit arrangements. "The inn maintains its own tempo," she remarked, replenishing my cup with a liquid shimmering like recollections. "Each lingers precisely as needed." Days or weeks blurred together, time akin to the shifting wallpaper patterns. Conversations with transient guests, reading books whose texts rearranged themselves, and strolls through ever-changing gardens became routine. Some mornings, notes inscribed in my handwriting, but with alien thoughts awaited on the writing desk. They foretold journeys yet unfathomed and discoveries yet unclaimed. The ink gleamed with possibilities, its phrases occasionally transforming upon folding the papers away. Eventually, I comprehended that the Whispering Inn transcended mere lodging, a suspended moment within the flux of time where lost souls found solace or relinquished themselves in an auspicious manner. The innkeeper, less a person than a custodian of this timeless juncture, safeguarded travelers' not only bodies but also their narratives. One indeterminate morning, sensing the urge to resume my odyssey, my boots materialized by the door, though I couldn't recall removing them previously. My coat hung on the hook, appearing both worn and pristine. The innkeeper stood by the front entrance, though her presence eluded me during my descent down the stairs. "Will I rediscover this place?" I inquired, though the intended question diverged subtly. Her knowing smile, concealing answers while divulging none, conveyed, "Those seeking the inn unfailingly do, though its visage may differ upon return." Stepping into a world familiar yet foreign, I bore memories akin to dreams. The sign whispered gently in the breeze, yet upon a final glance backward, the inn shimmered and shifted like a reflection disturbed by a placid rain. On nights when rain echoed with a particular cadence, or when unidentified herbs lingered in the air, I found myself yearning for a weathered door adorned with spirals, for windows aglow with an otherworldly radiance. And occasionally, just occasionally, the faint creak of a sign reading "The Whispering Inn" reached my ears. Whether a memory or a harbinger of future encounters, uncertainty veiled its certainty. Story 51. In the hushed embrace of my grandmother's ancient home, the rain fell with a gentle persistence, painting a melody on the window panes that whispered secrets of bygone eras. Nestled in her weathered leather armchair, I basked in the familiar aura of polished wood and dried herbs that perfumed the air like a well-worn memory. The warm glow from the vintage lamp cast soft shadows, coaxing the burgundy wallpaper to sway in a silent dance of its own. It had been 3 months since my grandmother's passing, leaving me the sole steward of this centuries-old abode, nestled deep within the enigmatic woods. Childhood visits to this place had always held a special allure, but now, as its solitary dweller, I found myself uncovering hidden facets of the estate. Chief among these discoveries was a trail of obsidian stones that emerged at the garden's edge, vanishing into the mist-shrouded forest beyond. These stones were not part of my childhood recollections. They had materialized sometime during the waning years of my grandmother's life, a fact she had never divulged in our weekly conversations. Each stone was a perfect orb, polished to a glossy sheen, absorbing light as though a void incarnate. In the rain's embrace, they shimmered like mirrors reflecting a celestial void. Through the walls, the crystalline chimes whispered their celestial lullabies, blending seamlessly with the falling rain. My grandmother had adorned the house with myriad chimes, each resonating a unique harmony. Tonight, their ethereal symphony wove a melody unknown to my ears, stirring visions of moonbeams filtering through autumn foliage. Drawn to the window by some unseen force, I gazed out as dusk draped its cloak over the land. Below, the garden lay veiled in hues of muted greens and silvers, while the enigmatic stones charted a serpentine course into the veiled woodlands. Observing them, I discerned a peculiar sight. Minuscule lights danced above each stone, frozen in a celestial waltz. Rationality whispered that they were but rain-kissed droplets capturing dwindling light, yet their steadfast luminescence hinted at a purposeful design. Since my arrival, I had skirted the notion of exploring the path. Tonight, however, the rain's gentle caress and the enigmatic lights forged an ambiance of tranquil mystery that quelled any lingering trepidation. Draping myself in my grandmother's woolen shawl, redolent of her lingering lavender essence, I descended the creaking staircase. The foyer greeted me with the comforting tick-tock of the grandfather clock, its brass pendulum swaying under the shimmer of a crystal chandelier. Stepping onto the sheltered porch, the evening air enveloped me in a cool, misty embrace. Rain had transmuted into a fine, glistening veil, suspended like liquid diamonds in the ether. The garden's herbs exhaled their fragrant secrets, rosemary, thyme, and sage, warding off the boundary between the known and the unknown that awaited along the path. The first obsidian stone loomed beyond the herb garden. Standing before it, I witnessed the ethereal light, hovering above like a spectral guide, radiating a tender bluish-white luminescence. As if under a spell, my feet carried me onto the first stone, its surface warm against the chill of the eve. Advancing to the next stone, the light above the subsequent one intensified, illuminating a gentle pathway ahead. Each footfall was accompanied by the distant chimes' melodic whispers, though the air hung in stillness. Through the arboreal archway, the mist wove elegant tendrils, carrying a redolence akin to my grandmother's shawl. With each step, reality ebbed into a dreamlike tranquility, a realm of peace and wonder. Time meandered indeterminately as I traversed, reaching a circular clearing at the path's terminus. The stones spiraled inward, culminating in a central monolith larger than its brethren. Above it, the lights had coalesced into a constellation of soft brilliance, casting a luminous aura upon the sanctuary. Nestled upon the central stone lay a weathered tome, bound in aged leather. Recognizing my grandmother's hand upon the cover, I reverently opened it to find her script adorning the pages, "For when you're ready to understand." The book chronicled her revelations regarding the stones, gateways to a subtle magic she termed gentle enchantment, a sorcery of peace and healing for nature's embrace. They bridged realms, anchoring the boundary while offering glimpses of a hidden beauty. Engrossed in her writings, the lights above cavorted in a dance of cosmic grace, mirroring the diagrams within the tome. In the distance, the wind chime's tune resonated with newfound clarity, a melody reminiscent of my grandmother's garden hymns. Amid the ethereal mist, I delved into her peaceful revelations, the harmony of seen and unseen, the magic and quiet observation of life's fleeting instants. The stones, she detailed, were both sentinels and portals, inviting the willing to glimpse the wonders beyond mundane sight. Lost in her prose, I became attuned to the delicate energies she described, the lights and chimes weaving a tapestry of serenity around me. As I lifted my gaze, the mist transmuted into a myriad of radiant motes, dancing in ethereal ballet at my behest. Their luminous ballet bespoke emotions ineffable, swirling in an intricate pantomime. Rising from my reverie, I felt a subtle shift, not a transformation, but a deeper connection to the subtle magic my grandmother extolled. The very air thrummed with a quiet vitality, the trees aglow with the same gentle lights adorning the stones, a cathedral of living luminescence in the nocturnal expanse. The journey back to the house felt abbreviated, yet no less enchanting. Each footfall was met with a gentle pulse of light, a whispered secret shared by the path. Reaching the garden, I turned to behold the winding trail of stones, now aglow with conscious, caring radiance. Nestling into my grandmother's chair, her tome cradled in my lap, I sank into its embrace. The rain's gentle cadence now bore a hidden melody, the wind chimes serenading me with echoes of a celestial ballad. In their harmonies, I fancied the faint echo of my grandmother's voice, imparting the wisdom of the quiet magic that dwelt beyond the veil of the ordinary. As slumber beckoned at the fringes of my awareness, I realized this was but the prelude to comprehending the legacy she had bequeathed. The trail of stones was not merely a physical path through the woods. It was a gateway to perceiving the tender enchantment that fills the interstices of heartbeats, raindrops, thoughts. Before succumbing to sleep, I beheld the wallpaper patterns swaying in perfect accord with the distant chimes and the soft patter of rain, a symphony of tranquility that lulled me into the embrace of dreams. Story 52. The soft patter of autumn rain on worn wooden planks filled the evening with a tranquil melody. Before me stood the old mill, its massive water wheel now motionless, adorned with vines and morning glory, nature's embrace after years of neglect. Dusk cast a gentle glow, painting the sky in shades of muted purples and grays, while the air carried scents of damp earth and aged timber. My grandfather's tales of this place lingered in my mind, his voice distant when recounting his youth spent working at the mill. His stories beckoned me here, though the exact reason eluded me. His eyes, drifting into the past when speaking of the mill's enigmas, sparked a curiosity that grew with each passing season. The towering mill, weathered and dark, stood as a testament to time. Windows, like half-closed eyes, stared out with broken glass or clouded panes. The slightly ajar door, swollen with moisture, breathed with the evening breeze, emitting a low, haunting whistle with each gust. Drawing closer, my boots sinking into rain-soaked soil, I observed the old mill pond mirroring the dimming sky, raindrops creating ripples across its dark, mysterious surface. Cattails swayed by the shore, their hypnotic dance captivating in the fading light. The scent intensified as I neared the door. The aroma of wet wood mingled with something ancient and mineral, reminiscent of stone grinding against stone. My grandfather had described this scent as the breath of the mill, and standing there, I finally grasped its essence. Inside, the air hung heavy with moisture and memories. My flashlight illuminated dust particles suspended in the air, moving slowly as if time itself had slowed within these walls. The aged floorboards creaked softly beneath my steps, blending with the symphony of rain and distant thunder. On the ground floor, massive grinding stones lay in remnants, their surfaces etched with intricate patterns spiraling towards the center. One stone bore a mysterious mark, not functional but resembling a handprint engraved in the rock. My grandfather had mentioned this mark, its origin a puzzle unsolved. Progressing deeper into the mill, the rain's sound morphed into a melodic harmony, each drop resembling a musical note in an ethereal composition. My grandfather had spoken of music in the mill, attributing it to machinery and the water wheel's movement, now still for decades. Ascending the wooden stairs to the second floor, smooth with age, I felt warmth emanating from the wood, a phenomenon my grandfather had spoken of, a pulsing warmth coursing through the mill like a living presence. The second floor opened into a vast space, adorned with sturdy pillars resembling ancient trees. Amidst the rain's rhythm, whispers of conversations lingered, indistinct yet carrying the cadence of human speech. By a window, a weathered leather-bound book lay, its pages warped but readable. Within, faded writings detailed production figures interwoven with peculiar observations of nocturnal sounds, erratic machinery, and mysterious lights in the darkness. Intrigued, I ascended to the third floor, drawn by an unseen force. Here, shadows deepened, the rain's echo distant as though heard through a veil. The air crackled with anticipation, as if awaiting a revelation. In a corner, an old desk held yellowed papers, untouched by dust. Among them, letters penned by my grandfather during his time at the mill revealed untold secrets. Anomalies in the mill's operations, shared dreams among workers, and the distortion of time within those walls. As I delved into the papers, the rain's cadence shifted, accompanied by a new sound, the slow turn of the water wheel outside. Yet when I glanced out the window, the wheel remained motionless, untouched by the rain cascading over its paddles. Hours passed in that room, unraveling a mystery that only deepened with each discovery. The rain persisted in its gentle rhythm, and within the mill, dormant machinery hummed with spectral echoes of a bygone era. As night enveloped the mill, I understood why my grandfather had left these mysteries unspoken. Some truths elude description, existing in the silent spaces between words and reality. The mill held such truths in its time-worn embrace, in the very essence that permeated its empty chambers. When I departed, the rain had softened to a mist, enveloping the mill in a shroud of secrecy. My grandfather's stories now felt like whispers of guidance, clues on a map leading to uncharted territories. The water wheel remained still, yet a subtle shudder seemed to ripple through it, responding to an unseen force. In the distance, the mill's silhouette settled, as if preparing for an eternal vigil. I revisit the mill under the falling rain and fading light, each visit adding a new layer to its enigma, a new verse to its timeless song. Sometimes, under the perfect conditions, I glimpse the truth my grandfather hinted at. The mill, never truly abandoned, now processing memories and time within its ancient stones, grinding a different kind of grain in a realm of its own making. Story 53. In the soft murmur of waves caressing weathered rocks, I tread the meandering path. The ancient dwelling stood in shadow against the deepening dusk, its worn wooden facade bearing the scars of countless tempests. The salty breeze bore the essence of the sea, mingling with the earthy fragrance of damp soil and aged stone. My flashlight cast dancing shadows, revealing the path overgrown with nature reclaiming its territory. This place, a legacy from my grandmother, held secrets she had never shared. 3 months after her passing, a letter from the lawyer arrived, enclosing a set of aged brass keys and documents for a property unbeknownst to me. The deed traced back generations in my family, shrouded in silence. The wooden steps groaned softly as I climbed to the expansive porch. Each creak echoed tales of bygone footsteps. With surprising ease, the key turned in the lock, as if the house awaited my arrival. The door swung open with a melodious groan. The air inside carried a peculiar warmth, despite the house's long abandonment. My flashlight unveiled walls adorned with faded floral wallpaper, the patterns shifting like underwater blooms in the beam's dance. Furniture draped in white dust covers seemed to breathe gently in the draft, whispering tales of slumber. In the heart of the main chamber, a grandfather clock stood, its brass pendulum motionless. The clock face read 3:15, contradicting my watch's indication of just past 7. A subtle twitch of the minute hand caught my eye, retracting a minute in the dim light. Though I doubted my senses, the hand moved once more as if beckoned by unseen forces. As I ventured deeper, the floorboards murmured beneath my steps. Each chamber harbored enigmas, photographs in silver frames with faces in perpetual flux, mirrors reflecting elusive shadows, windows offering differing vistas through varying panes. The library boasted shelves laden with leather-bound volumes, their spines devoid of titles, only intricate patterns shifting when unobserved. Amidst the familiar scent of old books lingered undertones of seawater, night-blooming flowers, and an indefinably sweet essence. An armchair faced the window, overlooking the sea. Imprints in the leather hinted at recent occupancy, still radiating warmth. A delicate bone china teacup sat on a small table, a lone golden droplet glistening in its depths. The room's temperature fluctuated, akin to currents in a tranquil stream. The ocean's rhythm outside seemed to shift, forming whispers just beyond comprehension. Ascending the stairs, I encountered a lengthy corridor lined with shut doors. The carpet beneath my feet muffled my tread, its pattern rippling like flowing water. Each door exuded a distinct aura, warmth from one, a distant breeze from another, faint music from a third. The ajar final door emitted a soft, pearl-hued glow. Within the bedroom, a four-poster bed shrouded in ethereal curtains swayed in an invisible breeze. A writing desk held sheets of elegantly scripted paper that faded upon approach, leaving faint traces of ink. The mirror above reflected the room with subtle discrepancies. Still bed curtains in the reflection, a swaying empty rocker. Night enveloped the house, moonlight casting ethereal patterns on the floor, diverging from the window frames. The dwelling fell silent, not empty but brimming with anticipation. Distant chimes resonated from the grandfather clock, deeper than expected. Counting each toll, I reached 13, the final tone lingering before dissipating into a whisper. Descending, I found the main room bathed in moonbeams. The dust covers shifted, forming frozen figures in their untouched folds. The clock now displayed midnight, its hands oscillating in contradictory motions, casting a shimmer in the dim glow. Drawn to the kitchen by a gentle warmth, I discovered another teacup mirroring the one in the library, emitting delicate spirals of steam. The golden tea held a familiar, unnameable scent, evoking memories of forgotten dreams. The sea view from the kitchen windows appeared altered, the horizon uncertain in its proximity. Moonlit patterns on the water echoed the wallpaper, the carpet's design, the faded ink from upstairs. Standing by the sea's nocturnal embrace, I comprehended why my grandmother had kept silent about this abode. Some places dwell in the spaces between breaths, in the pause before answers are sought. They transcend description, existing solely to be encountered, explored, and embraced. The house exhaled tranquility, a warmth enveloping me like an old friend's embrace. The enigmatic tea's lingering taste evoked childhood reveries and melodies forgotten. The ocean's whispered dialogue with the shore assumed a familiarity that hinted at deeper connections. Realization dawned. I would linger, if only for a time. The house awaited me, as it had my grandmother and hers before. Time here flowed like water, slipping through grasp, but leaving an ethereal imprint. Nestled in the leather armchair, my reflection in the window revealed fleeting apparitions, evanescent as fish darting through deep waters. Memories, dreams, possibilities intertwined, blurring distinctions in this realm where time defied convention. The house pulsed with life, the sea murmured, and within the interstices of moments, past and future, intertwined like tea swirling in delicate china, beckoning revelation. Story 54. The autumn breeze whispered softly through the pine trees, carrying with it the earthy fragrance of fallen leaves and the distant hint of wood smoke. Each step I took along the winding path echoed with the gentle crunch of pine needles underfoot, leading me higher into the mist that draped the slope like a cloak. The old house beckoned to me, its weathered form a stark contrast against the hazy sky, as if it had always been waiting for my arrival. The air grew cooler as I ascended, enveloping me in a delicate embrace like a silk scarf fluttering in the wind. Above me, the branches swayed in a rhythmic dance, their whispers forming a lulling cadence of half-spoken secrets. The path, reclaimed by nature, meandered among wild herbs and mountain blooms, offering just a faint trace of its original design. Closer now, the house slowly emerged from the mist, its Victorian architecture a tribute to a time long past. Elegant gables and a welcoming wraparound porch hugged the slope, the deep brown wood weathered yet dignified by the passage of time. Wind chimes tinkled from the eaves, harmonizing with the symphony of nature that surrounded the mountainside. The tall windows caught my gaze first, their wavy glass reflecting a soft, mesmerizing light that danced in mysterious patterns. Through the glass, vague shapes of furniture teased my curiosity, like hazy memories from a dream. One window, perched high in the east gable, glowed with a gentle amber hue, its origin shrouded in the mist's embrace. The creaking of the porch steps welcomed me as I approached, each board singing a melodic note of invitation. The door, crafted from solid oak, revealed intricate carvings that seemed to shift and twist with each glance. To my surprise, the door swung open with a soft sigh as I reached out, revealing an interior suffused with the essence of old books, beeswax, and a hint of lavender or cedar. The foyer unfolded before me, a grand space where a majestic staircase curved gracefully upward, beckoning me to explore the upper realms. Dust motes pirouetted in the filtered light, crafting ephemeral patterns that danced across the gleaming hardwood floors like whispers of forgotten tales. In the parlor, an ancient phonograph stood silent yet alive, its brass horn curving elegantly as if reaching for a long-lost melody. Without a touch, the turntable spun, coaxing a soft waltz into the air, a tune so delicate it seemed to drift from another era. The kitchen, a realm of its own, held secrets of copper pots reflecting warm light, a tea kettle resting atop a dormant stove, hinting at the scent of Earl Grey wafting through the air. Ascending the staircase, each step released a contented sigh, as if the house itself exhaled in anticipation of my presence. The upper hallway stretched like a ribbon, doors slightly ajar, offering glimpses of veiled rooms beyond. Lace curtains swayed in an unseen breeze, and a distant clock chimed an hour that defied the time on my watch. The room with the glowing window drew me closer, revealing a study frozen in time. Papers penned with elegant script rested on an old desk, ink fresh yet dates belonging to a past long forgotten. The leather chair bore the imprint of its last occupant, a phantom presence lingering in the shifting light of dusk. As evening descended, the mist outside turned to liquid gold, enveloping the house in a warm embrace. The wooden structure settled around me, its gentle creaks a soothing lullaby. Shadows deepened, cradling the spaces between objects in a velvet embrace, while light flowed like liquid, pooling in corners and cascading down corridors. Within a conservatory, aged glass walls filtered the dying light of day, nurturing lush plants thriving in their Victorian pots. A rocking chair swayed with a ghostly touch, and the air held the echo of a recent departure, a presence fleeting yet palpable. Nightfall draped the house in a soft inner glow, emanating from within, as if the walls themselves held the essence of 1,000 sunsets. I wandered through the rooms, each unveiling new enigmas that danced on the edge of comprehension. Mirrors hinted at movements unexplained, whispers of conversation fluttered just out of reach. With the coming dawn, I found myself on the porch once more, watching the mist recede into the valley below. The house stood silent, a solid yet ethereal presence in the early light. Descending the path, the pull of its mystery lingered, a gentle tug on my soul. Even now, in the passage of years, the memory of that house on the dark slope haunts my dreams. Dusk always descends, and the windows forever glow with amber light, a beacon in the mist, waiting for the next seeker of its quiet wonders. Perhaps in the liminal spaces between reality and dreams, it reveals itself only to those destined to uncover its secrets, offering a symphony of subtle marvels and silent revelations to each fortunate visitor. Story 55. The soft patter of rain against ancient stone walls painted a tranquil melody that reverberated through the deserted corridors of the grand castle. Perched in my temporary abode, I observed as raindrops meandered leisurely down the leaded glass windows, their journey illuminated by sporadic flashes of distant lightning. The gentle flicker of candlelight waltzed across the walls, casting cozy shadows that seemed to sway in tandem with the flames' dance. Recently appointed as the custodian of this majestic edifice, I had barely settled in before the autumn storms rolled in. The former caretaker had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a weathered journal brimming with enigmatic scribbles and peculiar musings. The pages exuded the musty fragrance of time, tinged with a hint of something sweeter, perhaps lavender or dried roses, that lingered in the air whenever I perused its contents. The castle itself stood as a testament to medieval craftsmanship, its aged stones bearing witness to centuries of tales etched into their rugged surfaces. Tapestries adorned the walls, their hues muted by the passage of time, yet still whispering stories of long-gone feasts and revelries. In the quiet lulls, when the wind hushed, I could almost catch the faint echoes of ancient merrymaking carried by the ever-present draft that weaved through the corridors. On this particular stormy night, a peculiar observation gripped my attention. The shadows in the grand hall seemed to move in an unusual manner, as if the candlelight caught on invisible wisps, akin to watching smoke swirl through water. It called to mind a passage from the old caretaker's journal, detailing what he cryptically referred to as the castle's breath. Initially dismissed as the whimsical ramblings of a solitary soul, I now harbored doubts. Descending the spiral staircase, my steps muffled by the plush carpet runner enveloping the worn stone treads, I felt the air grow cooler, carrying with it the earthy essence of the castle's foundations. The vast expanse of the great hall sprawled before me, its lofty ceiling vanishing into darkness above. Rain drummed a soothing rhythm against the towering windows, providing a serene backdrop to my exploration. As I traversed the space, I noticed subtle variations in certain areas, pockets of air that held a slightly different temperature. It evoked the sensation of stepping into sunlit patches on a cloudy day, though here, no sunbeam could account for such anomalies. Consulting the journal once more, I stumbled upon a passage where the previous caretaker had meticulously documented these deviations, dubbing them the castle's breath. The tapestries stirred faintly, devoid of any discernible breeze. Drawing near a particularly exquisite piece portraying a medieval hunt, its threads glinting dimly in the subdued light, I sensed an unseen gaze upon me, not malevolent, but rather curious, as if the castle itself scrutinized its new guardian. References in the journal mirrored my experience, narrating encounters that grew increasingly detailed. Hours slipped away as I ventured forth, penning my own observations alongside the ancient entries. While the storm raged outside within the castle's embrace, a profound tranquility enveloped me. The thunder, instead of ominous, resonated as the contented exhalations of an age-old entity. Lightning briefly illuminated the stained glass windows, casting intricate patterns of color that frolicked across the stone floors. In the library, a remarkable discovery awaited. The former caretaker had remarked that during potent storms, the books seemed to rearrange themselves in enigmatic configurations. Tonight, I bore witness as leather-bound tomes subtly shifted on their shelves, their spines aligning in a manner that caught the candlelight anew. It wasn't unsettling, rather, it felt akin to being privy to a clandestine performance, as if the castle shared one of its enigmas with me. The grandfather clock chimed midnight, its resonant tones drifting through the vacant chambers. With the final toll, I discerned a shift in the room's atmosphere. The air crackled, reminiscent of the prelude to a summer downpour, yet instead of intensifying, it settled into a gentle warmth that enveloped me like a tender embrace. A specific corner of the library beckoned me, where the former caretaker had spent countless hours, evident from the well-used chair and densely filled journal pages. Here, the shadows pirouetted differently, weaving patterns that almost resembled inscriptions on the walls. The old caretaker had endeavored to decipher these ethereal messages, filling page after page with conjectures. As night deepened, the reason for his fascination became clear. The castle transcended mere architecture. It pulsated with life in a manner unique to itself. The stones didn't merely retain memories, they exhaled them into the air, imparting them to those willing to listen. In the journal's final entry, a poignant truth unfolded. The castle doesn't divulge its mysteries, it shares them, akin to a grandmother imparting tales to a cherished grandchild. The enigmas are not meant for unraveling, but for experiencing, for dwelling within. Each night heralds fresh whispers, novel patterns, and ancient breaths, carrying fragments of bygone eras. As I penned my inaugural entry in a new journal, the storm persisted in its gentle assault on the castle's ramparts. The shadows continued their waltz, the tapestries their sway, and the air maintained its enigmatic warmth. I realized that my purpose here extended beyond uncovering the castle's secrets or deciphering its enigmas. I was meant to be a part of its ongoing narrative, to interlace my breath with its age-old rhythms, to merge with the myriad souls who had trodden these halls and felt the gentle, sentient essence of the structure. The candlelight flickered, casting a play of shadows where my silhouette intertwined with the others cavorting across the walls. Somewhere in the distance, a door murmured softly, and I smiled, cognizant that the castle had merely turned another page in its eternal tale. This night, as the storm enfolded us both, I sensed that I had discovered not merely a role or a dwelling, but a sanctuary within these living walls, where each nocturne ushered fresh murmurs of ancient lore, and every shadow harbored the allure of a benign enigma waiting to be unveiled. Story 56. The soft patter of raindrops against my bedroom window had become a soothing melody in the quiet of the night. As autumn wrapped the world in its early darkness, my gaze was inevitably drawn to the abandoned house standing silently across the garden. Amidst the darkness, a peculiar glow had taken residence within its walls, unlike any light I had encountered before. It wasn't a harsh glare or a cold beam. It was a luminance with a life of its own, a gentle, pulsating radiance that seemed to breathe in harmony with the night. Tonight, the rain cascaded down in a mesmerizing rhythm, painting intricate patterns on the glass. The air carried the earthy scent of rain-soaked soil and fallen leaves, while distant thunder whispered secrets across the sky. My room felt snug and warm, bathed in the soft glow of my reading lamp and the embrace of cozy quilts. Yet the light from the abandoned house continued its enigmatic vigil. I first noticed it 3 weeks ago on a similar rainy evening. The house, empty for years, had been a ghostly presence with dark, hollow windows and a garden reclaiming its wildness. But then the light emerged, not from a specific window, but seeming to emanate from within the very essence of the house, as if it held a luminous soul. The more I watched, the more details unfurled before me. The light danced and swayed like ethereal curtains, occasionally tinged with hints of color, a soft touch of violet here, a whisper of azure there. Most intriguing was how the light interacted with the rain. Droplets passing through its glow seemed to pause, suspended in time before continuing their descent. I shared my observations with Mrs. Sullivan, our neighborhood stalwart, who listened with a knowing look. "Some lights," she mused, stirring her tea, "aren't meant to be explained, dear. They're simply meant to be witnessed." Her gaze often lingered on the old house when she thought no one was watching. In the following weeks, subtle changes unfolded. The wild roses in the garden, defying the season, continued to bloom, adorned with the mysterious light that painted delicate patterns across the overgrown yard. Moths gathered in ethereal clusters, their wings shimmering like fragments of moonlight. On silent nights, a gentle presence seemed to emanate from the light, a memory of music, a whisper of half-forgotten lullabies. I began documenting my observations, noting how the light's demeanor shifted with the weather, the hour of the night, and even my own emotions. At times of tranquility, it exuded a honeyed golden hue, reminiscent of sunlight caught in amber. In moments of melancholy, it dipped into somber blues and greens, mirroring my inner state. The house itself underwent subtle transformations, almost imperceptible. The peeling paint appeared less weathered, the sagging porch less forlorn. The windows, though still dark, seemed to hold a silent anticipation, as if on the verge of awakening. One memorable evening, as I sipped chamomile tea by my window, I discerned a pattern in the light's movements. It seemed to be crafting something in the air, leaving ghostly trails that almost formed letters before dissolving into luminescence. I watched, tea forgotten, as the message tantalizingly danced just out of reach. Over breakfast, Mrs. Sullivan shared a family tale. Her grandmother once dwelled in that very house, recounting nights filled with singing walls and dreams blending into reality. There are places, she reflected, buttering her toast deliberately, where the line between the known and unknown grows thin. Sometimes, light finds its way through those gaps. As winter embraced autumn, more neighbors noticed the light. Children paused their games to marvel at it. Elders sat on porches watching with knowing smiles, and even the neighborhood cats gravitated to its glow. The light neither dimmed nor waned. Instead, it deepened, evolving like a symphony, gaining complexity and depth with each note. I never ventured inside the house. It felt unnecessary, almost sacrilegious. The light wasn't an invitation to explore. It was a gift to be cherished, a reminder that beauty exists beyond comprehension. Now, as rain weaves rivers of light in the darkness, I ponder Mrs. Sullivan's words. Perhaps some lights are meant to be witnessed, not dissected. In a world hungry for answers, there's solace in embracing mystery, in letting awe linger unexplained. The rain's gentle rhythm lulls me towards slumber, and across the garden, the house gleams with its enigmatic radiance. In that liminal space between wakefulness and dreams, I catch whispers of that almost music, carrying the fragrance of impossible roses blooming in winter's embrace. And I smile, content in the knowledge that some lights shine on, regardless of our understanding. Story 57. As the velvety hues of twilight draped over the time-worn stone walls, I found myself standing at the threshold of the forsaken monastery. A serene mist meandered through the decaying arches, carrying the delicate fragrance of wild roses that intertwined with the ancient stones. The world hushed, a breath caught in suspense before the cloak of night descended. Intrigued by tales of its spectral allure, I had come to capture the haunting beauty of the ruins through my lens. My camera, a steadfast companion, hung around my neck, offering a sense of solace amidst the unfamiliarity of this sacred place. Sunbeams, the last remnants of daylight, filtered through shattered windows, painting elongated shadows that pirouetted across weathered flagstones. Each footfall reverberated softly through the vacant corridors, harmonizing with the gentle rustle of leaves carried by the evening zephyr. This monastery, a sanctuary of centuries past, bore witness to countless fervent prayers and whispered confessions. Now reclaimed by nature, ivy enveloped the stone in a loving embrace, while moss adorned the floors in swathes of emerald velvet. Delving deeper into the labyrinthine complex, I noticed a gradual chill in the air, despite the summer's warmth. The atmosphere held a subtle dampness, causing the stone walls to glisten under my camera's flash. The quality of light intrigued me, lingering in certain nooks beyond the constraints of physics, bending around pillars in defiance of reason. A particular corridor beckoned to me, where ancient frescoes clung to the walls like fading memories. The figures within the paintings seemed to shift in my peripheral vision, teasing with elusive movement that stilled upon direct inspection. As twilight deepened, a peculiar essence permeated the wind that whispered through the ruins. It moved with purpose, akin to invisible tendrils caressing the aged stone. Sometimes, it murmured in a language just beyond comprehension, a tantalizing whisper at the edge of understanding. Setting up my tripod in what once must have been the main chapel, I prepared for long exposure shots in the dimming light. Reverence lingered in the space, despite its dilapidation, as fragments of stained glass cast kaleidoscopic patterns on the floor under my camera's gaze. Adjusting my camera settings, I discerned a subtle symphony in the ambient sounds surrounding me. The wind's whispers grew distinct, evolving into a rhythmic melody that intertwined with the scents of roses and earth. Swathed in this hypnotic ambiance, I swayed gently, attuned to the harmonious interplay of sound and scent. Through the viewfinder, I observed shadows pooling in peculiar formations, responding to the wind's cadence as if alive, breathing in tandem with the unseen breeze. Night descended upon the monastery, the temperature plummeting further. Wisps of breath escaped my lips, forming ephemeral clouds in the air. The wind's whispers grew urgent, carrying a semblance of my name woven within its currents. Not spoken outright, but rather fashioned from the marriage of rushing air and the soft clicking of loose tiles. Compelled by an unnamed force, I ventured deeper into the labyrinth, my camera capturing image after image, the moonlight playing tricks with shadows that danced like elusive specters. In what might have been the monastery's library, vacant shelves lined the walls, their aged wood whispering secrets of bygone eras. Here, the wind's voice was clearest, reminiscent of pages being turned in an ethereal book, carrying whispers verging on comprehension. Shadows deepened, pulsing gently with each gust, exuding a velvety allure that drew me in. Framing a final shot as moonlight cascaded over the empty shelves, I closed my eyes, allowing myself to become enveloped in the ethereal symphony of the wind. When I reopened my eyes, the darkness had transformed, shadows gaining depth akin to windows into another realm. The wind's song crescendoed, reverberating through my very core as the air stilled around me. Peripherally, I glimpsed fleeting movements, robed figures gliding amidst the shelves, vanishing upon my direct gaze. Reluctant to depart despite the late hour, I gathered my belongings slowly, the wind bidding me farewell with whispered caresses. At the monastery's entrance, I stole a final glance backward. In the moon's luminescence, the ruins shimmered, suspended between realms, a liminal space of transition. Reviewing the photographs later revealed mere fragments of stone and shadow. Yet, in the dead of night, when the wind's whispers echo just so beyond my window, I catch faint strains of that otherworldly melody. In dreams, I return to those moonlit ruins, where the wind imparts its ancient secrets to those patient enough to listen. In moments of solitude, I ponder the animated shadows, the whispers that almost coalesce into words. The enigma of that night eludes explanation, existing betwixt reality and imagination, known and sensed yet unprovable. The monastery endures, its stones murmuring a silent hymn to the wind. Sometimes the thought of revisiting lingers, of waiting in the ancient library until shadows deepen and whispers resume. Yet an intangible force hints that the magic of that night remains a fleeting memory, a dreamlike tale woven in the quiet of night, when the wind carries voices on the cusp of understanding. Story 58. The wooden steps softly groaned beneath my feet as I made my way up the ancient dwelling of the lighthouse keeper, each step echoing through the spiral staircase like murmurs from a bygone era. Outside, the autumn breeze caressed the weather-beaten walls, creating a gentle, soothing melody that seemed to resonate with the very soul of the building. It was my grandmother's letter that led me here, to this place where time flowed differently, blurring the lines between reality and dreams. The air carried a faint scent of aged books and sea salt, intertwined with the earthy aroma of rain-soaked wood. Upon reaching the third-floor landing, my fingertips traced the intricate carvings on the mahogany banister, feeling the smooth imperfections left by generations who had come before me. The evening light filtered through tall, arched windows, casting elongated shadows that danced across the worn wallpaper like silent performers in a never-ending ballet. Nestled in my coat pocket was my grandmother's final letter, its edges worn soft from repeated readings. The tower holds secrets, her elegant script had penned, but they are secrets that whisper, not shout, that beckon, not scare. When you are ready, dearest one, follow the path of the leaning shadow. It will reveal forgotten truths. The top floor unveiled a circular room bathed in perpetual twilight. Dust motes lazily drifted in the amber sunlight streaming through the windows, creating halos around carefully arranged furniture. A high-backed reading chair, a small table with a brass lamp, and walls adorned with mysterious instruments whose purpose remained a mystery to me. Yet, it was the tower itself that captivated my gaze. its distinctive tilt defying logic against the darkening sky. As I settled into the embrace of the reading chair, the leather molding to my form as if anticipating this very moment, the warm glow of the brass lamp barely reaching the room's edges, leaving them shrouded in comforting shadows. Below, the soft sounds of settling wood and gentle creaks formed a soothing rhythm, as if the building itself was alive, breathing. My grandmother had devoted 40 years to this place, serving as both lighthouse keeper and guardian of the tower's enigmatic secrets. Locals spoke of her with reverence and wonder, recounting tales of strange lights seen at odd hours, ethereal music emanating from nowhere, and visitors leaving with serene smiles but tight-lipped about their experiences. As the sun descended, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded. The tower's shadow, cast by the setting sun, began to move across the floor in a mesmerizing dance that defied conventional laws of nature. Instead of a steady progression, it traced a peculiar pattern, seemingly reaching out to certain objects in the room. First, a silver box, then an old compass, before settling on a nondescript section of paneling. Following my grandmother's cryptic instructions, I waited until the shadow aligned perfectly with a faint seam in the paneling. With a gentle push, the section swung inward, unveiling a narrow passageway spiraling upward into the heart of the tower. A warm breeze tinged with lavender, my grandmother's favorite scent, drifted down, guiding my ascent. Smooth stones lining the passage emitted a soft, ethereal glow, illuminating the way forward. The walls bore shifting inscriptions that eluded direct focus, and the tower's lean grew more pronounced with each step. Yet I maintained an uncanny balance, as if the skewed angle was the tower's natural state. Emerging into the upper chamber, I found a space that defied the tower's external dimensions. Windows offered varying vistas, a tranquil sea at sunset, star-studded skies, and unfamiliar landscapes. At the room's center stood a peculiar contraption, part astronomical instrument, part music box, its movements graceful and purposeful, devoid of visible mechanisms. Beside it lay a leather-bound notebook filled with my grandmother's words. "My dearest," the first page greeted me, "you have reached the heart of it all. The tower awaited your arrival, as it awaited mine and others before us. What you see is not just an instrument, but a key to unlocking the gentle mysteries that dwell in the spaces between moments, in the pauses between breaths, in the silences between heartbeats." The subsequent pages held instructions unlike any I had encountered, more akin to poetic suggestions blending physics and dreams. They spoke of attuning to the instrument not through sight or touch, but by sensing its desires, by harmonizing with the tower's lean. As night enveloped the chamber, enlightenment began to dawn. The tower's tilt was not a flaw, but a design, perfectly angled to capture hidden currents of time and possibility coursing through the world unseen. The instrument translated these currents into experiential realities, not quantifiable or recordable, but to be felt and cherished. Hours slipped by as I communed with the device, grasping its rhythms, glimpsing fleeting visions in the windows. My grandmother in her youth, children at play in a vanished garden, ships sailing under unborn stars. With the deepening night came a profound tranquility. I comprehended why my grandmother likened the tower's mysteries to whispers instead of shouts. They required surrendering the need for complete understanding, embracing experiences over explanations. As dawn approached, I descended the spiral passage, returning to the circular room bathed in the soft hues of morning. The tower's shadow now pointed west, heralding a new day, yet I knew it would resume its enigmatic journey at nightfall. Nestled once more in the reading chair, enveloped in the night's revelations like a familiar shroud, the brass lamp's glow mingled with the dawn seeping through the windows. Seabirds' cries carried on the breeze, a chorus welcoming the new day. My grandmother's letter bore a new weight in my pocket, no longer directives, but an invitation to a legacy unfolding before me. The tower would continue its celestial lean, capturing moments and mysteries in its graceful tilt, and I would bear witness, adding my own tales to its trove of gentle secrets. The morning light grew brighter, yet I lingered, attuned to the building's hushed cadence, sensing time's dual flow within the tower's skewed confines. There was more to uncover, more to grasp, but for now, being present in this realm where reality bent to admit magic sufficed. For, as my grandmother imparted, some secrets whispered rather than shouted, and the tower stood as a sentinel, forever leaning towards the heavens, gathering stories like stardust, sharing them with receptive hearts. Story 59. The rain's soft patter on weathered stones serenaded me as I stood by the ancient well nestled in my grandmother's garden. The brick structure, aged and mysterious, held its depths veiled in shadow despite the warm lantern I cradled. The evening air carried the earthy fragrance of rain-soaked soil and climbing roses, their scent heightened by the summer shower. Just a week ago, I had inherited this old house following my grandmother's peaceful departure in her slumber. The property felt changed now, not vacant, but imbued with a different essence. The rain cascaded in a gentle tempo, forming delicate rivulets that meandered down the well's worn facade. Though the well had always been sealed with a sturdy wooden lid, something beckoned me to it on this particular night. Perhaps it was the peculiar way raindrops resonated as they descended into its depths. Or maybe it was the ethereal silver glow seeping through the wooden slats. Approaching, the sweet aroma of roses transitioned into something ancient, the mineral essence of subterranean water and aged stone. My fingers grazed the rough wooden surface, tracing each groove and imperfection etched by time. The lid felt cool and slightly damp beneath my touch. A gentle breeze rustled the climbing roses, their thorny tendrils casting intricate shadows in the lantern's glow. With a light touch, I lifted the ancient cover, surprised by how effortlessly it moved, as if welcoming my presence. The well yawned open to the night sky, and I held my lantern above its edge. The light danced on countless water droplets clinging to the stone walls, transforming them into shimmering stars pulsating with inner light. And then I heard it, a faint sound, almost imagined, a whispered melody wafting up from the darkness, akin to a lullaby sung from a distant realm. The voice held no specific age or gender, but encompassed all at once. It spoke of ancient lore, of secrets cradled in stone and water, of memories ensconced in the cool abyss below. Seated by the well, I listened. The rain continued its gentle percussion on the garden stones, providing a rhythmic undertone to the mystical tune. Time flowed differently here, akin to honey trickling from a spoon, unhurried and sweet. My grandmother had shared tales of this well, stories passed down through generations, yet the singing had never been mentioned. As I focused on the melodic whispers, I discerned words within the song, though they morphed and eluded my grasp. They resonated with the lullabies my grandmother once sang, yet possessed an otherworldly quality that sent pleasant shivers down my spine. The voice enveloped me like a cozy blanket, comforting despite its enigmatic nature. The rain gradually subsided, transitioning from a downpour to a misty drizzle. In the deepening hush, the well's song grew clearer. It spoke of verdant life thriving in darkness, of underground rivers untouched by sunlight, of crystals that bloomed like flowers in concealed caverns. The language was unfamiliar, yet the meaning was understood, akin to comprehending music without translation. My lantern flickered, casting dancing shadows on the well's inner walls. Within these shadows, shapes seemed to materialize, figures moving with fluid grace, akin to underwater dancers. They flickered in and out of sight so swiftly that certainty eluded me, yet their movements synchronized with the mysterious melody. Time became nebulous, passing imperceptibly beside this age-old well with its enigmatic secrets and songs. The voice persisted, sometimes seeming to emanate from below, other times from the very stones themselves. A cool breeze stirred the garden, carrying the fragrance of damp foliage and nocturnal blossoms. The climbing roses swayed gently, their motion creating fluid patterns in the lantern light. The well's voice seemed to harmonize with this natural symphony, adapting its melody like water flowing around stones. Lost in the hypnotic blend of rain, wind, and song, memories of my grandmother surfaced. I recalled her tending these gardens, her hands tender as she pruned the roses. Often she would pause beside this very well, her countenance serene as she peered into its depths. Had she heard these voices too? Had she sat here on rainy nights, listening to their ancient ballads? The notion comforted me, bridging a connection across time between her past and mine. Perhaps she had comprehended what I was beginning to grasp, that some places cradle mysteries not meant to be unraveled but experienced. The voice waned as night deepened, fading gradually with each passing moment. Yet it felt not like an ending but a gentle retreat, akin to a parent quietly exiting a child's room after singing them to slumber. The final notes lingered in the air, mingling with the rain-kissed aroma of roses. I lingered by the well a while longer, observing as mist enveloped my lantern's glow in halos. The stones glistened with moisture, and droplets cascaded from rose petals, each capturing light like a fallen star. The well's song had dissipated entirely, yet its echo lingered in my mind, a melody just beyond memory's reach. As I rose to return indoors, I felt transformed, serene, more connected to this place now my abode. I refrained from replacing the well's cover, sensing its need to respire, to exchange its ancient melodies with the nocturnal air. Instead, I left it exposed to the stars, aware that its enigmas awaited me on another rainy eve. Within the cozy house, the rain's gentle patter persisted, now carrying traces of that otherworldly melody. As I readied for slumber, I realized I had unearthed a truth my grandmother had long understood, that the profoundest mysteries often exist unexplained, allowed to linger like music in darkness, like whispers from deep wells, like memories surfacing in the stillness of night. That night, dreams wove through underground rivers and crystal gardens, of roses blooming in obscurity, and of melodies sans origin or end. Upon waking, sunlight streamed through my window, illuminating the silent well in the garden. Yet now, I grasped its secret, that on certain nights, when rain descends just so and roses perfume the air, ancient voices entwine in timeless melodies for those patient enough to heed. Story 60. The soft patter of rain on weathered wooden shingles serenaded the night as I settled into my newfound abode. An aging Victorian manor, cloaked in enigma from its previous inhabitants, stood tall yet apart from the world outside. The real estate agent had been mysteriously vague about its past, offering me a bargain price and evasive responses to my inquiries. Through the tall windows, autumn leaves pirouetted across the unruly garden, their rustling harmonizing with the rhythmic drumming of raindrops. The warm glow of my reading lamp extended elongated shadows over the vintage wallpaper, conjuring shapes that seemed to shift and transform at the edge of my vision. The house came adorned with furniture, yet devoid of any personal artifacts left behind by its previous occupants. No photographs, no letters, no remnants of the lives lived within these walls. The furnishings themselves were exquisite, intricate wooden pieces that seemed to belong to various epochs, as if gathered over centuries rather than decades. Nestled into the plush armchair beside the hearth, a peculiar sensation enveloped me. The house felt simultaneously familiar and alien, akin to a recurring dream where reality never quite aligns. The crackling fire cast a warm radiance throughout the room, its light refracting off the crystal chandelier overhead, painting prismatic patterns that danced along the walls. The grandfather clock in the hallway told 9 times, its deep tones resonating through the vacant passageways. Yet there was an uncanny quality to its chiming, as if the sound traversed a dense fog before reaching my ears. I found myself instinctively counting the chimes, though I couldn't recall winding the clock since moving in. A gentle breeze whispered through the room, despite all windows being securely shut against the autumn chill. The flames in the fireplace flickered, momentarily casting shadows that almost took on recognizable forms. The aroma of aged books and weathered wood wafted through the air, intermingled with a sweeter essence, reminiscent of dried flowers pressed within ancient pages. Rising from the chair, I felt compelled to explore the manifold chambers of the house. Each threshold led to spaces that defied the manor's external dimensions. The library, with its soaring shelves and mobile ladder, housed tomes inscribed in unfamiliar languages, their spines embellished with symbols rather than letters. Tracing my fingers along their leather covers, a faint warmth emanated, as if the books exuded forgotten wisdom. The kitchen, with its suspended copper pots and colossal hearth, appeared suspended in time. Modern appliances incongruously coexisted with 19th century culinary tools, like out-of-place intruders in a historical tableau. The marble countertops bore faint stains that shifted hues with the changing light, forming patterns reminiscent of celestial maps. Ascending the spiral staircase to the upper level, each step produced a melodic note, crafting an eerie symphony that trailed behind me. The polished banister felt worn beneath my touch, imprinted by countless hands preceding mine. Upon reaching the landing, I realized I couldn't recall the number of steps climbed. The upstairs corridor stretched longer than seemed feasible, lined with doors that subtly shifted position upon subsequent glances. Paintings adorned the walls between the doors, depicting landscapes of fantastical realms. Mountains bending towards purple skies, forests with sideways growing trees, seas flowing upwards. In the master bedroom, moonbeams filtered through lace curtains, casting intricate designs upon the hardwood floor. The grand four-poster bed commanded attention, its rich burgundy drapes stirring slightly in the absence of any breeze. The mirror above the vanity reflected the room faithfully, save for fleeting moments when the reflection lagged behind my movements. Opening the closet unveiled a space that appeared deeper than the exterior structure of the house would allow. Empty hangers swayed gently, emitting a soft, melodious tinkling from their metal hooks. Nestled in the shadows at the back of the closet stood another door, smaller, crafted from dark wood, with a lustrous brass handle that beckoned invitingly. I found myself drawn to that handle repeatedly during my initial weeks in the house, yet never quite touching it. Each approach was accompanied by a thickening scent of rain-soaked earth and something ancient and profound, surpassing mere petrichor. The door to the basement remained locked, and no key was found among those left with the house. In the late hours of night, muffled sounds would occasionally rise through the floorboards, not unsettling noises, but akin to distant music played on enigmatic instruments. The melody bore a sense of familiarity, though I knew I had never heard it before. Time within the house began to warp. Some evenings stretched into what felt like eternities, while entire weeks slipped by in what seemed like mere moments. The grandfather clock persisted in its irregular chiming, yet it never struck midnight. The time between 11 and 1 elongated like taffy, filled with the gentle sounds of furniture settling and floorboards creaking in rhythms that almost coalesced into speech. The house seemed attuned to my emotions. On somber days, the rooms expanded, the ceilings soaring higher, as if affording my sorrow room to dissipate. During joyful interludes, the walls drew closer, fashioning snug corners ideal for reading or introspection. The temperature subtly fluctuated, effortlessly maintaining ideal comfort without intervention. Visitors were scarce, and those who did come departed swiftly. They would grow silent after a few moments, their gazes darting towards shadowed corners that deepened inexplicably. Conversations would fade mid-sentence, replaced by contemplative quietude. Upon leaving, guests often struggled to recollect specific details of their visit, as if the house itself had tenderly erased their memories. My dreams burgeoned with vivid imagery, portraying the house in diverse epochs. I beheld it anew, its wood resplendent and unmarred. I beheld it ancient, overtaken by vines blossoming with flowers lost to time. I beheld it in seasons that never transpired, beneath skies that cradled multiple suns. Each dawn brought uncertainty regarding whether I had dreamt or if the house had imparted its memories unto me. One tranquil evening, as I sat in the library attempting to decipher one of the enigmatic books, I caught sight of my reflection in the window. Behind me, the room appeared altered, the furniture rearranged, the walls painted a different hue, the shelves stocked with disparate volumes. When I turned to inspect, all was as it should be, yet the reflection retained its divergent reality. I began to comprehend that the house existed concurrently in multiple temporal realms, akin to pages of a book layered upon one another. Occasionally the pages would shift, revealing glimpses between them. The house hadn't shed its past. Rather, it had amassed too many to exist solely in a singular present. Now, as I pen this by candlelight, though the electricity functions flawlessly, the house seems to favor softer luminance. I sense the weight of innumerable untold tales gently pressing against my mind. The rain maintains its tranquil percussion on the rooftop, harmonizing with the sporadic chimes of the grandfather clock and the murmured dialogues of unoccupied chambers. I've ceased striving to fathom why the house selected me, or why its previous occupants vanished so entirely. Some inquiries, I've come to realize, are more exquisite when left unexplored. The house retains its enigmas, divulging them solely in fragments, in reveries, in instants when light cascades just so over the seasoned wooden floors. Perhaps one day, I too will meld into the house's repository of memories, becoming another stratum in its infinite history. Until then, I linger here, attuned to the hushed melody of a residence existing beyond time, delving into books inscribed in languages that may never have existed, and acquiring fluency in the silent tongue of chambers that retain all yet unveil naught. The grandfather clock chimes once more, an hour that evades definition, and somewhere within the house, a door unveils a chamber that wasn't present yesterday. I smile, knowing it will dissipate upon seeking it, only to re-emerge once it slips from memory entirely. This is now home, amidst its implausible instants, its unrecounted narratives, its histories that never were, and prospects that may yet unfold. Story 61. The wind whispered gently through the autumn leaves, carrying the earthy scent of rain-soaked soil and aging flowers. Nestled in my grandmother's old rocking chair, wrapped in a cozy wool blanket, I watched as the evening mist gracefully enveloped my backyard, turning familiar shapes into intriguing silhouettes. The rhythmic creaking of the chair on the wooden porch boards matched my breathing, lulling me into a tranquil state. My gaze wandered to the ancient hedge that bordered my property, a dense wall of thorny branches reaching high above, concealing its secrets. I remembered my grandmother's tales of the hedge being as ancient as time itself, guarding something precious beyond its veil. As a child, I had embraced these stories as whimsical fantasies, alongside those of moonlit fairies and whispering shadows. The air carried a faint scent of roses, puzzling me as my garden bore none. The fragrance intensified with the deepening darkness, a sweet perfume reminiscent of the dried petals in grandmother's jewelry box. My eyelids grew heavy as I listened to the soothing sound of water dripping from the leaves, each drop creating gentle ripples in the puddles below. A soft, warm light caught my eye beyond the hedge. Unlike the harsh glare of security lights or the cold LEDs, this light was a golden hue, akin to honey bathed in sunlight. Its pulsating glow danced among the thorny branches, captivating me. I rose from the chair, the blanket slipping to the porch floor, and ventured barefoot across the dewy grass. Each step sank lightly into the earth, drawing me nearer to the hedge. Details emerged from the darkness as I approached. A myriad of crystal-like water droplets clung to the thorns, reflecting the mysterious golden light. Midnight blue roses, previously hidden, now adorned the hedge's embrace, their petals a striking contrast against the thorns. Standing before the hedge, I noticed a slender gap, previously unseen, a natural archway formed by the bending thorns, inviting passage. The golden light spilled through the opening, casting elongated shadows at my feet. Through this passage, glimpses of an unconventional garden unfolded. Unlike my practical backyard, this garden defied nature's norms. Vibrant flowers bloomed, vines with stained glass-like leaves encircling ancient stone pillars, incongruous to the residential setting. New scents wafted through the gap, night-blooming jasmine, rain on stone, and an enigmatic aroma, redolent of forgotten tales and ancient memories. My heart beat steadily, infused with a profound wonder reminiscent of childhood belief in grandmother's stories. I reached out to touch a midnight blue rose, expecting cool, mist-kissed petals. Instead, they radiated warmth, as if basking in a summer sunbeam. As my fingertips grazed the petals, a soft, ethereal melody drifted through the hedge, a mere suggestion of a song, akin to recalling a tune from a dream. The golden light pulsed anew, casting shadows that moved gracefully in the garden beyond, resembling dancers swaying to distant music. Each shadow left a trail of soft light, akin to fireflies creating patterns in the dark. Swaying slightly to the half-heard melody, I felt the thorny archway widen imperceptibly, beckoning me to step through. Rational thoughts whispered impossibility, yet grandmother's wisdom echoed, urging me to embrace the beauty hidden beyond the veil of reality. Water continued to cascade from the leaves, harmonizing with the phantom melody. Time flowed languidly, thick and sweet, akin to honey, as the mist enveloped me, guiding me forward with gentle insistence. A warm breeze carried the fragrances of roses, now intensified with hints of vanilla and cedar. Shadows in the garden danced, evoking familiar shapes. Grandmother's flowing dress, the tilt of her head as she spun tales, the gentle wave of her hand unveiling magic in ordinary moments. The golden light pulsed once more, the entire hedge shimmering momentarily like morning dewdrops. The gap remained, patient and inviting, withholding the mysteries that lay beyond. Feet anchored in the wet grass, surrounded by the night's embrace, I stood at the threshold between worlds. The mundane sounds of the neighborhood faded, leaving only the melodic water, the warm glow, and the shadowy dance in the mystical garden. My hand lingered on the midnight blue rose, pondering the unspoken invitation to cross into the unknown. Perhaps the true enchantment lay not in traversing the threshold, but in acknowledging its existence, a boundary where reality intertwines with the ancient and peculiar, where childhood fantasies blur with reality like watercolors melding on paper. A smile graced my lips as understanding dawned, recalling grandmother's teachings. Some gardens are meant to be glimpsed, their mysteries cherished like pressed flowers in memory's pages. The hedge guarded its secrets, as it had for generations, yet the awareness of their presence lingered, concealed behind the thorns, dancing in golden light to the rhythm of raindrops. Story 62. The soft murmur of rain tapping against the windows of my cozy cottage set a tranquil cadence, a melody crafted by nature herself. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cocooned in the gentle embrace of a knitted blanket, I gazed out as raindrops meandered down the glass in lazy, hypnotic trails. Evening had descended swiftly, as if eager to embrace the autumn dusk, casting a peculiar hush that transcended the usual serenity of my woodland abode. My cup of tea sat forgotten, its warmth long faded on the neglected table, as my attention was captivated by the ethereal vista of the forest beyond the rain-streaked window. The ancient sentinels, towering trees that had witnessed epochs before my arrival, swayed imperceptibly in an unseen breeze, moving in a synchronized ballet that hinted at a hidden unity. The soft glow of the reading lamp bathed the room in a comforting amber hue, painting dancing shadows on the wooden walls like playful spirits. Outside, the forest cloaked itself in deepening shadows with each passing moment. Yet tonight, there was an enigmatic quality to the darkness. It was not merely the absence of light, it possessed a palpable essence, a pulsing depth that resonated with a gentle rhythm of its own. Setting aside my book, a mysterious compulsion drew me to the window, urging me to peer closer at the enigmatic symphony unfolding before me. As my fingertips met the cool glass, a subtle vibration seemed to hum beneath my touch, like a distant heartbeat reverberating through the very soul of the earth. The rain continued its melodic descent, but now I discerned a pattern in its descent, a choreographed dance akin to music inscribed in water. The droplets ebbed and flowed, crescendoing and receding in a mesmerizing rhythm that mirrored the ebb and flow of breath, a tranquil, harmonious respiration. Venturing to the front door, I crossed the threshold onto the sheltered porch, allowing the symphony of rainfall to envelop me in its embrace. The air bore the heady fragrance of damp earth and pine needles, intermingled with a sweeter, ancient scent reminiscent of old tomes and morning mist. Each inhalation felt charged with significance, as though the act of breathing forged a profound connection to a vast, unseen tapestry that had always enveloped me, yet remained unseen until this moment. In the deepening twilight, the silhouettes of the nearest trees emerged, their branches swaying with a graceful elegance that painted intricate patterns against the overcast sky, resembling ripples on a tranquil pond. Observing closely, I noticed a fluidity to their movements, a seamless transfer of motion from one sentinel to the next, as if a wave of energy coursed through the forest, binding them in a silent, mesmerizing dance. The wind chimes dangling from the porch roof hung eerily still, unaffected by the arboreal choreography unfolding around them. This anomaly registered as a curious enigma in the recesses of my mind, prompting contemplation rather than alarm. Enveloped by the cool night air, a faint, elusive sound brushed against my ears, akin to the whisper of ancient parchments turning or the delicate rustle of silk. It seemed to emanate from all directions and none simultaneously, rising and falling in tandem with the rhythmic pulse I had perceived in the rain. Beneath my bare feet, the wooden planks of the porch thrummed faintly, resonating with that same gentle heartbeat that reverberated through the very essence of the forest. The sensation coursed through me, prompting an unconscious sway as I instinctively synchronized my movements with the arboreal breath that enveloped me in its tranquil embrace. Time unraveled its conventional constraints as I stood entranced. Rather than a veil of impenetrable darkness, the night seemed to acquire depth and texture, harboring elusive shapes that flitted between branches, shadows that might have been more than mere absence of light. Yet an ineffable calm pervaded my being as I watched these spectral forms, partaking in the forest's unhurried waltz. Intermittently, soft luminosities glimmered amidst the trees, not the harsh glare of artificial illumination, but a more organic radiance, akin to starlight filtered through foliage, or the gentle phosphorescence of ancient timber. These celestial beacons flickered in synchrony with the forest's breathing, tender reminders that I was not solitary in my nocturnal reverie. Gradually, I became attuned to how my own inhalations mirrored the rhythm of the forest, aligning effortlessly with its ancient cadence. Each breath ushered in a cascade of sensations: the mineral tang of rain-kissed stone, the earthy redolence of clandestine fungi sprouting in hidden alcoves, the bittersweet decay of autumnal foliage surrendering to the nurturing earth. The rain relented, though its tranquil percussion persisted, a delicate lullaby serenading the night. Amidst the comparative hush, a symphony of subtler sounds emerged: the gentle creak of timber sighing in the night, the whisper of leaves engaging in a tender dialogue, and beneath it all, that imperceptible, ever-present rhythm that might have been my own heartbeat, might have been the forest's pulse, might have transcended distinctions to become both simultaneously. A faint zephyr finally stirred the dormant wind chimes, eliciting a melodic resonance that harmonized seamlessly with the forest's nocturnal sonata. The metallic tubes emitted a surprise warmth, their ethereal melody hinting at narratives that eluded my grasp. Tales of roots delving deep into the earth's bosom, of seasons revolving in an eternal waltz, of myriad creatures leading their silent lives amidst the twilight interstices of the arboreal realm. As the night deepened, I found myself content to linger within this ephemeral moment, where the boundaries between observer and observed blurred, and I became an integral part of the forest's respiration. The trees maintained their stately minuet, and a burgeoning realization dawned upon me: the interconnectedness of their motion with the broader symphony of existence. The rain's cadence, the earth's pulse, the sap's flow beneath bark, the steady thrum of my own heart. Upon returning to my armchair, I left the curtains ajar, granting passage to the nocturnal phantasmagoria outside. My once cold tea had transmuted into fresh rainwater in the cup, a transformation beyond my recollection. Savoring the elixir, I detected mineral notes from the depths of the earth, sweetness from withered leaves, and an indefinable essence reminiscent of moonlight caressing dampened bark. The forest's rhythm lingered as I succumbed to the tendrils of slumber, my breath merging with its timeless pulsations. In that liminal realm between wakefulness and dreams, I grasped the realization that the forest had always respired, had forever swayed in its deliberate, majestic minuet. The soul metamorphosis had occurred within me, an awakening to its eloquent breath. Even now, as lamplight suffuses these words, I sense the forest's respiration. In the rare hush of night, I find myself swaying in communion with its rhythm, and in those fleeting instants betwixt breaths, I swear I discern the forest's murmurs, whispering tales meant solely for my ears, narratives inscribed in raindrops and rustling foliage, in creaking boughs and settling loam, in the subtle thrum that courses through every fiber of this realm, binding all in a tapestry of comprehension gradually unfolding. The forest exhales, and I breathe in unison, a symbiosis that feels as natural as the cosmos itself. Story 63. In the fading light of dusk, the evening sky was painted with delicate strokes of lavender and deep blue, casting elongated shadows over my grandmother's rustic cabin. Seeking solace from the clamor of modern life, I found myself entangled in a mystery that would forever alter my perception of the natural world. Nestled at the foot of an ancient mountain, the cabin stood with its pointed roof, a steadfast sentinel in every window's view. In those initial tranquil days, the unchanging presence of the mountain brought me solace, as if it cradled the cabin in a protective embrace, its slopes cloaked in a lush tapestry of emerald pines murmuring secrets on the wind. Each morning, the symphony of birdsong greeted the dawn, filtering through the thin walls like a gentle alarm. The aged floorboards whispered tales of generations past with each soft creak underfoot. The fragrance of pine and dew seeped through the slightly warped window frames, heralding the promise of another serene day. On the fourth morning, a peculiar observation caught my attention. While sipping tea on the porch, watching mist cascade down the mountainside, I realized the birds had fallen eerily silent. Not a gradual hush, but an abrupt cessation, as though a universal mute button had been pressed. Amidst the profound quiet, only the rustle of leaves in the breeze persisted. That day I felt compelled to scrutinize the mountain's countenance more closely. Its rugged features seemed subtly altered, though the reason eluded me. Shadows among the trees appeared deeper, more deliberate, arranged in a cryptic pattern just beyond my comprehension. Hours slipped away as I sketched the vista from my perch, attempting to capture elusive details slipping through my grasp. That night, I dreamt of eyes peering from the mountainside, myriad dark windows gazing down into the valley. Awakening to find my sketchbook open on the kitchen table, though I distinctly recalled leaving it on the porch, filled with intricate drawings I didn't recall creating, patterns of circles and lines rippling across the paper like water. Subsequent days unfurled with subtler oddities. Objects within the cabin shifted imperceptibly when unobserved. A cup nudged slightly to the left, a book tilted askew, my grandmother's rocking chair facing a new direction, always toward the mountain. The mountain itself underwent imperceptible alterations, unverifiable yet undeniable. Rocks that seemed rearranged from the day prior, trees tilting at impossible angles, branches extending towards the cabin like inquisitive appendages, and always the unsettling sensation of being watched. Patterns emerged in the way shadows danced across the valley, defying the sun's expected course. Sometimes they paused, coalescing like dark pools, shifting against the natural light. A palpable tension lingered in the air during these moments, as if the entire valley held its breath. Dreams grew more vivid, filled with murmured dialogues in ancient tongues unknown yet familiar. Awakening to pine needles on my pillow, despite all windows remaining shut. Earthy scents clung to my attire, even garments untouched in the dresser. One tranquil evening, as the sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, I witnessed movement on the mountainside, inexplicable by wind or fauna. Sections of the mountain seemed to shift, adjusting position like one settling into a comfortable chair. Instead of fear, a profound tranquility enveloped me. I gravitated to the porch, where I often read aloud from my grandmother's tomes, the wind altering course to carry my voice uphill. Sometimes I sat in companionable silence, feeling the weight of ancient observation like a warm embrace. Locals in the nearby village evaded direct mention of the mountain, yet their unspoken reverence spoke volumes. Their gazes would drift to its peaks during conversation, nodding in tacit acknowledgement. Children frolicked freely in the valley, but refrained from venturing too high on the slopes, not out of fear, but respect. Weeks passed, unveiling the mountain's consciousness, neither malevolent nor benevolent, simply existing like gravity or time. Its awareness spanned a scale where human lives flickered like fireflies. Yet it watched, observed, and in its enigmatic way, knew. Unearthed from the attic's dusty trunk, my grandmother's journals illuminated her comprehension of the mountain's essence. Her graceful script alluded to the watcher on high and the keeper of valley secrets. Entries mirrored my own encounters, displaced objects, meaningful silences, dreams that felt akin to memories. As twilight descends, I pen this narrative bathed in the gentle glow, sensing the mountain's gaze like a tangible weight. Shadows in the room converge into cryptic configurations, almost forming words, the air thickening with unspoken revelations. The wooden walls softly creak, adjusting to face the ancient observer beyond. Accepting that some enigmas are meant to be embraced rather than deciphered, I find solace in the mountain that presides over the valley, harboring secrets older than human recollection. Its presence now comforts me, a reminder of the enduring marvels eluding our modern explanations. The birds' melodies resound once more, carrying messages laden with purpose between the valley and its age-old custodian. As night looms, I conclude this account and venture onto the porch one final time. The mountain's silhouette stands unwavering, softened by starlight, yet unwaveringly vigilant. Should you ever find yourself in a tranquil vale beneath an ancient peak's shadow, heed the quality of silence. Observe how shadows shift, trees lean, and the very air thickens with awareness. You may unearth, as I have, that certain mountains transcend mere existence. They watch, remember, and in their primordial way, comprehend. Story 64. The rain cascaded down in gentle waves against the weathered wooden house, creating a soothing rhythm that seemed to echo through the very bones of the structure. Nestled in my favorite armchair, I gazed as shadows pirouetted across the walls, choreographed by the autumn breeze rustling the trees outside my window. The soft glow of my reading lamp enveloped me in a warm embrace, casting a circle of light, while the rest of the room remained cloaked in serene darkness. It was in one of these tranquil evening interludes that I first sensed it, a whisper so delicate that it could have been mistaken for the house settling into itself. The sound appeared to emanate from somewhere beneath the floorboards, a gentle murmur that might have been the rustle of leaves or the breath of wind seeping through crevices. Setting down my book, I allowed my eyelids to drift shut, focusing on the ethereal sound. It held a melodic quality, akin to a distant lullaby softly hummed. The longer I listened, the more defined it became, yet its essence, if it indeed had words, remained just beyond my comprehension. The ancient house had always possessed its unique symphony of creaks and groans, a language of timber and nail that had become familiar over time. But this was different. This whisper exuded a warmth, an almost sentient quality that sent a shiver down my spine, not of fear, but of curiosity. In the passing days, I found myself spending more hours in that chair, enraptured by the sound. Sometimes the voice would remain silent for stretches, leaving me with only the pattering of rain and the rustle of pages turning. Other times, it would weave into the night's usual cacophony like a wisp of smoke, blending with the ambient sounds until it intertwined with the house's voice, indistinguishable from one another. I began to notice subtle shifts within my dwelling. Books would subtly rearrange themselves on the shelves overnight, not as if disturbed, but as if choosing new companions. The antique grandfather clock in the hallway would sporadically pause for a fleeting moment before resuming its steady cadence, as if pausing to listen to a hidden melody. One particularly hushed evening, as the fading sunlight painted the walls in hues of amber and gold, I spied a hairline crack in one of the weathered floorboards, a crack I was certain had not been there before. It ran slender as a hair, tracing the wood's grain like a dark ink line. Kneeling to inspect it, the whisper resurfaced, clearer than ever before. The voice seemed to convey emotions rather than words, sensations of warmth, of hospitality, of kinship. It evoked memories of my grandmother's gentle hum while knitting, crafting not just a tune, but an ambiance of solace and security. The crack seemed to appear and vanish with the shifting light, at times seeming to alter its position when I averted my gaze. I began leaving small trinkets near the crack, a glass marble, a silver button, a polished riverstone. Occasionally, I would discover them arranged in configurations I had not arranged, forming delicate spirals or precise lines. Once I placed a diminutive bell, and in the dead of night, I could have sworn I heard it chime so faintly it might have been a figment of a dream. The voice evolved into a constant companion, its presence as natural as the stairs creaking or the branches tap against the windows. It seemed attuned to my emotions. When troubled, it would soothe. When joyous, it would adopt an almost mischievous quality, like sunlight dancing on water. More transformations ensued. The room's temperature would subtly fluctuate, creating warm pockets that seemed to trail after me as I moved about the house. The lamplight would at times flicker in synchrony with the whispered melody. Even the dust motes in the air appeared to pirouette with intent, swirling in deliberate patterns when caught in sunbeams. No fear ever gripped me, even as the enigmatic presence grew more palpable. Rather, I felt as though I was gradually being initiated into a secret, becoming part of something ancient and serene. The voice beneath the floorboards did not seek to unsettle or terrify. It yearned to share, to teach me to listen in a manner I had never practiced before. On sleepless nights, I would recline on the floor near the crack, pressing my ear against the smooth, weathered wood. The voice would rise to meet me, its whispers now carrying fragments of tales I could nearly decipher. Perhaps narratives of other listeners, of other nights spent in tranquil communion with whatever resided beneath the aged floorboards. As weeks melted into months, I noticed that visitors to the house also seemed to sense it. though they never overtly acknowledged it. They would pause at certain spots, incline their heads as if attuned to a sound just beyond hearing, their countenances softening with an unspoken serenity. The crack in the floorboard remained static, never expanding to jeopardize the house's structure. Instead, it seemed to serve as a portal between two realms, the tangible world of wood and stone, and another domain of murmurs and half-remembered melodies. Occasionally, I would glimpse movement in my peripheral vision, like the flutter of unseen drapes in a room devoid of drafts, yet it never felt intrusive or unsettling. Winter arrived, ushering in extended nights and novel sounds. The snap of frost, the gentle descent of snow, the whisper of chilly wind through bare branches. The voice adapted, its whispers now infused with the crystalline clarity of ice and the muffled peace of snow-laden earth. The house felt more animated than ever, as though the cold had awakened a deeper essence within its timbers. I refrained from attempting to capture the voice with recording devices or document the moving objects with cameras. Such endeavors seemed as though they would shatter the fragile bond that had formed among the house, its unseen inhabitant, and myself. Instead, I maintained a journal of my sentiments and observations, recording how the voice seemed to ebb and flow with the seasons, with the weather, with the moon's phases. Presently, as I pen these words, the voice persists in its gentle serenade beneath my feet. The crack in the floorboard catches the lamplight in improbable ways, casting shadows that undulate like living entities across my pages. I have learned that certain enigmas are meant to be experienced rather than deciphered. The voice beneath the floorboards has woven itself into my home's pulse, a testament that within the interstices of what we discern and what we sense, magic lingers in the tranquil instants of our existence. Occasionally, in the darkest hours of night, when wakefulness blurs into dreaming, I fancy I can almost discern words in the whispered melody. They speak of patience, of the unhurried wisdom of ancient abodes, of the narratives harbored within worn wood and weathered stone. Yet perhaps it is better that I never wholly grasp their meaning. Some melodies are destined to remain just beyond our reach, their mystery integral to their allure. And so I persevere in listening, in observing the patterns materialize and dissolve, in feeling the presence that abides beneath the floorboards. The crack endures, a reminder that in our world, reality sometimes softens at the margins, where whispers can reshape our perception of what home truly signifies. Ultimately, perhaps that is all one truly needs to understand, that occasionally in the hushed intervals between heartbeats, if we listen attentively enough, we may discern something murmuring back to us from the realms we thought we knew so intimately. Story 65. In the hushed embrace of twilight, the gentle murmur of wind weaving through the autumn leaves whispered a lullaby as I tread upon the forest path. The air carried a bittersweet symphony of scents, the earthy perfume of decaying leaves mingling with the musky aroma of mushrooms peeking from hidden nooks, and the final whispers of summer flowers yielding to the embrace of fall. As the setting sun cast long, stretching shadows among the trees, their slender branches extended like graceful fingers, beckoning me forward. These evening strolls had always been a sanctuary, a respite from the clamor of the day confined within walls. Here in the heart of the forest, a different kind of tranquility dwelled, alive with the rustle of unseen creatures, a gentle chorus of whispers, and distant echoes of nature's symphony. Yet on this particular night, an unfamiliar aura lingered in the air. The usual chirping of crickets seemed subdued, as if they, too, awaited a mysterious presence in the deepening dusk. With the fading light casting a golden glow, the first owl's soft call pierced the stillness, a familiar melody that often graced my nocturnal sojourns. However, it was not the solitary call that captured my attention, but the haunting reply that followed. Another owl's voice joined the nocturnal choir, its song carrying an otherworldly tune, foreign to my ears. The duet of hoots intertwined in the twilight air, weaving a spectral melody that compelled me to halt in my tracks. As I stood enraptured, more voices joined the ethereal chorus. 3, then 4, then an uncountable multitude, each adding its unique timbre to the eerie harmony. The forest reverberated with their collective song, emanating from all directions and none, enveloping the spaces between the trees in a mystical embrace. A chill descended, accompanied by a delicate mist that rose like spectral tendrils from the forest floor. Through the veiling fog, I discerned a peculiar dance of shadows among the trees, their movements fluid and independent of the waning light, as if the darkness itself pulsed with a hidden purpose. Time lost its grip upon me, my watch suspended in a timeless moment. The owl's cadence became my only measure, a steady beat guiding me through the shifting twilight. The mist thickened, revealing elusive shapes, not quite solid, yet more than mere shadows, gliding with a celestial grace akin to ethereal dancers in a cosmic ballet. These forms seemed to respond to the owl's song, swaying and twirling in perfect synchrony with each haunting note. As my eyes adjusted to the deepening gloom, faint features emerged within the mist, hints of wings, of ancient gazes, of beings that flickered between avian and enigmatic forms. Unconsciously, I swayed with the spectral rhythm, my breath synchronizing with the forest's pulse. The cool mist enveloped me like a shroud of tranquility, dispelling any sense of fear that might have lingered. Instead, a profound serenity settled over me, as if I had stumbled upon an age-old ritual, sacred and timeless, performed in the heart of these ancient woods since the dawn of time. Slowly, I realized the owl's song was evolving, growing more intricate, layers of sound intertwining in a tapestry of meaning just beyond my grasp. The misty shapes drew nearer, their choreography becoming more elaborate, revealing glimpses of unseen realms within the spaces of their dance. Moonlit clearings unknown to me, sacred trees not bound by earthly roots, and stars aglow with hues beyond comprehension. Time flowed in a strange, meandering current, propelling me forward along the path that felt at once familiar and alien. The owl's melody guided my steps, while the spectral dancers hovered like silent sentinels, accompanying me through the enigmatic twilight realm. I traversed what could have been minutes or hours, allowing the haunting music to carry me through the veiled world between night and day. Gradually, familiar landmarks came into view. The gnarled oak that marked the threshold of my usual route, the moss-clad boulder resembling a slumbering giant. Yet they appeared transfigured, infused with the mystique of the night's enchantment. As I neared the forest's edge, the mist began to dissipate, and with it the ethereal chorus began to fade. One by one, the owl voices receded, until only a single echo lingered, the same gentle, rolling hoot that had initiated the nocturnal symphony. Then, even that solitary sound dissolved into the night, leaving behind a silence pregnant with enigma. Emerging from the woods, my watch abruptly resumed its ticking, indicating a mere hour had elapsed since my entry into the forest, though my experience whispered otherwise. The misty dancers had vanished, leaving in their wake only the ordinary shadows of twilight. In the days that followed, I resumed my evening excursions, though the mysterious chorus and its spectral audience eluded me. Occasionally, on nights of profound stillness, I caught a fleeting echo of that unearthly harmony in the distance, or glimpsed a fleeting movement at the edge of sight. Yet, the full symphony remained a tantalizing dream, more vivid than reality itself. The forest guarded its secrets jealously, unveiling them only in those perfect moments of twilight, when the boundary between the tangible and the fantastical blurred. Still, I tread the forest paths as evening descends, pausing to listen when an owl's call pierces the gathering gloom. And sometimes, in rare instances, I sense the faint stirrings of a reply, bearing the promise of another dance betwixt shadow and light, conducted by the song of the solitary owls. Story 66. The soft patter of rain tapping against the window panes serenaded the ancient mansion, weaving a tranquil melody that lulled the restless soul. Standing in the grand entrance hall, I watched as raindrops meandered down the glass, painting delicate patterns that danced in the twilight's embrace. Aged wood exhaled a sweet, musty fragrance, mingling with hints of lavender that whispered tales of bygone eras. This majestic abode was an inheritance from my grandmother, a sanctuary where echoes of childhood frolicked in every nook and cranny. The time-worn hardwood floors murmured beneath my steps as I wandered through the familiar chambers, my movements echoing softly in the hush of the night. Shadows caressed the walls, adorning everything in hues of serene blue and gentle gray. The allure of the second-floor corridor beckoned me, stretching out like a pathway to the ethereal. Its polished wooden panels gleamed with a warmth earned through decades of meticulous care. Family portraits adorned the walls, their solemn gazes following my journey with unwavering dignity. The burgundy carpet runner cradled my steps, its intricate design still vibrant despite the passage of time. Tonight, an enigmatic aura enveloped the air. Perhaps it was the way shadows cascaded, or the silence that hung heavy with anticipation. Progressing down the hallway, the familiar portraits seemed to shift in my peripheral vision. Whenever I gazed directly at them, they remained motionless, frozen in eternal poses. Yet, in the corner of my eye, I could swear they stirred, their gazes subtly tracking my traverse. The scent of lavender intensified, entwining with notes of vanilla and aged paper, a nostalgic blend reminiscent of my grandmother's study. But her study resided on the first floor, not within this corridor's confines. The aroma wrapped around me like a gentle embrace, evoking half-forgotten memories of sunlit afternoons spent in her company. Halting before a mirror that had hung steadfast in its place for as long as memory served, I beheld my reflection. Yet, a subtle distortion lingered. The corridor reflected in the mirror appeared elongated, adorned with doors unknown to my reality. When I turned to verify, the hallway remained unaltered. Reverting my gaze to the mirror, the distorted version persisted, stretching into unfathomable distances. A faint whisper brushed against my senses, akin to pages rustling in a breeze. It seemed to emanate from all directions and none simultaneously. The unintelligible words carried a familiar cadence, akin to my grandmother's voice, or perhaps my own. The corridor's temperature shifted, a pleasant coolness enveloping me, reminiscent of early autumn evenings by the crackling fireplace downstairs. The wooden panels seemed to inhale and exhale, expanding and contracting in harmony with the house's heartbeat. Each breath exhaled more memories into the atmosphere. Melodies of piano drifting from the parlor, echoes of children's laughter, the gentle click-clack of my grandmother's knitting needles. Continuing down the corridor, the portraits underwent subtle transformations. A shift in color here, a vanishing trinket there. These changes, rather than alarming, felt like natural extensions of the stories this place safeguarded. With each step, the corridor unfurled, not in a disquieting manner, but as though the house extended an invitation to delve deeper into remembrance, into understanding. The rain's rhythm metamorphosed, evolving into a melodic symphony synchronized with my strides. Each raindrop encapsulated a memory, vivid initially, then dissolving like sugar in tea. Reaching out to the wall, the wood beneath my touch exuded warmth, akin to living flesh. Grain patterns swirled and transfigured, morphing into fleeting images, a child's toy, a Christmas tree, an antique rocking chair. Each contact released more memories into the atmosphere, manifesting as golden motes that pirouetted in the twilight shadows. At the corridor's end stood a door previously unnoticed, seamlessly blending with its counterparts. Its brass handle gleamed, beckoning in the dim glow. Drawing closer, the whispers grew clearer, though their meaning eluded me. They resonated with my grandmother's hum as she tended her garden, a melody embodying the wisdom of the ages. The door, though unlocked, did not yield to my touch in the conventional sense. Instead of swinging open, it dissolved like morning mist, unveiling another corridor beyond, or perhaps the same corridor glimpsed through a different epoch. In this alternate reality, sunlight bathed non-existent windows, casting a luminous spell upon dancing dust motes. Stationed betwixt these two realms, I harbored no trepidation, only a profound tranquility. The whispers persisted, accompanied by lilting laughter and distant piano harmonies. Lavender's scent intertwined with the essence of freshly baked bread and morning coffee, a tapestry woven from the comforting sense of my childhood within this abode. Glancing backward, the corridor I traversed remained tangible and real, yet shrouded in enigma, akin to the path ahead. The portraits observed with benevolent countenances, their visages familiar yet refracted through the prism of time. Neither did I venture forth nor retreat. Instead, I lingered in that liminal space, allowing memories to cascade over me like gentle cascades. On tranquil evenings when the rain caresses the earth in a symphony of droplets, I often return to that corridor. The door stands sentinel, ever present, but I've learned its purpose transcends mere entry. It serves as a reminder that memory is not a linear progression, but a corridor of boundless prospects, where past and present waltz in the soft glow of comprehension. The whispers persist in their eternal dialogue. The portraits maintain their silent watch. The corridor endures, neither wholly tangible nor wholly imagined, a realm where fragmented memories convalesce and metamorphose into new forms. Amid this twilight realm betwixt what was and what could have been, I've discovered a unique peace, one born of accepting that certain mysteries are meant to be experienced rather than unraveled. Thus, the corridor persists as a haven where time flows languidly like honey on a sunlit day, where memories fragment and coalesce like waves upon a distant shore. The rain cascades, the wood murmurs, and somewhere within the heartbeat's interstice, my grandmother's lavender blooms eternal and ever-changing in the garden of fractured memories. Story 67. The soft patter of rain on weathered window panes whispered through the night as I navigated the meandering forest road. My headlights sliced through the darkness, casting a gentle glow on raindrops that shimmered like celestial beings in the night sky. The fuel gauge ticked precariously close to empty, a silent reminder that had been haunting me for miles. Through the veil of rain, a golden light glowed invitingly around the upcoming bend. Drawing nearer, the sign of an ancient inn materialized from the shadows, its name faintly visible in the dim light, the Midnight Inn. 3 stories tall, the inn stood like a sentinel in the storm, its Victorian architecture blending into the obsidian sky. Windows radiated a comforting warmth, offering solace from the intensifying rain. The crunch of gravel under my tires signaled my arrival as I parked. The engine's hum faded, leaving only the soothing drumbeat of raindrops on the car roof. A covered porch encircled the inn, its time-worn planks creaking softly in harmony with wind chimes singing in the breeze. Stepping out, I inhaled the earthy aroma of rain-soaked soil and ancient wood, intertwined with a hint of floral sweetness, perhaps honeysuckle or jasmine from the lush garden edging the property. Each footfall on the porch steps murmured as I approached the sturdy oak door, its brass knocker polished by a history of hands preceding mine. Inside, the foyer glowed with the amber light of vintage wall sconces. Faded wallpaper adorned with intricate vines and blossoms swayed in the flickering glow, creating an illusion of movement. A grand clock stood vigil in the corner, its pendulum swinging with a mesmerizing cadence, its hands forever fixed at midnight. The innkeeper materialized noiselessly, an elderly woman with silver hair coiled elegantly, clad in a dress reminiscent of a bygone era. Her smile was serene, her gestures graceful as she presented the leather-bound guest ledger. "Welcome to the Midnight Inn," her voice, akin to wind through autumn foliage, murmured. "We've been awaiting your arrival." I hadn't made a reservation. Chance had led me here, but wariness brushed aside the peculiarity of her statement. The pen she offered felt weighty in my grasp, its ink shimmering faintly as I inscribed my name. Peering at the previous entry, dated precisely a year ago, I followed her up a spiral staircase. Each step, cushioned by plush crimson carpet, muffled our ascent. The air grew cooler, carrying whispers of lavender and aged books. Portraits and landscapes adorned the walls, their gazes seeming to acknowledge our passage with knowing smiles. At the end of the third-floor corridor, moonlight spilled through a vast window, despite the storm clouds that loomed earlier. The room, expansive and ethereal, housed a four-poster bed draped in navy curtains that swayed mysteriously, untouched by any breeze. A silver tea set awaited on a table, wisps of steam curling upward without a sound. "Rest well," the innkeeper bid, leaving me a warm brass key. Time dances uniquely at midnight. Nestled in the plush armchair by the window, I noticed subtle anomalies my fatigued mind had initially overlooked. The mantel clock, like its counterpart below, stood frozen at midnight. The mirror's reflection, flawless save for my chair, revealed a night sky devoid of rain, stars twinkling in enigmatic patterns. Sipping the chamomile-infused tea, I detected a hint of something ancient and sweet that lulled my senses. Shadows enveloped me, not menacingly, but like a comforting embrace, accompanied by a distant murmur of melodic whispers or the rustle of wind-kissed leaves. Drifting between consciousness and dreams, I watched as moonbeams painted tales on the walls that tantalized my understanding. Occasionally, shadows of unseen guests flitted past my door, clad in attire from distant epochs, conversing in unfamiliar tongues. Time unfurled in its enigmatic rhythm, each moment stretching like honey from a spoon. Whether hours or mere minutes had passed eluded me. The grandfather clock chimed midnight repeatedly, each toll carrying a cryptic melody hinting at unfathomable truths. When daylight, if it truly was day, finally broke, the inn appeared deserted. My signature vanished from the registry, and the teacup's absence left no trace on the polished surface. Departing, the fuel gauge displayed full, though I vividly recalled its near-empty state the prior night. The midnight inn receded in the rearview mirror, dissolving into morning mist. Yet on rainy nights, journeying along unfamiliar paths, I find myself seeking that golden light among the trees. A fragment of me yearns to rediscover it, while another hesitates to tread that mysterious realm where time remains tethered to midnight, questioning if I departed at all from that place where clocks refuse to progress beyond 12. Story 68. The gentle murmur of the wind weaving through the ancient trees carried with it the sweet fragrance of pine and damp earth, guiding me along the meandering forest path. Twilight descended, painting the sky with soft strokes of lavender and deep blue hues. In my hand, the wooden lantern cast a warm, flickering glow that danced playfully across the mossy ground, creating shadows that seemed to stir with every step I took. Hours slipped by as I wandered, seeking solace within the whispers of nature's embrace. The forest had always been my sanctuary, a place of solace and peace. Yet, on this particular night, an inexplicable sense of difference lingered in the air. A peculiar stillness enveloped the woods, as if the very trees held their breath in anticipation. Even the usual evening symphony of crickets seemed hushed, their chirps mere whispers in the growing darkness. Venturing deeper into the heart of the forest, my eyes were drawn to a peculiar cluster of trees ahead. Their branches intertwined over centuries, forming a complex canopy that resembled a natural shelter. The sight halted my steps, for in all my wanderings through these woods, I had never stumbled upon this hidden grove before. Drawing nearer, I observed how the branches twisted and melded in ways defying conventional growth patterns. They wove together, crafting archways and passages reminiscent of forgotten palatial halls sculpted by nature's hand. The bark, in places, was worn smooth where it should have been rough, as if caressed by countless unseen hands over countless ages. My lantern's light unveiled intricate patterns etched into the wood, spirals and curves that bore the mark of wind and time, or perhaps something beyond comprehension. Stepping beneath the interwoven canopy, a shift in the atmosphere greeted me. The air within the shelter held a warmth distinct from the surrounding forest, carrying a faint, sweet scent that eluded recognition. It whispered of honey and dusty tomes, with an underlying hint of exotic allure. As I tread further, the sound of my footsteps transformed, echoing hollow and resonant as if traversing wooden floorboards rather than soil. My gaze caught upon peculiar trinkets scattered amidst the branches, fragments of colored glass nestled like captured stars, and bits of what resembled ancient parchments delicately interwoven into the twigs, their edges softened by the passage of time and weather, blending seamlessly with nature. Deeper within the shelter, subtle transformations unfolded around me. The temperature ascended gradually, and the quality of light shifted, casting a greenish hue upon my lantern's glow, as if filtered through a living tapestry of leaves above. A soft, melodic hum caressed my ears, barely audible yet persistently present, seeming to resonate from the very heart of the wood, rising and falling like a gentle breath. Upon reaching a corner of the shelter, I stumbled upon a small alcove formed by 3 trees converging in perfect triangular harmony, their branches interlaced to create a natural seat, complete with a miniature platform that doubled as a table. Adorning this platform were curious artifacts, smooth stones arranged in enigmatic patterns, exotic flowers dried to perfection, and ancient coins adorned with unfamiliar symbols. As night enveloped the world outside, the shelter stirred with subtle movements. Shadows danced in ways that defied my lantern's sway, and fleeting lights flickered amidst the branches, akin to fireflies yet moving with purposeful elegance. The longer I lingered in this enigmatic grove, the more I discerned details challenging the boundaries of natural and contrived. Some smaller branches bore intricate knots and designs resembling cryptic inscriptions, appearing as if the trees themselves had chosen this peculiar growth pattern rather than being sculpted by human hands. A gentle breeze wandered through the shelter, carrying with it the distant chiming of ethereal bells, though no physical instruments were in sight. The harmonious melody enveloped the space, weaving a tranquil symphony that coaxed my eyelids to grow heavy. The natural chair I had chanced upon earlier beckoned me, and I settled into its surprisingly welcoming embrace. As I reclined, the wood's hum intensified, its gentle cadence lulling me into a state of serene tranquility. The dancing lights above began to choreograph slow, hypnotic sequences, reminiscent of celestial constellations in motion. My lantern's glow dimmed imperceptibly, time itself slipping into a realm where minutes and hours held no sway. Within this surreal sanctuary, the forest beyond the shelter dissolved, replaced by a cocoon of isolation both foreign and intimately known. I teetered between wakefulness and dreams, each state awash with the gentle murmurs and shifting lights of the grove. In these twilight moments, I discerned further alterations within the shelter. Branches seemed to quiver and shift at the edges of my vision, freezing in stillness when directly observed. Colored glass shards embedded in the wood emanated a soft luminescence, casting an ethereal aurora that pirouetted across the woven canopy. The fragrance in the air grew more potent, sweet yet tinged with echoes of antiquity and sagacity, akin to the aroma of ancient libraries mingled with spring's rebirth. In the distance, faint voices carried upon the breeze, whispering in tongues unknown yet oddly familiar. The presence within the shelter, though unseen, felt ancient and vigilant, as if the very essence of the grove itself harbored a sentient awareness, concealed within the labyrinthine branches. The wood's murmurs adopted a conversational rhythm, undulating in patterns that hinted at profound significance just beyond my grasp. As I roused from my reverie, morning light filtered through the canopy, dappling the ground with shifting patterns that almost coalesced into recognizable forms. My lantern had extinguished, its departure unnoticed amidst the enchantment of the grove. In daylight, the shelter bore a different visage, mysterious yet distantly familiar, receding into the ordinary fabric of the forest. As I rose to depart, a solitary leaf lay upon the natural table beside me, twisted into an intricate shape reminiscent of the enigmatic inscriptions adorning the branches. As I picked it up, the leaf unfolded in my palms with a fluid grace that defied logic, a testament to the realm of wonder I had stumbled upon. Retracing my steps through the forest, I endeavored to etch the path to the shelter into my memory, marking landmarks and distinctive trees along the way. Yet the forest itself seemed to shift and blur with each stride, the path subtly altering until the origin of my journey became shrouded in uncertainty. To this day, I am drawn back to the forest, a seeker of that extraordinary grove. Sometimes, glimpses of entwined branches in the distance or echoes of a familiar hum on the breeze tease my senses. Yet the shelter remains elusive, a realm accessible only in dreams and recollections more vivid than reality itself. A lingering sensitivity to the whispers of trees and an unwavering belief that beneath the webbed branches of the forest, the shelter continues its ancient vigil. Await the next weary traveler in need of its enigmatic magic. Perhaps it reveals itself solely to those who crave its sanctuary most, offering a blend of solace and mystery to wanderers yearning for both. Story 69. Amidst the tranquil night, raindrops gently danced against my bedroom window, a melodic lullaby that coaxed me from the depths of sleep. The rhythmic patter, steady and calming, painted the darkness of early morning with a soothing touch. Such sounds had always been a source of solace for me, a familiar embrace in the quiet hours. Yet on this particular night, they carried a whisper of the unknown, a subtle beckoning that stirred a curiosity within me. It was as though the raindrops themselves harbored secrets, murmuring in a language just beyond my grasp, like murmurs carried on a gentle breeze. Yielding to this inexplicable call, I rose from my bed, drawn by an unseen force to the window, yearning to peer beyond the veil of night. Outside, the world was cloaked in a shroud of mist so dense that it seemed to radiate its own ethereal glow, casting the familiar shapes of trees and houses into enigmatic silhouettes. Through this mystical haze, a faint azure light flickered in the distance, a mere glimmer amidst the fog's embrace. The light beckoned to me with a silent insistence, a pull I could not resist. Draping myself in a heavy wool sweater, I ventured outside into the cool, damp air, the mist swirling around me like gentle whispers, carrying with it the scent of salt water, a curious phenomenon in a land far removed from any ocean. And yet, there it lingered, undeniable, the tang of sea salt on the breeze, carried by winds unknown. As I trailed the pulsing light, the ground beneath my feet shifted subtly. The solid earth transformed, giving way to soft sand that caressed my bare toes, though I couldn't recall shedding my shoes. The metamorphosis of my surroundings unfolded gradually, the suburban streets fading into oblivion, replaced by endless dunes stretching into the mist-shrouded night. The azure light intensified, its pulse synchronizing with the phantom cadence of unseen waves, supplanting the earlier rainfall. Each beat of light illuminated the fog from within, crafting patterns akin to fluid currents. In those fleeting moments of radiance, I glimpsed a colossal form emerging in the distance, the outline of what seemed to be an ancient sailing vessel, its masts reaching skyward like skeletal fingers in the darkness. Time wavered in this enigmatic realm, a languid stream that defied linear constraints. Every step I took felt simultaneously fleeting and eternal. The ship loomed larger in my vision, yet remained as distant as ever, as if etched into the very fabric of the mist. Its weathered sails, a ghostly gray, billowed in an imperceptible wind, while the aged hull groaned under the weight of untold ages. The sound of footsteps in wet sand drew my focus, not my own, but those of others approaching from behind. When I turned to gaze, I beheld only swirling phantasms in the mist, human forms that dissolved upon scrutiny. Their murmurs, however, lingered, recounting tales of a vessel that traversed realms, materializing solely on nights when the boundary between reality and dreams grew thin. Enthralled by the spectral ship, I discerned details that shifted when not under direct scrutiny. The figurehead morphed from mermaid to sea serpent to weeping maiden and back again. The mast count varied with each azure pulse. Even the ship's size appeared mutable, at times diminutive as a fishing craft, at others rivaling the grandest galleons of lore. Water began to pool at my feet, though no waves dared venture so far ashore. It rose deliberately, inching upward until I stood ankle-deep in a glassy pool mirroring the fog above. In that aqueous-looking glass I witnessed the vessel in its former glory. Billowing canvas caught in an unseen breeze, brass fittings gleaming under an imaginary sun, and a crew of shadowy figures moving with silent purpose across the deck. The azure light pulsed once more, with greater intensity, unveiling the passengers and crew frozen in their timeless tasks. Their countenances bore a tranquil air, untroubled by the vessel's dual existence. Some gazed toward me, their eyes reflecting the same azure glow that had drawn me hither, conveying a silent understanding. They dwelled where they chose to be. As the water receded from my feet, the clarity of the vision waned. The ship's form blurred into the mist, its edges melding seamlessly with the fog's embrace, obscuring the boundary between corporeal and ethereal. The whispers faded to mere echoes, blending into the distant murmur of unseen waves. Turning to depart, I found the path homeward altered. The beach extended endlessly in either direction, the dunes assuming unfamiliar contours in the nocturnal gloom. Yet, as if guided by an unseen hand, my feet navigated the shifting terrain, leading me back through the transmuting landscape. The tang of sea salt gradually dissipated, replaced once more by the crisp fragrance of rain. Returning to my chamber, I stood by the window, observing as the fog dissipated with the burgeoning dawn. The azure light had vanished, leaving no trace of its ephemeral presence. Only the faint aroma of sea salt lingering on my sweater hinted at the extraordinary events of the night. As the first rays of sunlight pierced the lingering mist, I discovered a small, polished object nestled in my pocket. A weathered piece of sea glass, its hue mirroring the pulsing light that had guided me through the nocturnal odyssey. Even now, on hushed rainy evenings, I catch a glimpse of that otherworldly azure glow in the distance. The spectral vessel never materializes in quite the same manner twice, and never again have I drawn as near as that initial encounter. Yet, I keep the sea glass upon my windowsill, and sometimes when the fog enshrouds the night in its embrace, I hear those distant whispers beckoning, weaving tales of a ship that sails the borderland between reality and reverie, forever adrift amid the tides of possibility. Story 70. The autumn breeze whispered through the forest, carrying with it the gentle rustle of fallen leaves and the earthy scent of transition. In the veil of dusk, I found solace in my nightly strolls among the ancient trees, silent witnesses to untold tales. Each step, a soft cadence on the woodland floor, lulled me into a tranquil state. As the daylight waned, casting elongated shadows amidst the branches, a peculiar sight caught my eye nestled near a colossal oak's roots. Half buried in a bed of moss and leaves rested a weathered, leather-bound journal, its cover bearing the marks of time and nature's touch. The leather, worn and supple, exuded a warmth that defied the evening chill, as though it held the sun's essence within. No name adorned its exterior, only faint impressions of intricate designs etched into the leather, barely visible in the fading light. The thick, cream-hued pages, slightly warped by moisture, remained resilient. With gentle hands, I lifted the journal from its earthen embrace. The cover yielded a comforting warmth, a sensation of connection to some unseen past. Opening the journal revealed a script that flowed like dark rivers of ink across the pages, elegant yet tinged with urgency. The initial entry, dated precisely a year prior, spoke of whispers that danced on the wind, evolving from mere sounds into distinct voices from the woods behind the writer's dwelling. The author documented their attempts to capture these mysterious utterances, fleeting as they were, in the journal's pages. Flipping through, the entries delved deeper into the surreal, recounting sightings of ethereal lights flickering between trees at midnight and shadows that moved with the breeze. The writer described a melody that resonated from the forest depths, ancient and soothing, akin to a forgotten lullaby sung in a language lost to time. Despite the eerie occurrences, the tone remained serene, embracing the unfolding magic with grace. The journal chronicled prolonged sojourns in the woods, blurring the line between observer and the observed. "The forest breathes in harmony with me now," one passage read. "With closed eyes, I sense the life pulsating through the trees, the roots unfurling in the soil. The whispers have become my constant companions, their meanings elusive, but their presence comforting." Further into the journal, a subtle shift in the entries emerged. The handwriting retained its beauty, but morphed into an organic quality, resembling vines creeping across the parchment. Dreams of wandering endless woods beneath singing stars and conversing with ancient entities speaking the language of nature filled the pages. "Time flows differently in this realm," noted an entry from early spring. "The sun lingers in certain clearings while darkness descends abruptly in other parts of the forest. A flower bloomed and withered in what felt like moments, blurring the boundaries of time." The final entry shimmered on the page, the ink exuding an inner radiance. "I comprehend the forest's message now. We are not separate entities, but intertwined with this realm. The barriers we construct between ourselves and nature are but illusions, fragile as morning mist. The whispers did not beckon me into the woods, they called me home. Tomorrow I venture deeper into the forest than ever before, leaving this journal as a testament to the liminal space between knowledge and transformation." The entry concluded there. Holding the journal, a breeze enveloped me, swirling leaves in a graceful dance. A sweet, unfamiliar fragrance wafted in the air, accompanied by a distant murmur, reminiscent of music or whispers, drifting through the darkening woods. In that twilight moment, the temperature plummeted, yet I felt no chill. The journal still radiated a peculiar warmth, and as I scrutinized its pages in the dimming light, intricate patterns resembling roots and branches seemed to materialize between the lines. Carefully, I returned the journal among the roots, sensing that its placement required a deliberate choice by the next discoverer. Turning to depart, the wind murmured through the leaves once more, hinting at elusive voices in its gentle sussurrations. That night, as I lay in bed, the journal's warmth lingered in my fingertips. In the pre-dawn silence, I pondered the author's quest and whether they found solace in the forest's depths. Contemplating further, the notion arose that perhaps the journal found me, not the reverse. Each evening's walk through the woods now unveiled new wonders. Trees leaning in whispered conversation, light forming cryptic symbols through the leaves, and the air thickening with ancient secrets near ancient stumps and hollow logs. Though the journal eluded me since that day, I often sought its presence. On serene evenings, when twilight bathed the land in liquid gold, phantom figures roamed the distant woods, evoking a sense of familiarity akin to a half-remembered dream. At times, the wind carried whispers alluding to enigmas only unveiled by those attuned beyond the senses. The forest bore a different aura since encountering the journal. Perhaps it was I who transformed, awakened to the hidden truths awaiting discovery. Each step through the woods now held greater significance, each breath drawn with reverence for the enigmas enfolding us. Occasionally, as the evening light painted the forest in molten hues, I grasped the author's metaphor of boundaries as ephemeral as morning mist. In those ephemeral moments, the forest's ancient heartbeat synchronized with mine, prompting contemplation on the countless souls who trod these paths, inscribing their stories in the language of rustling leaves and whispering winds.